COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends.
What do you reckon? Yeah.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6.
Yeah.
And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales. What do you reckon? Yeah.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6.
Yeah.
And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales. What do you reckon? Yeah.
And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales. What do you reckon? Yeah.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6.
Yeah.
And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
So definitely more offshore. You can see really nice glassy playing field here today. Still got some passing showers out to sea, so a bit of a mixed bag weather-wise, but definitely some of the nicest conditions we've seen for the competition thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the competition bank straight out the front here, and they're just clearing the area. It's all the fellow competitors, I think, getting that super early warm-up in, Tezza.
Absolutely. Hey, listen, before we jump into it, I'd just like to acknowledge NAIDOC Week. Of course, it's a celebration held around the country each year to celebrate the history, culture and achievements of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. So fantastic stuff. Here at Cronulla, of course, we're on the Dharawal people, are the natural custodians of the land here, and we want to acknowledge that right as we get into this one. This is Dean Bowen going to town. Dino, straight into it.
Yeah, he's looking really sharp this morning. Not going to wait for half the heat this time. He kicks off things very early. He's against Finn McLaren, Jarvis Earl, local lad, and Kalani Ball. So that is a pretty heavy hitting way to kick off finals day, Tezza.
Absolutely. So great conditions here today. A very good morning to you folks, wherever you may be watching from around New South Wales, Australia, or the world for that matter. This is the Australian Open of Surfing, of course, the second event on the series, the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. And as I said, we've got a really good lineup. Kalani Ball, Jarvis Earl, Finn McLaren, and Dean Bowen. This is a real mix of youth and experience in this opener.
Yeah, definitely. And you can just see those guys just collecting their last free surfing waves too. That's just, I believe, just a little to the south of the competition bank. You can see how glassy the conditions are here this morning. Like you said, Tezza, we had a few little showers overnight and some little sprays this morning, but I think it's helped the situation. As you can see, the nice little beams of sun rolling through the clouds here nice and early, and the other boys just patiently waiting out the back to get their campaigns rolling here in round number 3. And we have a pretty massive day of competition as well. We'll see the top women's seed come into play and open up for their, I believe, quarterfinals. We'll start with the ladies later on, and it's going to be a pretty massive day of surfing all around for the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. A lot of these competitors have been here over the last 4 to 5 days, actually turning up a little earlier, and we had the Surf Masters kicking off things on Saturday morning. So it's great to be in finals day already for the first stop of the Australian Open, Tezza.
Absolutely. So it's wave height around, I reckon it's probably more like 2 feet with some the occasional 3 feet set today. Winds at the moment are actually out of the west-northwest, so dead offshore. It will swing around to southwest, and then it'll go to the light, very, very light southeast this afternoon. We've got a low tide coming up 10 past 9, 0.7 of a metre. That's going to help because once we get past that low tide, the incoming tide seems to pull the swell back onto the beaches here at Cronulla. And we've got a high tide coming up around 3:30. That's a 1.5 metre high tide, the Savo.
And have a look at those opening scores as well. So Jarvis Earl, we must have missed his opening wave, but a 6.50, nice solid way to start off his round 3 campaign. Of course, a local guy, much younger Grom. I think he's around about 16 years old, and he's just been absolutely taking people down throughout his early stages of his career. So a big future ahead for him, and at the moment, biggest score to open up day number 2, finals day for the Open, and Dean Bowen opening wave for the Goofy Footer, a 5.73. So great looking way for those two guys to start off their campaign, and mutual priority will then shift over with Kalani Ball and Finn McLaren as those guys patiently waiting. As you can see from the panned out vision there of the competition bank, a little less energy in the ocean rolling on through this morning, but a lot cleaner conditions. So it's nice to see that rain maybe moving out to sea a little bit, and we're going to enjoy a little bit of sunshine as we go through the Monday morning of finals day in the Volkswagen Cronulla Open.
Okay, so Jarvis Earl opening up with the 6.50. Jarvis is the super grom here in Cronulla, of course, and this kid has got not just big raps on him, but he has come through with the goods. I actually spoke to him before he checked in. I said, "How you going, man?" He goes, "So good." I had that big grin on his face, as he always does. And I said, "Good luck today, mate." I said, "If you focus in on this thing, you'll be able to beat all these guys." And he said, "Yeah, I know." He was pretty confident.
Yeah,
he said it with a big smile, and not with a kind of cockiness or anything. Just like, "Yeah, thanks, man. I know." Like he's on track. He's really ripping. Dean Bowen, 5.73, as mentioned yesterday. Dean had a bit of a clunky start to his heat, and he kind of scrambled through. So nice opener there for Dino from Gerringong on the south coast. Hi to everyone down south. Kalani Ball and is in the red. Finn McLaren in yellow, just waiting to open up their account. You can see the boys just sitting and waiting patiently it looks a lot smaller from that camera angle than it actually looks when you're outside and watching the waves. So it'll be interesting to see when some sets come through. I think we're going to have some really great surfing here today.
Yeah, definitely. It does have a little bit more energy when you're down on that boardwalk there on the beachfront, and it does look really, really fun. Still that outside bank in play. I saw a few little inside runners rolling on through, so we'll see perhaps maybe if some of the guys can get some link-ups as we move through the tides today. And interesting to see how many South Coast rippers are up here as well. They've just got such a strong contingent here for the event, and we spoke to a fair few guys from Ulladulla yesterday. And it's just great to see their kind of camaraderie up here at the event. Here's a bigger looking set.
Okay. Oh, Kalani, he just couldn't get himself in position, but this looks like Jarvis Earl. He's just sitting up the beach on that left-hander, and this kid, this is his home break, so he knows this pretty well. Oh, just kind of in an attempt to kind of just waft the fins a little, he found out that there's a fine line between wafting and losing control.
I actually have never seen him fall before across all the junior events or any
Really?
of the heats I've ever seen him.
He's such a neat little surfer. He always buttons up that last manoeuvre, but not this time round. So Jarvis will move a little further ahead with just a small score. So Dean Bowen sitting in second, Kalani and Finn McLaren waiting to get their campaign underway here in the opening heat of the Volkswagen Cronulla Open.
And we do have a massive day. Competition, as we've been saying, the women taking to the water. That will be on later on today for the quarterfinals. We'll see the top seeds and some of the world's best surfers from the women's division take to the water. So that will be round of 16, and then we'll see the men's quarterfinals, and we'll be crowning a champ at the end of this afternoon. $7,000 in prize money in the pool and $1,500 a piece for the men and the women's champions. So really beautiful amount of little injection into the cash purse for these young competitors.
Absolutely. In fact, around about 7 to 42. Yeah, $42,000 in total prize money across the series. So each of the events has $7,000 up for grabs. So, you know, some nice little coin, 40 grand over a couple of weeks to pick up. So it's worth following this series, the Australian Open of Surfing, as we mentioned, featuring some of Australia's best surfers at New South Wales' most iconic locations.
Yeah, and we will be kicking off with instalment number 2 next weekend, Tessa, Port Macquarie, and I heard there are still a few spots open, I believe, both in the men's and the women's. There's a couple of spots at the end of the draw, so if you are looking to get amongst the action, you couldn't get down here to Cronulla for the Volkswagen Open, you can put your entries in nice and late for the Port Macquarie one coming up next weekend, and then, as we said, just the second stop of a 6-stop series. And I'm pretty impressed by your early morning maths, Tesla. That was a quick calculation there for the total prize money.
Yeah, I know. Maths is not my strong point, let me tell you right now. That's for sure. So we're down to around about 12.5 minutes remaining. Yeah, Port Macquarie will be always fun. I was up there for a competition. I went up actually I do a bit of work with the bodyboard guys as well. So they had a drop knee contest up there called DK session. So it was pretty cool. I went up and did the PA and commentated for the day a couple of weeks ago. I was at Lighthouse Beach. And oh my goodness, the banks at Lighthouse are absolutely insane. So hopefully you guys are going to get some northeast winds up there across the weekend. That's if not the southerly, of course, around at Town Beach. Really nice banks at the Town Beach, Port Macquarie as well. It's like a rip bowl that runs into where the breakwall comes out, a rip bowl right-hander. And the banks there are awesome as well. So it looks like for the rest of this week, we're going to have pretty much predominantly northeast winds blowing until Friday night. And then I think it's a light southerly change Friday night. I don't know how long it goes for, but that probably says to me that it might be Town Beach next weekend.
Well, it's such a beautiful part of the coast to go to as well. Like you said, the stops are in iconic locations here along the New South Wales East Coast, and they're just incredible surfing spots. And I feel like Port Macquarie is one of those spots that you can easily just bypass on your way up to Coffs or the Goldie, and it's just such a good little hot spot for waves, and like you said, little breakwalls around the area. They can work on different winds, and there just seems to always be somewhere to sneak in a little quiet wave to yourself around there.
Absolutely. All right, we're down to half-time, folks. Just on 11 minutes to go. Has been a bit of a sleepy start to this one. We kicked off with a bang with Jarvis and Dean getting a couple of quick waves for the goofy footers, and Kalani, of course, natural footer. Finn McLaren's a goofy as well. Gee, Finn McLaren was in great form yesterday. He was ripping.
Yeah, he was.
So this is going to be really interesting. Kalani, of course, here he is. We're focusing on Kalani Ball on this one. And he had a little bit of a false start with that previous set, so he's had to wait, 4 or 5 minutes for that one. Meantime, Jarvis Earl, backhand.
Super Grum lines up the first section. Nice backhand attack. Only one turn on offer there. He's going to opt to pump on through to the inside section as we cross the Kalani Ball. Opens up the forehand. Beautiful tight fast surfing for his opening ride. I love the way Kalani surfs, and there we go. That's the end of Jarvis's wave as well. So he's had a nice little direction change. Doesn't leave a single little bit unsurfed. There's the Super Grom, feeling pretty confident and looking very solid on his feet. Interesting to see the opening wave for Kalani to lock on in, Tezza.
Yeah, that looked rock solid. That seemed to me to be one of the best combos we've seen so far, but we'll wait and see what the judges thought. It was only in a short little period of space, but he just his body positioning was so perfect. His style was cool. The timing, everything looked pretty good to me. Let's break this down for Kalani Ball. Nice little 1-2 combination. Yeah, maybe not the best wave of the heat, but a great start for Kalani there. He had to wait almost half the heat for that one. In fact, he's waited more than half the heat with just under 10 minutes remaining.
And there it is at 5.17. Like you said, Tezza, maybe he wasn't the best wave, but he's done well to fit in that second turn as well. He was a little late up into the lip, but it just proves how much speed he generates. Even through that first manoeuvre, he was able to draw so hard and push, probably where most of everybody else, or myself, definitely would have straightened out in front of that little lip. He's able to throw another turn up and collect some more points. And here we go. Looks like Finn McLaren.
Okay, here we go. This guy was surfing like a McLaren Formula One yesterday. Just big backhand belt, smashing it up there. So nice combo there for Finn. I like his kind of meat and potatoes approach to surfing. You know, it's just good, solid 101 off the top, off the bottom. Good, all the technique is really perfect. It reminds me of a couple of surfers from the 80s, actually. That kind of surfing style is pretty cool. So we'll see what Finn's first wave comes in at. Probably just a little under the wave of Kalani, I can imagine. But we'll wait and see what the judges saw. With just under 9 minutes left on the clock. So this is heat number 1, round number 3 of the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. It's the final day of the Australian Open of Surfing Stomp Down here in Sydney.
Yeah, and I feel like there's almost a little resurgence too with this age division for the men's. It's the late teens coming into their early 20s. It has kind of reverted back to that meat and potato surfing, like you said, Tezza. And I feel like there's this whole core group of guys, and they were generally sporting the mullets or some bowl cuts around the competitions, and they got a funky little style, and they're just really keen on destroying their waves. Like you said, just top to bottom surfing,
Yep.
really technically sound. They've also got the aerials and the variety maneuvers in their back pockets, but they seem to be relying on that meat and potato surfing for competition mode.
Okay, there it is, 4.1. That's exactly where I thought it would be positioned, just under the opening rides there for Dino and Kalani. Kalani got a second wave in the mix there that we didn't see, so that's taken him up in the second spot. And Jarvis Earl sitting in the lead at the moment. So top 2 scores for Jarvis, a 6.5 and a 3.9, so he'll be looking to improve on that low score. Kalani he's got a pair of 5.17s now. Dino's got a 5.73, looking for a 4.62 to go second, and that opening wave for Finn was a 4.1. Finn now needing 6.25 to go up in the second spot.
Yeah, it's nice little first half of the heat. And it's going to be interesting to see how Jarvis deals with this because, of course, Dino, Finn and Kalani are pretty heavy hitters for the QS series for the men. And if you have a look at them physically before they went out, I mean, it doesn't always determine who's going to pass through or not for heats, but Dino and Kalani definitely have 20-25 kilos on Jarvis, and when you can throw that much water and spray, it's pretty intimidating. But Jarvis is not worried, like you said, super confident, not cocky, just feeling really calm and assertive in his own surfing. We're gonna have to see him pick out better waves under that priority situation and probably not grovel and froth around on the inside. So I'd like to see him on a bigger set and really take it to the big boys out here. Like you said, it's a match-up. It's an opportunity to step up for him. And, of course, local guy, there's probably a lot of people down on the beach nice and early watching the performance unfold here this morning, Tezza.
Absolutely. So time check is 6.5 minutes left on the clock. Opening heat of the final day here at the VW Cronulla Open. Thanks again to Volkswagen, of course, Das Auto, the car for the people. We love the new 6.1 reimagined Combi, of course. It's just the California AA. What a car that is, with a pop-top roof and every kind of conceivable thing you can imagine. I was up there the other day. I didn't have a sleep in it, but I was lying down in it. And it's got like LCD screens up there, charging ports. There's lights and stuff. It's just they have thought of absolutely everything for that car.
Yeah, and it's been such a nice vibe to have the crew from Volkswagen working down here at the event too. I feel like they bring this whole other aspect and they attract such an interesting crowd. So you've got the old vintage dudes that have grown up in the VW Combi vans back in the 60s and 70s and maybe still own some collectors models, and then you've got the new crew of all the surfers and the surf mums and dads that cart all the young super groms up and down the east coast here in the new transporters and the caravels, and
Sure.
and it's just creates this such a good vibe, and everyone was just so happy down here across Saturday and Sunday checking out the new vehicles. And like you said, that California looking pretty sharp and slick. I'd love to get my hands on one of them for a little road trip.
Oh, you betcha. Yeah, actually, you can. We'll talk about it throughout the day because they are having a little competition where you can you could have. I think you need to be here though. Take a picture of yourself in front of the California and then post it using a hashtag and stuff like that. We'll talk about it. I'll get more information. You'll go into a draw to win a surfboard, and you can take the California away for the weekend. You pick up Friday over, you bring it back Monday morning, so you can have a road trip in that car, and they'll give you a free surfboard to go away for the weekend as well. All thanks to Volkswagen. Pretty cool promo.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea for a prize here, and I'm pretty sure the California's a four-wheel drive as well,
It
so
is.
you're not really restricted anyway. You could
No.
go, you could go anywhere in that thing.
Unbelievable. So great stuff. Thank you very much, VW. You guys rock with that German engineering. So we're down to inside the final five now. Jarvis Earl, it is pretty inconsistent here today. There's no doubt about that. It's few and far between. So using that priority, the right way is going to really help. At the start, I think for both Kalani and Finn McLaren, they had a bit of a slow start here. It was Dino and Jarvis got off to a real quick start. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here because Finn McLaren's only had the one wave so far. It was a 4.10. He's chasing a 6.25. Kalani to go up into the lead. He needs a 5.24. Now having a look at this one. And it looks like a nice, clean, green opening maneuver there. Bang. Wow, that was just absolutely all class. That's 1, 2, 3 lovely maneuvers, throwing the fins on the third one, and I got a feeling that might be the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, he is so classy. I don't know if you heard in the background, the camera boys going nuts over that. That was just a really nice display of surfing on his forehand, and super dangerous competitor. Kalani, I've seen him, as we're speaking about over the last few days, compete across the European series for the qualifying events, and he comes from that group of surfers. Here we go in the replay. Nice big deep bottom turn, releases really easily. Second turn, just really sharp, classy surfing. Throws a bit of tail for the third, a bit of variation, and just looks so solid and in control of that wave from start to finish. And like I was saying, he's been around the qualifying series for a while. And have a look at that score dropping on Intesa. Last wave for Kalani, an
Wow.
8.33. So excellent score. And that's a massive score to throw down in the opening heat of a day as well, because I feel like judges are a little reluctant to throw such big numbers straight away.
This is a scary moment for Jarvis Earl right here because Dean Bowen only needing a 4.68. I'm pretty sure that Dean's above him on the priority sequence. And with 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go, Jarvis Earl is going to have to definitely upgrade his low score. It's only that 3.90. Whilst he's holding on to that one, he is leaving the door open for Dino. Here goes Jarvis Earl on this one. Backside, sets it up. He needs a real nice combination here for the Super Grom from Cronulla, and he digs in deep, throwing some spray on that one. Nice stuff there from Jarvis Earl. Right behind him, there's the two contrasting styles. Dino Bowen blasting away with a lot of power and a lot of flow. And I think that Dino may have got the better of that exchange. A very close little exchange with the two goofies there. Jarvis got more done, but I think the quality of Dean's manoeuvres, we'll go back to hopefully a replay, and we'll be able to break down that exchange, because that's going to be really important. Take us through this one, Jess.
Here we go. Dino Bowen, as we were speaking about, opens up with that first turn, kind of a bit of a check rail turn. There's a bit of tail drift, a bit more critical, and you can see Jarvis winding his way on the inside of his wave. I do agree with you, Tez. I feel like Dino's was a better wave. They were bigger turns. I'm wondering if that's because he's just such a solid surfer. Jarvis's wave a little bit smaller and a bit frothy through that inside section. Here we go. Finn McLaren gets a chance to roll the dice. Beautiful style. Nice chop up into the lip, but maybe only 2 turns on offer for him. So personally, I think Jarvis might have collected the score. He needs to upgrade that 3.9, but Dino backed it up straight away.
Yeah. But it'll be interesting to see. Maybe that wave of Jarvis, if it does replace the 3.9, I'm pretty sure it will, that might just lift the average for Dino and make it a little bit tougher. And this is going to be so close between these two guys. Dean Bowen has gone to second. There we go.
Yeah, so last wave for Dino, a 6.20. Score still to lock in for last of Jarvis. We've got a wave to come for Finn, so the judges really having a good think about last wave for Jarvis. 45 seconds on the clock. There's the current heat leader, Kalani Ball, looking to replace his 5.17. He's going to call it a day. Interesting wait for the score for White.
What does he need?
He needed a 5.44.
Ooh, wow, that is going to be so close. I tell you, that looked like a kind of a mid-5 kind of ride, didn't
Yeah.
it? What did they give Dean again?
They gave Dean a 6.20.
Okay, so they're going to have to put a bit of a separation from that down to Jarvis' score. So
Like we said, Jarvis's wave a little bit smaller on the inside, a little bit more froth on the face, and there we go. It looks like a 4.70, so Jarvis is in third at the moment.
And there's only 5 seconds remaining. So I think it's going to be Kalani and Dean using that experience to get through the opening heat of the day here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. So Jarvis Earl, well, I spoke to him this morning and I said, you can win this thing, mate, but unfortunately he's been eliminated. He's got many, many years to catch up for that stuff. And Finn McLaren had a great campaign here at Cronulla. Unfortunately, it's come to an end, so he's a little disappointed there. He was hoping to take the title, but keep your chin up, Jarvis Earl. You're an absolute champion. All right, this is the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. It's finals day here in Sydney. We're going to throw to a commercial break right now, and we'll be back with more live action right after this.
Volkswagen.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
And welcome back, everyone. The Volkswagen Cronulla Open continues here on finals day. You can see a couple of passing showers out to sea, but in general, things are improving both surf and weather-wise. We're into heat number 2 of the day. My name's Tessa McKenna, and joining me, of course, is Jessica Grimwood. Hey, Jess, how you doing?
Good, thank you, Terry. Very good morning to you. It's already first heat kicking off. We did see, unfortunately, the local lad, Jarvis Earl, getting eliminated, and Finn McLaren as well going down, but classy act from Dean Bowen and Kalani Ball. They're incredible surfers, and I'm not surprised really to see them move through. Here we go, Kobe Clements.
Okay. Kobe's got that very cool surfing style. Wow, that was well measured. Great opening wave there for the Supercrom from the Northern Beaches. We've got Harry Phillips is out there in the red singlet from the South Coast, I think, Harry. James McMorland is from Newcastle. Jamie Thompson, North Narrabeen, is wearing yellow. That's the lineup for heat number 2, round 3 here at the V-Dub Cronulla Open.
Yeah, and I saw Jamie Thompson scooting around the competition site at 6 o'clock this morning, and he's in his signature matching tracksuit, tops and bottoms, and he was looking very cheeky. So I think he's going for the win out here. And he was saying, you just wait until I'm back on that microphone. I'm ready to do another post-heat interview. And he had a very cheeky smile on his face. So interesting to see if he can back up the talk. JT, incredible surfer like we saw yesterday, had massive heat scores and just looking really focused for him. So normally on the work crew. And have a look at that opening score there, Tezza.
Oh, wow.
Or Kobe Clements. Well, there you go. It was a opening ride for Kobe was a 3-point ride, backed up by a 6. So just a nice little combination to kick off his campaign out here. Like you said, Kobe, really unique surfing style. He's been really impressive in the release and the pop he got through and the flare in that final manoeuvre of that second wave was pretty nice to see the way to start off things. Here we go.
All right, looks like Harry Phillips up on the backhand on this one. Harry will just sum it up. Just the one hit on the backhand to get his campaign underway. He'll jump off that thing as it fizzes out. So this is heat number 2, round number 3. We've got some fantastic heats coming up here today, folks. This round is just so chock-a-block with talent. It's just ridiculous. Coming up next, Lennox Smith will take on George Pittar, Kai Warner, and Grayson Heinrich. That's the next one in the water as we see. It looks like Kobe up and riding.
Yeah, here he goes again, wasting no time. There's the wing flare and the hand drive, like you say, Tezza. And he goes to work on the rail. Smaller looking wave, but I think he's just going to try and work towards replacing that 3-point ride in his belt. So he gets a few turns. Nothing super critical. I think it's just going to try and build that house, like we say. Here we go. Harry Phillips up and riding. Wow, stylish little straight leg carve down the face there.
Yeah. I don't think he meant to do that, but it just worked out okay.
Yeah, I think he was halfway between wanting to pump down the line and look at that next section, and
then he realised it flattened off a little, so he couldn't get there. But okay, well, a great performance on the opening heat of the day. Kalani Ball took victory over Dean Bowen, so it was youth versus experience almost, with the Super Grom coming third. Kalani, congratulations, mate. Looks like everything came together for you in that one.
Yeah, super slow start, and I was pretty nervous against all those guys in that heat. And,
yeah,
I surfed with Jarvis a bunch, and so I know how good the kid is, and he's an amazing talent. So stoked to just get through that heat even.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of a clunky start. You paddled for that wave, and then you pulled back, and then you had to wait for maybe 1 or 2 rounds of sets before you even got your campaign underway.
Yeah, I ended up paddling further north and picking up a couple little rights to get some 5s, and got up into second, and then jagged that 1-3 turn, got an 8. So I was super stoked to just get a big score again. I didn't really get any really good scores yesterday, so it was nice to know I can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Look like you're on point, mate. So Jess has got a question for you as well.
Yeah, hey, Kalani. So you and Dino, obviously pretty good comrades travelling around on the QS series. Are you guys looking to do the rest of the events for this Australian Open series and just going to go up and down the coast?
I've entered Kiama and Port Mac, so I'll do those two, but got to go back to work for the other ones. And
or maybe if you can collect a couple of prize purse wins, and you might be able to find a little bit more time off the old work.
Yeah, hopefully. I'd way rather be doing this.
Yeah, well, you know, there's $42,000 up for grabs over 6 contests, right? It's $7 grand per contest. So a little bit of coin up for grabs. Might be time to take a little well-earned break, mate.
Yeah, I reckon.
Listen, that was a great performance, mate. You're on track. Good luck for the rest of the contest.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Cheers.
All right, that's Kalani Ball. That was a fantastic start to his campaign. A great way to start the finals day here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open.
Yeah, and look at that. As we cross back to live action, James McMullen, I saw spray flying to the horizon, perhaps from the first or the second turn of his real opening ride, and nice little lip line floater to finish off that one. So we'll see what the first score locks on in for James McMullen. His previous ride just going to be a throwaway, perhaps by the end of this heat, a .83. And last wave for Kobe Clements was that 3.4, so he did replace his second wave score, but nothing too serious at this point. There we go. Second score in for Harry Phillips, a 4.10. And last wave that we saw for James McMullen, a 5.57, as we see Jamie Thompson, JT, up and riding, really extending through the backhand there in that second turn. You can see how much oomph he's pushing through the board and through the rail, and gets a nice combo. I think it's going to be kind of a medium, lowish range score. I didn't see the very start of that wave, but I'd say it's going to be okay way to kick off things, but I think he's going to be wanting to replace that by the end of the heat.
Okay, so heat number 2 is currently in the water at the moment here, folks. And again, we've been in Cronulla for a couple of days, and it's been wonderful to come back down here. We used to have a lot of competitions in the Shire, but for the last couple of years, I haven't personally been to a contest down here for a couple of years now. So nice to be back down here, and it makes me realise, why the people that live here in Cronulla, they say they never go over the bridge. You don't have to. This is a little self-encapsulated. It's like a bubble, and it's got everything that you need to have a fantastic life right here in the Shire. So you ever get a chance, if you've never been to Cronulla, come on down State Ridges. It's right on the beach, and it's an awesome place to hang out.
Yeah, like you were speaking about yesterday, Tezza, you said back in the day, I think you might have been speaking about the 70s, they used to have that milk bar where the next door cafe is right now is kind of like the most popular little spot to pick up the coffee
right.
in the morning on the boardwalk. And Phil Courtney, the head judge, was talking about the same thing, that it used to be the spot to come and hang out. And here we go, look, Harry Phillips up and riding.
Okay, Harry blasting away. That's a good, strong combo over there for the South Coast natural footer. So Harry's he's off to a pretty good start in this one. Kobe, of course, is really ticking boxes with a 6 and a 3.40. So he'll be looking to upgrade that low score. Harry'd had a 2.4 and a 4.1 prior to that wave. I've got a feeling that might be possibly his best wave thus far. James McMullen last score 5.57, and Jamie Thompson's opening wave 3.80. So that's a bit of a wrap up. Our first 10 minutes of this heat number 2, round 3 here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open.
Yeah, and there we go. Last score coming in for Harry Phillips replaces his second wave. 4.93 is the best wave on the board for him so far. He's in second. James McMullen in the whites looking for a 3.47. And JT needs a 5.24, but plenty of time on the clock. 10.5 minutes here in the opening round 3 of the day, heat number 2. And schedule looking pretty stacked, of course. It is finals day here for the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. We will go all the way through to heat number 8 of round 3 of the Open Men's, and we'll switch on over into round of 16. So that will be the quarterfinals for the Open Women's. We'll see the top seeds get their first crack at the title in the water later on this morning. We'll switch back on over into the quarters for the men's, and then we'll start on the semis as we see Kobe Clements collecting another ride under his belt, currently in charge of the heat. And I think he's just wanting to keep that momentum rolling throughout this first half and just kind of send that warning signal to the rest of the boys in the water. I know he would be considered the Grum out there, I'm guessing. So wanting to make sure those older boys and the bigger boys just know he's out in the lead, he's rolling, he's got the momentum going, and he's not going to let them have a little inch out there.
Absolutely. So I think what we'll find here, and we saw it in the first heat with Jarvis Earl, is the lightweight young guys get off to a quick start, but then the more experienced heavyweights come back at the end, and they just know how to choreograph those heats to perfection, putting themselves in a position where they can, are able to get the score right at the end. But there's a little check in there. You can see just picking the rash vest out of the bucket there. So competitors come as part of the COVID safe plan that we have here. Competitors come and they throw their rashie into the bucket full of disinfectant, and then they get it out. So everyone's got a nice clean rash vest to work with.
Yeah, so that's a little different to the traditional competitions pre-COVID, but everyone seemed to adjust to it really well. I know when we got back underway with some of the Grummet events after the COVID requirements were met, it was just within the first few heats, everybody was super onto it, and all the families and parents were just really respectful, and they were just so happy to see competition underway again and to be down at the beach and be able to enjoy, all of this surfing action. So it's been such a pleasure to be working, with all the community and the spectators and the people involved in the contest. They've just been so easy to implement this new COVID-19 safety plan.
Yeah.
And like you said, just a few little checkpoints now for all the competitors to roll through. And at the moment, it is Kobe Clements out in the lead. Last wave for him was a 4.23, so replaces that second wave score. Harry Phillips is in second. James McMullen needs a 3.47, and JT from North Narra, 5.24 required for the man in yellow. And like you said, don't take your eyes off the big boys. Very classy choreographers in heats. They've had a lot of heat experience, years and years and years of surfing this style and this format of competition. You can see James calling out for perhaps situation.
Yeah, just asking for a little update, calling for some time. Where do I sit? What do I need? James is sitting in third place right now, and he doesn't need much of a score to go up into second, neither for Jamie Thompson as well. So pretty tight heat. We saw a similar situation last time round, where Kalani and Dean, in the end got on top of their opponents. That's a nice overview of the playing field here at Cronulla. As you can see, we've got some showers out to sea, and a lot of cloud around. I think it's a mostly cloudy day today, with just 1 or 2 showers in the morning. Looks like the things are sort of drying up as we go through the week, which is nice. And a bit more rain next weekend, possibly. So it's all part of the La Nina that we've got at the moment. Of course, it's a weather cycle that normally brings some... I don't like La Nina for surfing events, to tell you the truth. It creates a lot of wind, onshore wind usually, and it also creates a lot of rain. So, but we need the rain, let's face it, for our farmers and stuff. So it's all good. It's all a balancing act in the end. But we have had some pretty wild weather. The Bureau actually said we'd have greater than average rainfall between September and December this year, so they've been pretty spot on.
So it's going to be a hot, muggy, wet
Yeah,
summer.
when La Nina came, I remember last time, it was almost 2 summers that it stole from us. Like, you don't really have a summer when it's La Nina. It's a lot of cloud around all the time. So it's not like those, those bright blue sunny days all the time. I only get that they just come every now and again during La Nina. So it's a more of a cloudy thing. So it's not. It doesn't really affect the swell per se. It's more of a weather phenomenon, but it does in general create a little bit more onshore winds. So at the moment we're down to just on 6 minutes remaining. At the moment, 6 to go. Kobe Clements in the lead. Harry Phillips in second. James McMullen is in third place, and he is only chasing a 3.47. That was prior to that one from Harry, and again, Harry getting a little straight-legged on that last little manoeuvre, just in an attempt to try and keep the board on the right angle.
Yeah.
Not a technique thing. It's just that he's trying to change during the manoeuvre, and in the end, that probably cost him. So an incomplete manoeuvre. It'd be interesting to see his low score, Harry, at the moment is a 4.10. He may have improved on that, so we'll wait and see. He got a couple of nice hits prior to falling off.
He's got that style where he throws plenty of spray on the bottom turn even, which I can't think of who he reminds me of at the moment. I will think about throughout the day, but on the bottom turn there's spray going off like it's a turn in itself.
Yeah, sure.
And then he kind of puts the board up into the lip and spray just flies, but he doesn't exactly attack it as much as what I have seen the other guys do in this heat so far.
Yeah.
So maybe just holding back a little bit, like you said, just surfing, trying to redirect the board and just make sure he's earning some points and not wasting any opportunity. But last score for him hasn't locked in yet, I don't think. And
It
might have been the 307.
Might have been the 307. So it was an incomplete second manoeuvre anyway. So that's about right. James McMullen only chasing a small number here, but time is we're into the final 5. James is chasing a 3.47. Hi to all the Novocastrians. That means they're from Newcastle. Checking in on James. He's a bit of a legend up that way. Lives down the south end of the coast. So, and Jamie Thompson from North Narrabeen. G'day to all our friends over there at North Narra. There's so many legends over there. Okay, 4 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock. Kobe Clements having a little look at that one, and that's the next heat in the water. Of course, that's Lennox Smith making his way for the South Coast Natural Footer down the beach. That board under Lennox's arm looks pretty sweet, doesn't it? That looks like a very nice little wiggle stick.
Yeah, it does. Here we go. James McMullen up and riding. Bigger looking wave. Nice lot of spray. Kind of gets hung up on the rail, but is able to recover very quickly and put the second turn on the board. It's going to go close. I think it's he only needs a 3.47, so it's definitely going to go above that. I think it might be around that 5 or 6 range.
Yeah, maybe I think they'll punish him a little bit because he stumbled. There was that little stumble at the on the first manoeuvre.
He kind of caught the outside rail, didn't he?
Yeah, and then he had to actually lean back and onto the wave face to actually readjust his balance. It was a loss of control. The judges will probably talk about that stuff and just shave a little bit off. It will be enough to go to second. And there's Grayson Heinrich, of course, the former ISA World Junior Champion, making his way out the back. It's going to be another awesome heat. So coming up, James McMullen, there it is, a 4.40. So they didn't give him the full reward. I mean, like I said, that could have been a 6.5 easy for that combo, but he just mistimed it a little bit and also had that little stumble. So good recovery, though, from James to get himself there. And let's see if Kobe can hold the lead here. I do really like watching Kobe Clements surf, and I'm a huge fan of his style. And I was very good friends with his dad, Steve Clements, as well. I used to work for a company called Cooter Lines back in the day. Remember Cooter Lines? Yeah, it's a classic. Anyway, we had Sam Carrier and Steve Clements, and Simon Lloyd, because we had a big team, but that's Sam and Steve were two of our big guns we really invested in when the QS first sort of came, two-tiered system and stuff. So, yeah, they were great representatives for the company, and Steve Clements now, his son Kobe Clements, following in his footsteps, so that's really cool.
Yeah, and he's doing well against the big boys. He's had the ball rolling from nice and early on, and he's managed to hold on to that lead this whole heat. So we're just over 2 minutes on the clock. He's looking pretty confident. I'm going to be interested to see who has priority and who's going to flex on the next set that comes through. So that's really going to determine the outcome as we see Jamie having a look at this one. Here he goes from North Narrabeen in the yellow. Opts to go right, draws off the bottom and really lays into the rail. Just being able to control the slide. Wraps down for the second turn. Smaller looking inside section, but he's going to stick with it. Really stylish wrap. Look how heavy he is on his front foot as well. You can see him really pushing those rails through, and he needs the connection. Gets on out of there. Only requiring 6.8, 6.18.
Yeah, it's going to go close. That was a pretty wild first manoeuvre there. We're going to go back to the replay for Jamie Thompson, but he ripped into that one, and it was a lovely opening manoeuvre. He almost lost control, and let's just go back to this one. There's the, we're going to stick with this one with James McMullen. So James had a wave in there as well, and let's just check this out. Yeah, he tagged that one 3 times, so that may well replace his low score of a 4.40. So, yeah, that was interesting. And, of course, scores coming through for both James and Jamie.
Yeah, I think that's going to make Jamie's requirement a little higher. It's only the second wave that Jamie's ridden for this heat. Here we go. So he releases.
And he had to sort of wind the windows up to keep his balance. But, yeah, like you said, nice steam on that front foot all the way through that.
Yeah, he does. You can see the pressure he's pushing through it there, right there on his left leg. Tries to look for the inside connection. I think he's done all he can on that wave, though, and you saw James McMullen taking off just behind him. Last wave for James, 4.30, so it doesn't go into the top 2. Last wave for Jamie, 5.67. Moves him into third, so now looking for a 4.31. Harry Phillips needs a 5.05. 30 seconds on the clock, and interesting exchange there.
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah. Anyway, I think they've got it right, and Kobe has really been a standout in this heat. Harry, unfortunately, looks like he's just waiting and there's looking and trying to manifest something, staring at the horizon. But have a look at that glassy playing field. We've got some beautiful conditions here today for the final day of this competition.
Yeah, and let's see what happens in the last 5 seconds. Will he get another chance to roll the dice? Harry Phillips, very capable of pulling the score. No, we can hear the buzzer on the outside of the booth here, and that's called it a day, so congratulations. Kobe Clements moving on through, along with James McMullen. Commiserations, JT and Harry Phillips. Stick with us. We got plenty more live action coming up. Heat number 3 of the Open Men's Volkswagen Cronulla Open right after this break.
Have faith in me, I have faith in you. Still so many miles we can leave behind. And how we learn to fly, the way we move and tight. Let me hold you close while we're here in this room. And I can hear the horizon calling. I can see the road to go. And every time I think of you, coming home. I said you and I felt like strangers in the night. Since I found you, I found my reason why. Oh, every time I think of you, babe, I think of coming home.
Volkswagen.
And a very good morning to you folks, and those FCS H4s. You want to check that stuff out? That will take you surfing to a whole new level. This is the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. Taz McKenna, Jess Greenwood on our finals day here in the Shire. This is heat number 3 of today, folks. It's heat 3, round 3. We've got George Pittar in the white, already dropping a 3.67. Lennox Smith is out there from the South Coast. He's in the red singlet. We've got Kai Warner, North Narrabeen, is out there in the yellow, and Northern Beaches surfer Grayson Heinrich is in the blue. That's our playing field here at Cronulla, and we've seen some fantastic performances so far this morning, Jess.
Yeah, and very good morning to you once again if you are tuning in live. Interesting to have a look, start having a look at boards and designs already nice and early this morning. Tezza, we were speaking about boards and Stewie Kennedy's new equipment and secret little advantages. Kai Warner, I saw his board walking through the contest area yesterday. It looked like he had 3 planar strikes right through the middle of it, almost like channels, but right through the middle, like the shaper had gone through and just plain 3 perfect strikes along the board, and they were really interesting. I've never seen channels like that before.
Okay.
And it'll be good to see if we have a chat. If we end up having a chat with him by the end of this heat, we'll remember to ask him about that.
And sorry, what surfer was it?
Kai Warner.
Right. Okay. Interesting.
Very interesting use of equipment, and we love seeing all the little different bits and pieces. Like you said, it is finals day here for the Volkswagen Cronulla Open of Surfing, first instalment from the Australian Open of Surfing series, and we are looking to roll into a pretty big opening summer for competition surfing back into action. Next stop, Port Macquarie, and I've got a little list of the schedule in front of me, Tezza. After that, in the 22nd of November, we'll move on to Kiama for the 3rd stop. Coffs Harbour is at the very end of November, 29th and 30th, and then we'll be relocating to the far south coast, and I think the location is yet to be confirmed, but I'm pretty interested to see. There's so many good waves and sneaky little spots down there.
I've got my name on that one. I can't wait. So I'm not even worried about working. I'm just going on a surf trip to the south coast.
It's a pretty good spot to have a surf contest, like you said. Iconic locations up and down the east coast here in New South Wales, and final stop for the Australian Open of Surfing series will be on the northern beaches. So it's going to be
epic series, and $42,000 in prize money. We've got $7,000 up for grabs at each of those stop downs. So when we're talking $42,000 in a couple of weeks, this is very, very good money for the kids to pick up. Nice little bit of money for some Christmas presents.
Yeah, and like we heard Kalani Ball speaking about earlier this morning, he is looking like he has to go back to work during December, but we were saying if you can collect yourself some extra cash on the prize purse and take a few wins, maybe you can have some more time off and chase that dream of professional surfing into 2021.
Nice little shot of some of the reefs to the north up there. We were graced by Mark DePino, who's a local poet, hanging out with us here in the Hey Dippy, how are you, mate? That's the way. Maybe we might get him come back and tell us a poem about the Shire or something later. Hey, that would be cool. Think of something nice, mate. We'll maybe get him in later. No, it's all good. Yeah, or whenever. Maybe we could. Yeah, maybe next heat. Let's see if we can get him back. Yeah, cool. No worries. He's a real character. Does a couple of shows around here in the Shire and stuff. But he's a poet. He goes around and does his poetry at all the nursing homes to the old people and that. He's such a lovely bloke. But he's got some seriously good material. I tell you who else had some seriously good material was the winner of the previous heat, wasn't it, Jess?
It was. Kobe Clements. Here he is with the post-heat interview, taking the win. Kobe, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
And how are you feeling out there this morning? Obviously, kicking off your round 3 campaign, you're looking pretty solid.
Yeah, there's not much waves out there, so trying to get busy and yeah.
Nice, and obviously big heat for you. I feel like we are kind of posting you up as the Grom against the big boys. Did you have that kind of mindset going into the heat, or are you not even noticing those guys?
Yeah, kind of, but I wasn't really focusing about them. I was kind of just focusing about my surfing.
Yeah, and we spoke to you yesterday, obviously training alongside Maddie Cattle, I believe, and from Long Reef. How do you guys go up that end of the coast, a big group of you guys to compete against each other and stay warmed up during the COVID time?
Yeah. I've been training with Matt and at Northie and surfing Southie heaps, and yeah.
Nice. Hey, Kobe, it's Tez McKenna. Congratulations, mate. Good surfing.
Yeah.
Is your dad here today to watch her? Is Steve around?
He was training this morning. We had a little free surf together and stuff. So
Cool. Tell him I said hi. I used to work with Coot Alliance. We sponsored him. He's a great friend of mine.
Yeah.
Mate, I really love your surfing style. Is style something that you think about a lot, or does it just come naturally?
I don't really focus on style. I think it comes naturally a bit, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm loving it because you have quite a unique surfing style and a nice hand drive as well. In the 80s, hand drive was a really big part of surfing. It sort of disappeared there for a while, but I'm loving it, man. You're bringing it back. So keep up the good work and stay on track, mate. You're ripping, and we look forward to your next heat.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
Okay, that's Kobe Clements. Great little performer there from the Northern Beaches.
He's kind of got the Micro Hall voice going on as well. He reminds me of Micro.
He's such a little frother too. He's a real humble little kid, isn't he? He's great. He could hardly, he didn't want to say too much. He lets his surfing do the talk, and I love that. Who else is letting their surfing do the talk? And George Pittar straight into the lead. What's he got?
Yeah, so he's opened up with 3.67, and second wave for George from North Stain Border Riders, 5.33, so takes the lead nice and early. Kai Warner's opening wave, a 2-point ride, and Lennox and Grayson just waiting patiently there, so they'll be sharing mutual priority out the back, yet to determine that first priority position. So we'll wait to see the next heat. And we've seen this pattern over the first 2 heats of the morning, Tezza, where the first 10 minutes, there's one little set rolling on through, and then they kind of have to sit around and wait until the second half of the heat for the next, important set to roll through. So it's been, like you said, a little bit slow, a few more lulls this morning during the heats, and that priority has really come into play to determine who's able to run on through, of course, as we speak about that judging scale. Bigger waves, bigger sections, biggest turns are obviously going to post the biggest score. So it's really been up to who's been able to find themselves on that biggest set at the end of the heat.
Okay, you can see on screen at the moment the red singlet, Lennox Smith. He's from down South Coast. Grayson Heinrich, Northern Beach Surfer in the blue. They're waiting to open up their account. Sitting further down on this bank here. And wow, Kai Warner. That was a really exciting combination there for Kai. And prior to that, George Pittar also got himself a bit of a wave. So 2 separate game plans being employed here. One group of guys sitting to the north, the other guy sitting on the southern bank. Looks like that south bank is delivering at the moment.
Yeah, and we've seen that bank split over the last few days' competition as well. And I have heard a few of the competitors speaking about the options, whether or not they start off out the back on the northern bank and opt to go the lefts, or they move straight on over towards the barbs on the south and go those right-handers that run into the rip. So interesting to see that the boys have split the peak. It looks like Lennox might be putting his head down and making his way to the south bank across where Kai and I think it's George is sitting. We'll see. They're kind of really shuffling around out there this morning. So plenty of little peaks to choose from, and it really, it sometimes becomes a little hard as a competitor, I think, when you're given too many options and you really have to believe in your own game plan and make the choice. And if you paddle out on the north or the south bank, you've got to really give it a chance for the wave to come through, because I think sometimes the guys get caught out, they paddle out in one spot, the waves don't come, the boys on the other bank are collecting waves, and then they'll make the move over and then look back at the bank that they've started off on, and there's all these sets rolling through and they're kind of out of time. But hopefully for Lennox Smith, he's able to move on over with priority. I believe he'll probably have priority over Kai Warner, and he'll be able to find some bigger looking ways to kick off his campaign.
Oh, he's spotted a little something here, Lennox, and both he and Grayson yet to get on the scoreboard. But I think Lennox Smith, if he's going to turn around, right, now's the time to do it. He's going to get into this one a little late, but this looks like a great looking wave, Jess.
Here he goes, has to push the chin down to the stringer, up and riding on the forehand. Nice clean looking section, capitalises on it. Smooth surfing from Lennox Smith from Southbridge Board Riders, I believe. Goes to the rail for the wrap. Look at the boys trying not to look over their shoulder there, the fellow competitors out the back.
Yeah, you don't want to watch too close. You just want to glimpse at it and go, okay, that's the one. I don't want to look at that anymore.
Yeah, and so we go. Last score for George Pitter, a 5-point rise. So nice, solid start to George's heat. He's out in the lead, 5.33 and a 5-point ride. Here we go. Grayson Hinrich, Tezza.
Yeah, so Grayson jamming it up there. Nice little combo there for the former ISA World Junior Champions. Interesting stuff. Everyone's got a wave now. George Pittar will get up on the backhand on this one for the former Australian Junior Champion. Nice tight little turn there. Wow, that board looks super responsive. Had to have a little directional change at the end there as his competitor paddled out. But I don't think Grayson could do anything about that. He was just trying to battle back out after his wave. So scores will come through. As you mentioned, a different sort of a playing field. Back in the day, of course, my favourite surf coach of all time is Martin Dunn. He's the man. And Martin, I remember, developed this thing called the beach observation sheet. Did you ever fill out one of them? How cool was that? You know what? I started doing that again with some kids I'm coaching now, and it makes a hell of a difference. So what you do is you just draw the beach in, you draw in where the judges' tents are, you put in where the flags are and some other landmarks and that. You make a little dot where you're going to paddle out. You put in X where the waves are with a line going right hand, a little line going left. You circle that as your plan A, and then you go and make a plan B. So you're basically writing down your plan before you get out there. And when you write things down, it goes into a different part of your brain than just talking about stuff. So it really works, yeah.
He's almost running military logistics before the heats, and it's making sure that you're aware, like you said. You're just really present, you're really aware of the situation, you've got the plan literally set out on paper. And have a look at First scores, Lennox Smith opened up with a 5.90 Tezza. Grayson a 4.07, so very similar scoreline here for all 4 surfers.
Yep, Lennox has got the highest wave with that 5.9. That's the best wave of the heat so far. So he's in third, needing less than 1 point to go second. Grayson only needing just over a 2-point ride to go into second position. Super close heat this one, folks, as we see our security guys just zooming around out the back. We've also got some smart buoy technology out the back here at Cronulla as well. I think that's a nice little left-hander coming through.
I love that you're speaking about Martin Dunn so early, Tezza, because I know he's been such a amazing part of so many people's careers over the last probably 3 or 4 decades, and I fortunately got to work with him as a junior. And then going into the ISAs as our older competitor, Peru actually took him over, and he was the head coach of their team over there for
That's
Peru.
right.
And that was the year that they won the ISA
Absolutely.
world title. So he knows what he's speaking about, and he was always the guy that we went to as juniors to the camps, and they used to host all the super groms in their B&B, and his wife would cook and just look after the kids all around, and Martin would do the beach stuff, and Ben Dunn would be hanging around and surfing alongside and helping out with the coaching as well. And he was obviously up at that championship tour level, and now he's one of the judges, I believe, around the circuit.
That's right,
so incredible surfing
great
knowledge.
Great little bit of history there. And I know that I was the Peruvians get him to come. They got a high performance centre at Punta Hermosa, I think it is, and they get in Martin to come back. This is pre-COVID. They'll get Martin to come back like once or twice a year and do some clinics and stuff over there. So hopefully he's watching. G'day Martin, how you going? I always, like I said, I'm a big fan of Martin Dunn. I was into surf coaching very early here in Australia. I was into that elite stuff, and I was running some camps up at Lake Ainsworth. This is in the early 80s, and Martin was actually doing his biomechanics degree at Lismore University. He was a young guy. He came and knocked on my door. He said, "Hey, my name's Martin Dunn. I'm doing a biomechanics degree just here at Lismore University. Is there any way that I can hang out with you guys and just do some research on surfing?" I said, "Yeah, come and sleep on the lounge, mate." Fast forward 30 years, and he's the best coach in the world, you know.
Yeah,
so,
he's an incredible guy too. I do like that. He's been working a little bit with Connor O'Leary. I did see over the last few years.
Sure.
He's just generally anyone that's anywhere on the rankings or has that crazy kind of surfing future potential. You know, Martin's going to be around there somewhere and working alongside them, helping them, like you said, with the biomechanics and with everything else. Here we go, Kai Warner.
Okay, North Narrabeen natural footer. He's used to blasting on the backhand. Kai, nice angle of attack on that one. Wow, that's really digging deep. So that little board, is that the little, no, was it that the board with the channels?
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's the same board. We'll have to have a check out at the end of the heat. There we go, Lennox Smith. That'll be his
Lennox
second
has
wave.
lost his board.
Oh.
That's weird. He's not wearing a leg rope. So that's, he's broken his leg rope. Wow, that's weird. He must have a little skinny spaghetti comp cord on.
A little bit of floss.
Well, he's going to have to do the old Trevor Handy. Let's see if he can catch up to it. That board's not going to go too much further to shore, I can imagine. It's a little dead spot there, but that's weird. It looked like the leg rope has actually just come off, is it? Or has he got a leg rope on there? I thought I saw one coming. Either way, he'll get his board and get back out there as Grayson just gives a little tap on the end of that one. So 4.5 minutes remaining. From my lengthy experience in this sport, Jess, I reckon 90% of heats are won and lost in the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, that seems to happen in every single heat, and especially with the conditions like this, it's all down to those last few waves that roll on through. Have a look at that last wave for Grayson Hinrich, 6.83. So that was the very ending of that wave we saw just across the screen where he changed direction, made the rebound on the foam on the forehand, and that was the man in blue taking the lead. So George Pitter, current #1 ranked junior surfer in Australia, pre-COVID. So at the moment, he was in second position. There we go. Last wave for Lennox Smith, a 4.80. Lennox moves into second, and a big shout out to those boys from Southbridge Board Riders as well. I know they'll be tuning in down there. They've got a really solid team, and of course, Southbridge Board Riders super involved in helping that National Surfing Reserve being established down there at the farm. So
absolutely,
big shout out to the guys and girls down there at Southbridge.
Yeah, Colin Gow and all the gang. How you doing? They've got a great club down there, and a lot of juniors coming through their club as well. And that wave down there is pretty special as well. We won't talk too much about it. All right, so Grayson Heinrich in the lead. Have a look at these scores, folks. We've got a 10.9 in first, 10.7 in second, 10.33 in third, 10.30 in fourth. Does that get any closer? What is that? There's a less than 1 point separating first to fourth.
Yeah, so that last wave for Kai Warner was a 5.47. So we're just over 3 minutes on the clock. It is literally anyone's game here. We're going to see who's been able to pick off that first priority position. It's going to be super important going into the last 3 minutes. Like you said, most heats lost and won in that. And now you can see on the screen Joey Sear, local lad, out there in the white for round 3, heat number 4. He'll be versing Joel Vaughan, Saxon Reba, and the South Coast man from Ulladulla, Luke O'Connell, who we heard from yesterday.
Luke was ripping yesterday. They're all ripping. I mean, this has been such a great quality competition here as we see White up and riding. Georgie Pitar, just a little stumble on that turn, and Georgie get a little bonus section on the inside here. Let's see if he can milk this thing for what it's worth. This wave is hardly broken, and George is still ripping it all the way through to shore.
Yeah, he hasn't had maybe the choice of the waves or the luck with the waves standing up in front of him, but you can see his surfing is so sharp, and all he needs at the moment is a 5.38. So I'm not sure if that wave's going to be offering him up enough to go into that score range. There's a big hello this morning, I'm sure, Dimmy tuning in, and the North Stain Board Riders crew. Here we go. Current heat leader Grayson Heinrich up and riding on the forehand, goofy footer. Lines up the first section, drops the wallet, lays back for the first manoeuvre, throws the tail for the second, adjusts and resets for the third, and looks to put a bit of extra foam on the end of this one. So nice 4-turn combo. You can see in the body language there, Tezza, he likes the feel of that.
I got a feeling that's going to pull him out of the 10-point range. Everyone's on 10 point something at the moment. Kai Warner up, blasting away on the backhand. Oh, wow, he has got such great control over that board. That was a little stumble on the top turn, obviously. Bang. Oh, yeah, he just had a little mistiming on that one, but that's interesting. So far this heat, with just under 2 minutes to go, is tighter than a Hollywood facelift.
It is very tight. 0.1 or 0.5 between literally first and fourth, and it's really interesting to see Kai at the bottom of the ranks at the moment. It looks like the younger guys just getting that ball rolling perhaps a little bit quicker and able to find the better looking waves. The last score for Grayson and Kai ready to lock on in. Last wave for George, a 3.37. So not enough. He's still going to be looking for a 5.38 at this point. Lennox Smith sitting in that second position. Last score for Grayson goes into his top 2, a 5-point ride. So extending the lead with 50 seconds on the clock. George and Kai going to need to find themselves a 6-point ride as we see. Lennox up and riding.
Wow, nice sharp opening turns there for Lennox Smith. This is going to really consolidate his performance as he jams it up. Wow, that is next level stuff.
I could see his leg rope flailing around behind him on that wave there, so perhaps maybe it's broken on the connection points. He's still got it attached to his foot, but looks like it's not going to hinder him. There you can see it flying in the background.
It's actually it's broken at the rail saver end. What a classic. So he put the leggy back on and he's gone back out there.
Well, I tell you what, I'd say that's a good nod to his respect for the ocean. He doesn't want to leave any plastic or any junk in there, so he decided to...
And he didn't leave any petrol in the tank on that last wave. Let me just say that as well. And that's a score coming through 6.07. And there's the Hooters in the background, folks. So unfortunately for George Pitar and Kai Warner, they are eliminated. In the end, it was Lennox Smith, Grayson Heinrich rolling through that one. It was heat number 3, round 3 of the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. So we're going to throw to a quick commercial break and be back with more live action right after this.
Have faith in me, I have faith in you. Still so many miles we can leave behind. How we learn to fly, the way we move and tight, that we hold you close while we're here in this room. I can hear the horizon calling. I can see the road to go. And every time I think of you, and I think of coming home. I said you and I felt like strangers in the night. Since I found you, I found my reason why. Oh, every time I think of you, babe, I think of coming home.
Volkswagen.
Okay, think speed, think H4FCS. Oh my goodness, those fins look so insane. Tez McKenna hanging out with True Starling. How you doing?
Good. How are you, Tezza?
Good. Have you? Are you an FCS fin girl or?
I sure am.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have you tried those H4s?
I haven't tried them yet. We have them. I work at Ribco Narrabeen, and we've got them in the shop. And everyone that rides them says they're amazing. So
I went to the local surf shop and they said, forget about it, man. They're sold out here.
Yeah.
Everyone's onto that stuff.
Oh.
And Jolie Vaughan onto a nice early ride here. He's in the red singlet. We've got Luke O'Connell also posting 1.5 on his opening wave. Joe Sear, of course, is a Shire local. He's wearing the white singlet. Saxon Reba is looking at this one in yellow.
Yeah, Saxon is from North Stain, so he's up and riding on his forehand. He tags that first turn, brings it around for a second. I tell you what, he was on fire yesterday in his first heat, and he's trying to look for this little link up, and it looks like he'll get it. So he tags that last section and rides out of that nicely. So opening scores locking in for surfers in red and yellow, Joel Vaughan and Saxon Reba.
Okay, so it's finals day here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. Hope you're enjoying the action. Some nice, clean, fun little waves. You're actually competing here today as well.
I sure am, yeah. I think I'm third heat of the women's.
Okay,
yeah,
wow.
Which will be exciting.
How you feeling? Pretty good? Have you had a little warm-up surf this morning?
Yes, I got here nice and early this morning, drove from Narrabeen and had a warm-up surf, a free surf.
On the contest bank?
Yeah, I was
how is it out there? Is it a little soft or is it still pretty fun?
It is a little bit soft, but it's still fun. When you can find one that stands up and you can kind of get a wall on it.
And are you going to ride like a small wave board today or your regular board or?
I actually recently got a new board from Onboard Store in Mona Vale, and it's just a little OG Fly Roundtail, and I've been riding that ever since I got it, and I'm loving it. So I think I'm just going to stick on that one.
Unreal, and it's a little roundtail that goes good in small waves.
Yes.
With a lot of area in it.
Yeah.
Awesome, and they're so cool because with that a lot of area in the roundtail, you've still got the curve to hold in. So it really holds in through the critical turns, but you've still got the squirt with the width in the tail.
Yeah, exactly, and that's something that I was looking for. So
I had one of those once, and I really enjoyed it. It was a great small wave board, so good on you. Well, good luck today, and
Thank you.
the main priority for you is the surfing, and then the second thing is the commentary. We don't want to put too much pressure on you. Okay, Charlie Vaughan into a nice early wave. He's out in the lead at the moment. Saxon Reba also sitting in second. Luke O'Connell is in third. Josie holding down fourth position at the moment. And it's very early days. Looks like we do have an interview with the winner of the previous heat, Lennox Smith. How you doing, buddy?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good, mate. Hey, congratulations. That was a pretty tough one. They're all tough heats here at Cronulla today.
Yeah, I know. That was a super hard heat.
Mate, how old are you?
15.
15? Yeah. You're almost the same age as Huey Vaughan that's out in the world. We might have to check your bus pass. No, good stuff, mate. You've been ripping. What was the strategy going into that one?
I was talking to Griggsy before I went out, and we sort of seen that there was two peaks. So it was the left and the right, and I decided to paddle out on the left, and no real waves come through, so I was like getting a bit nervous.
Yeah, I saw that.
But then a few at the end sort of came through, and I just got lucky with.
Yeah, you did well, mate. No, it was a good strategy, and it's very inconsistent out there. So using that priority system is going to really come into play today.
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome, mate. Have you got anything you'd like to say? We got True Starling here.
Hey, True.
Hey, how are you, Lennox?
Good, thank you.
That's good. What was your equipment like today? I mean, it's a little bit smaller than yesterday, so did you change your boards up or did you stick on your old favourite?
Yeah, I just stuck to my board. My leggy came off through the heat and I was
what, did the rail saver come off at the back or what happened?
Just a little cord at the back came off and I just had to swim like 15 metres. I was so...
I like how you didn't leave the leg rope in the line-up, Lennox. That was very environmentally conscious of you, buddy. So good stuff. Yeah, you put it back on and still surfed it anyway. Mate, that was a great performance. You're really on track and enjoying your surfing here today, so good luck in the next one.
Thank you.
Good luck, Lennox.
That's Lennox Smith from the South Beach Board Riders. Great little talent, that guy, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So
Good kid too.
Yeah, really good kid. He's always got that nice, happy face, you know,
he
and
sure
stoked
does.
on life. And why wouldn't you be when you're that guy?
Oh, 100%.
He's got a big future. Okay, so around about 13 and a half minutes left on the clock at the moment.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time remaining. Joey Sear hasn't yet opened up his account. The waves have kind of slowed up a little bit during this heat, but I reckon it'll get better throughout the day. Potentially on that low tide, it might be a little bit more rippable. When is low tide, Tessa?
I think low tide is actually, I'm going to go straight to the old Coastal Watch app. Thanks, guys. Low tide, 10 past 9.7 of a metre, so we're not too far away from that. At the moment, it's 8 o'clock local time. Here in the Shire, high tide, 3:30, 1.5 metres. Yesterday, I kind of felt like almost the incoming tide improved the conditions. It seemed like here in Cronulla, sometimes the southeast swell kind of goes past this part of the beach. Swell has got a little more east in it today, there's no doubt about that. But with that incoming tide, it does have a bit of a drawing effect for the swell to pull it into the little corner here. So hopefully we'll see an improvement throughout the day. Winds at the moment, they started west-northwest. I think at the moment it's just a light westerly. It's going to go southwest and then south-southeast.
Yeah,
that's the trajectory,
Yeah, conditions are so nice. When I drove down this morning, I was just going, okay, this is perfect conditions for an event. It's kind of small, but that's okay. The conditions are amazing, so I was super
What about the
excited to
water
get
temp out there? How is that today?
You know what? I went out in a steamer this morning, and I was really hot.
Good.
Yeah, so it's warmed up a little bit, so I think I might head out in my heat in a short leg.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you never sort of feel, I'd never feel the cold in a heat anyway.
either.
Yeah, you're always
Yeah.
thinking about other stuff too much.
Yeah, you're always paddling around, kicking,
And it's a good way to, I just love the freedom of surfing without a wetsuit, you know. But
same.
of course, we all need one occasionally. So 11 and a half minutes left on the clock. Jolie Vaughan in lead, Saxon Reba in second, Luke O'Connell in third, and the local Joe Sear looks like he might have his sights set on an opening wave here, and it could be a pretty good one. I'm sure that Joe's in I know that one's not going to happen. And in fact, picking up the corner is Joel Vaughan.
Yeah, Joel up and riding on his backhand. Beautiful first turn, and he's hopefully going to try and connect this one. So he just does a quick little foam climb. Unfortunately, I don't know if this wave is going to offer him any more. So he kicks out of there. That is Joel's second scoring ride, so he will extend his lead with just on 11 minutes remaining. I mean, I don't know about you, Tezza, but I don't think I'd be waiting 9 minutes for a wave out there.
No, I think... it's important to use all the heat time. If you wait 9 minutes, you've effectively turned it into 11-minute heat.
Yeah,
I like to use all the heat time, even if it's only... That's a nice little combo for Luke O'Connell. He's been on fire lately, Luke. His surfing has really gone to the next level over the last few events. And up and riding Saxon Reba for the Northern Beaches Goofy Footer. And that guy has been also really starting to develop a lot more strength and power in his surfing as well.
Yeah, and he's just done... I was down at the beach the other day, and he was doing a run up the beach. I'm like, Saxon, what are you doing? And he's trying out for to be a lifeguard for this summer, which is pretty exciting as well. So he's, keeping it all around the beaches and staying in the ocean and keeping fit, which is really cool to see.
Yeah, nice stuff. Of course, over there on the Northern Beaches, you guys are pretty lucky. There's a few surf academies and lots of great coaches over there, and lots of great training facilities. So you're very lucky in that respect, that's for sure. Okay, so finals day here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. We're live on Facebook. If you go jump into the comment section, let us know. Here's Joey Sear on his opening wave, looking for a nice little hit there, and Joe sets it up. He's gone in an attempt to throw the fins over the back there. His foot was not quite in the right position, and he's lost control. And there's Jolie Vaughan also just blowing the fins out on that one. So we're in the shadows of halftime for heat number 4, round 3 here at the VW Cronulla Open.
Still plenty of time remaining, though.
Lots of
time. I feel
time.
like there'll be plenty of waves to come through.
Yeah,
for all the
exactly. I've been doing, with the lack of competitions and events and stuff, I've gone back into the surf coaching world. I used to run a couple of surf schools in Newcastle back in the day.
Yeah.
And I was into the elite surf coaching in the 80s, even prior to guys like Martin Dunn and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've gone back into coaching a lot of kids in Newcastle at the moment. It's been really good, actually. I've been enjoying it. And also I had to do the lifeguard test to get my qualifications back. The Oscar, like the run, swim, run, and the swim for 800 metres and stuff. I'm not a young man anymore, so I was a little concerned about it. And I thought, do I even want to practice swimming for this test? And I thought, I'll just be going to make me more tired for the next day, right?
Yeah, 100%.
So I just turned up at the pool, and he said, righto, you got to do 800 in 10 minutes. I'm like, holy. I said, this is a 100-metre pool, right? And he goes, no, that's a 50-metre pool. I'm like, Oh, man, that's twice as far as I thought.
Yeah.
So I had to really do it, and I was so gassed at the end. I made it by 10 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah, so,
That's
and
pretty
I'm not a real
incredible, though.
swimming kind of a guy.
Yeah,
But,
I'm the same.
and then the run, swim, run. And anyway, I passed it all, which is
Oh,
really good. So
wonderful.
I'm a qualified coach, and with my recommended prior learning, I'm now a high performance coach.
Oh, incredible.
Yeah, so I'm going to look at starting my own academy up in Newcastle and getting right back into that stuff.
Yeah, and did you have any kids in the event?
Yeah, I had a couple of kids in. Young guy, Taj Turner from Port Stephens. He didn't have a great time, but it's all experience.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and he was up against some really experienced surfers as well. So, but no, I've been working with a little guy called Jimmy Hill up in Port Stephens, and you're going to remember that name.
Yeah, I think I already know the name.
Jimmy's an incredible talent, so I'm really looking forward to seeing how his surfing develops in the next coming years. Only 12 or 13 years old. Here's Red up and riding, Jolie Vaughan, and there's a stack of these guys from the Central Coast. Vaughny on Instagram.
Yes. I was just having a good old chat with Vaughny, and I was telling him how I always get nervous whenever Joel surfs and my sister surfs. No
Right.
one else. Anything else, I'm like, okay, this is really nerve-wracking. I
Sure.
need to pull myself together. I got a coffee. I was like, you know what, I shouldn't have had my coffee.
Yeah, exactly.
But Vaughny's a legend. He's got his camera out. He's got his headphones in. He's in the zone. He's like, all right.
Yeah.
Come on, Joel.
I love that little family. They're so surf orientated, and they're all so talented. And even Mr. Vaughan, the dad, is a great surfer and a great guy, lifeguard as well. We were speaking about that stuff a minute ago. So 7 minutes remaining. Joel Vaughan is sitting at the lead. Saxon Reba right on his tail. Luke O'Connell in third. Joey Sear opened up with a 393. That could have been a much better score for Joe. Unfortunately, Joe had a little stumble on the final manoeuvre. There's not a lot of room to move as far as making mistakes here to go, because most of the heats here today, we've only seen the competitors get 2, 3, and maybe 4 rides.
Yeah, and it's really slow, so I feel like you need to capitalize on that first wave and really get a 5 or above so you can solidify that first or second spot. Because we've kind of seen in the last few heats, people haven't really been getting their first or second waves until about 4 or 5 minutes to go. I think in that last heat, Grayson only got his second wave with 3 minutes to go or something.
Yeah, exactly. Dean Bowen only had 2 waves in the previous heat. He got his second wave with about 30 seconds to go.
Yeah.
So it's pretty inconsistent. That's the thing. We've coming off a big fresh south swell. It's faded now down to about a 1 metre east-southeasterly swell, and here we're only seeing maybe half to 1 metre.
Yeah.
So it's smaller and cleaner, but it's definitely contestable, and we're stoked to be back here in Cronulla. It's a beautiful part of the world, and if you want more information on Cronulla, go to sydney.com. You'll be able to suss out all the cool stuff about this beautiful little town here, which is a real bubble, isn't it? Everything is encapsulated in this. We're on the I guess the city limits here, because if you go a little bit further south, we're in the national park. So it's a beautiful place to live, because it's 25 minutes into the city, or you can just jump in your car and 20 minutes you're down in the national park.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
a great spot. Speaking of good spots, we've got another event down in Port Macquarie this weekend.
Yes, that's right. Or up in Port Macquarie.
Well, yeah, up in Port Macquarie, I should say, yeah.
I don't know why it's up. It's not like it's up, like you're heading uphill to Queensland and downhill.
I know, I'm always
but it seems like it's up the coast and down the coast, right?
up the coast.
Maybe going north is up and going south is going down.
Yeah.
I don't know why. But, that's going to be really cool. And it looks like northeast swell with southerly wind. So, to me, that says Town Beach, Port Macquarie. Yep. There's a really nice right-hander, that breakwall right-hander, that rip bowl. And the sand there is pretty good at the moment as well, as we see Saxon Reba. Saxon's actually holding on to the highest single score of the heat at the moment. It was a 5.83 on that left-hander that we saw earlier. And up and riding now, Joe Sear just ripping into this one.
Yeah, beautiful first carve, and he puts it up there for a finishing turn, and he sticks this one. So that's going to be, in my eyes, Joey Sear's best wave for the heat, with just under 5 minutes remaining in this one, 4.5 minutes. So Joel Vaughan is sitting out in front, Saxon Reba in second. He has another score to lock in. Luke O'Connell in third, and Joey Sear in fourth with his second scoring ride to lock in as well. I mean, still a fair amount of time left in this heat, with plenty of waves still to come through. And who have we got coming up next, Tezza?
Okay, heat number 5, Dylan Moffat, Aidan Lewin Parsons, Jasper Welsh, and Brent Symes will be coming up in the next one. The band they call Red Dog. Then we got Jared Hickle, Jay Brown, Stu Kennedy, Benny Duncan. That's heat 6. Logan Steinway, Coda Killorn, Josh Stretton, Eddie Hamady in heat number 7. Heat number 8, the final one, Harley Ross, Hayden Blair, Darcy Crump, Shane Cadden. So a real nice mix of youth and experience right throughout the draw. But in general, we've got New South Wales and Australia's best surfers here for the Volkswagen Cronulla Open.
Looks like there's a couple of lines approaching as we see Luke O'Connell here has dropped down into fourth. Oh, Unfortunately, his front foot looks like it just slipped off on that one, so he unfortunately came unstuck. So he'll get straight back out there with 3.5 minutes remaining in this heat. So still a fair bit of time, hopefully, for another set to come through.
Okay, you could see him just look directly to shore. Look, he's still checking it out. I reckon what, so he's probably got a coach on the beach there who's going, go on to Southern Bank. Go on Southern Bank. You could almost see he's like, okay, no, what's that? Okay, I'm heading down there now. I used to get a little bit off put when people were pointing me on the beach for some reason. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why. It used to freak me out. I remember once I surfed, this was going back years ago, I surfed a man-on-man heat against Weslane at the Stubby Surf Classic. This is like in the 80s, right? And Nicky Wood, who was a famous surfer, and his dad they rented the top floor of their Burleigh apartments. And
wow.
So what they did was I could see their balcony from the lineup.
Yeah.
So they'd flap the towel when the sets was coming, and it really worked a treat.
That's so good.
Yeah, it really helped me in the heat.
Really
that time it really helped. There's no doubt about that. For sure. So we are into the final day of the Volkswagen Cronulla Open, all part of the Australian Open of Surfing. $42,000 in prize money across just a couple of weeks, or at least 6 weeks of non-stop competition. It's a great little roadie and a cool way to explore New South Wales.
Oh, it's an incredible way, especially now everyone's able to kind of venture out of their hometown a little bit more. So it's exciting to, travel a little bit more and go to different places, surf some different waves. And I'm really looking forward to going up to Port Macquarie. I love that little place up there. So
yeah, it's a beautiful little town. I just went up there a couple of weeks ago and worked an event at Lighthouse Beach. The banks are incredible, but you need the sort of northwest-northeast winds for over there. Be interesting. I think it's blowing. It's going to blow northeast from Tuesday to Friday this week. So that's going to establish a long period northeast swell, I believe, and then maybe a south change on Friday night. So yeah, I think it may be Town Beach, Port Macquarie next weekend.
Perfect.
Yeah, so I'm only keeping an eye on that because I also have a contest on in Port Stephens, the King of the Box, and it works on those exact same conditions. So my contest might be on the Saturday as well. I'm going to make the official call on Tuesday because some people want to go in both events, so they're going to have to make a decision about how to do it. And then, I want to bring all in the reserves, and we want to make both events as juicy as we can.
Yeah, perfect.
So Jolly Vaughan out in the lead, 11.52 wave tally. Saxon Reba sitting in second with 11.4 right on his heels. And you got Joey Sear, the local, is on screen at the moment. So Joe's sitting in third place right now, and he's chasing a 6.84. He's got a little bit of work to do after a bit of a stumbled start there for Joe. And Luke O'Connell requires 7.51 to move up into second spot here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open.
We're inside the final minute, so hopefully another set will come through for the boys, and hopefully they can light it up. I mean, Joel and Saxon have been looking on fire in this heat, both with less than 0.1 in between the two of them, which is pretty exciting stuff.
Well, there's your priority. Priority red, second priority white, priority 3 is yellow, priority 4 is blue. The surfers look from left to right to work out the priority sequence. So great little system when that came in, maybe, 10 years ago, the 4-man priority. Prior to that, we only ever used 2-man priority for maybe like 30 years. And I remember saying to them, why don't we do 4-man priority? And they go, nah, this is already too complicated with 2 guys in the water. And then when they did it, it was like, actually, we can do 4-man priority, and it's worked pretty good since. I mean, it doubles the chance of making some little fundamental errors, but now they've worked out the priority marshals. There's guys that are dedicated towards this job, and now they've really got a sharp eye, and they've got all these little things they look for to establish the priority. So we're inside the final 5 seconds now. It's going to be Joel Vaughan and Saxon Reba that will roll through this one. Heat number 4, round number 3, and there's the hooter in the background. Nice work. Thank you, True Starling. We're going to throw to a commercial break now and come back with more live action from the Volkswagen Cronulla Open right after this little commercial break, so hang out.
Volkswagen.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
Finals day, Volkswagen Cronulla Open, day number 2. And we are go. Good morning.
Morning, Crispy. How are you?
Yeah, very good. So, Australian Open, and tell you what, great to see the waves. Everyone frothing, it's smooth, it's silky, and the alley rip bowl, well, when that tide comes up, it's going to be pretty sweet.
Yeah, I reckon it'll be pretty fun for the women's division.
That is true, and they're suiting up. Very soon. They were out in the practice this morning, all the girls, and it was great to see. You know.
Yeah, I think we start in 3 heats, which is exciting.
Yeah, it is. It's come around quick, and how have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, I've been loving it.
You and your sister?
Yeah, me and JJ enjoying it. Oh, Dill, smashing that one. We do have Dill Moffat, Aiden Lewin-Parsons, Jasper Welsh, and Brent Symes in the water at the moment. That was Dylan Moffat on his first wave and Jasper Welsh behind him. So 2 opening rides for the surfers in red and yellow. And Crispy, we've seen in the past few heats, people who haven't really had a busy start maybe haven't been making the heat. So I think a couple of key points that we've been talking about is having a busy start, getting those waves nice and quickly, and capitalising on those first turns and those first waves as well to really get those good scores.
Well, it's like if you break it down simply, if you get a wave, you get a score.
Yeah.
And it's a great way to start. Quick start, simple thing, but, you know, martindunn.com, the super coach, and what a legend, you know, driving through decades, as we've heard from Greenie and Macca, Martin Dunn in the coaching scene, and all the great coaches through Surfing Australia, Surfing New South Wales, and the other states. You can do it online, by the way. Check it out. But, yeah, just driving that performance and different strategies. What's a strategy? You know, equipment, the pillars. And that's a real key. A simple thing, break it down, get a wave.
Yeah.
Get good ones, quality ones. And that's in the game plan. Have a plan.
100%.
Fail to plan. Plan to fail.
Yeah. Well, Dylan open up with a 7.17. Jasper Welsh's first wave a 3.50, and first of blue, Brent Symes, a 1.67. So that leaves Aiden Lewin-Parsons sitting out there with first priority, yet to catch his first wave with 16 minutes remaining in this one. So plenty of time left. I mean, we are in the opening stages of this heat. It's been some exciting surfing this morning. I'm looking forward to the rest of the day. I mean, we will be moving into women's quarterfinals, followed by men's quarterfinals, then women's semis, men's semis, and then into the finals for the men's and women's.
Well, looks like we're going to go live to last heat's winner, and looks like it. Well, it's the smiley, Jolly Vaughan. Good morning, congratulations, legend.
Thank you.
Hey, talk us about the conditions this morning. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. There's like fun waves when they come through, but it's just pretty small and inconsistent, and just got to be lucky to get on a good one.
Hey, talk us through, you know, you and your brothers and Vaughnie all the way. What's been happening for you guys the last 7-8 months? No contests.
We've just been surfing around home, getting pumping waves, and it's just been really fun, been really enjoyable, and yeah, it's been great.
Hey, yeah, mate, excellent combo. You know, 11.5 to start through. Who are some of the warning signals from some of the surfers you're looking out for?
Oh, everyone's ripping. It's pretty hard to tell when it's this small, but everyone, when they get a good wave, they can go as well as they can, so yeah.
And did you have a certain game plan out there, Joel?
I just tried to get two waves with nice sections at the start, and then wait for a good one.
Sick. Well, thanks for coming on, and good luck in your next round.
Thanks heaps.
See you, Jolly.
Bye.
Well, that was Jolly in there. He's one of the locals. I think that's Benny Duncan.
Yeah. Surfing New South Wales crew member as well.
And he's with the goofy footer. It's my old mate from Cronulla.
Oh, no way.
It's great to see everyone down here. Like, literally 4 days of catch-ups.
So good.
You move 3 metres, there's another hello. What's been happening?
How
COVID.
good is it?
How are the banks at Lennox?
100%. I've missed surf comp so much.
Yeah.
Just chatting to people, catching up, getting coffee with friends.
Yeah,
Missed
it's really sparked up the community both financially and also mental health ways as well. We get to see and broaden our social group as well as being safe as well. It's been great. It's a COVID safe. Even with that interview, they just talk to us via the camera. So
it's
that's
pretty
the way
cool
we
how
just
they can
take
do
the
that.
steps. Keep safe and let's beat this thing.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, back to the action. 14 minutes remaining. Dylan Moffat, and I'll tell you what, he just flies in with quick starts and real sharp precision turning, which the judges are looking for Sparky Surfing. He's in the lead, a 7.17. Jasper Welsh, a 3.5. Good start.
Yeah.
And when we talked about starts, that's what we're looking for. Something to build your house. Start with a score, start with a wave. Brent Symes, a 1.67. Sometimes that's when you fall off, you get a low score, but you still got time on your side. And priority, such a key.
100% priority has made, I feel, surf events so much easier, especially in conditions like this. You can pick the best wave that comes through, which is so important. Wave selection in any event, but especially when it's a bit smaller conditions, I feel. But Dylan Moffat definitely capitalised on his first wave, dropping a 7.17.
Well, up next we've got Jared Hickle, so all the Tracy Hickle and all the crew, they'll be shooting for the local Goofy Footy. Is up next in red, Jay Brown. And then verse Stu Kennedy, so recently re-signed with Carve and all the Lennox crew and the Lee Bar crew. Ash and the kids, shout out to them. And all the crew up there, they'll be tuning in live on the broadcast. Hope you're enjoying the view. Thank you to Fresh Air Broadcasting and Surfing New South Wales. This is Volkswagen Finals Day. Beautiful Cronulla.
Yes. I love Cronulla. Every time I come down here, I always get fun waves, good food, good coffee, good vibes.
Oh,
I enjoy it.
Yeah, Bormy and Philippa were just like, how good's the coffee here? And I went, that's it. Sea level,
so
hole
good.
in the wall, you got ham, you got the cartel. It's everything's here.
So
Pilgrims.
good. Yeah.
Vegetarians, vegan.
Oh, yum.
Aunt Macca, Phil Macca there.
Yeah.
Old place, Pilgrims at Ulladulla and at Cronulla. And that just, well, you go in there, feel good, eat, and then you walk out feeling amazing.
What's your favourite meal there?
The lentil burger.
The lentil burger.
With a coffee and a protein ball.
And a protein ball. Lentil burger, coffee, and a protein ball. Wow.
You got to surf first, but
yeah.
You park at the island or point.
Yeah.
That's what Nixie and I did the other day. We just chilled down there.
Epic. And this is Aidan Lewin-Parsons up and riding on his first wave. Beautiful second turn. Puts it up there again for another one and finishes that one off nice and cleanly. So Aidan Lewin-Parsons has opened up his account with, in my opinion, what could be the second best wave of the heat, with just on 11 minutes remaining in this one. What do you reckon, Crispy?
Yeah, that was just beautiful to watch.
Yeah.
Great wave, syncopated rhythm, just like music. He didn't push it. He just let it flow. He connected with every turn and the rhythm from start to finish. He plays 4 really good turns. I'm going to see, it's going to hit the high notes on this one. So he's opened his account. And again, 9 minutes. He was patient.
Yeah.
That's the key with the quality of waves today. The wind's really good from the southwest. So we're going to have a gangbuster score coming through. And that's a great start. There it is.
Yeah.
Good wave on the range. A 6.5.
Great first start to the heat. So he only needs a 0.43 to jump up into second. Dylan's second wave was just a 1-point ride, and Brent Symes is chasing a 5.27. So still plenty of time remaining with just on 10 minutes remaining. So halfway down, halfway to go in this heat.
Alrighty, so a big shout out to Volkswagen. How were what was your favourite Volkswagen on the weekend? Was it the old school? Was it the 15 window one? Or
I couldn't pick. I love them all.
Yeah.
I went down with my sister and we were just in heaven. We were just there going through them all. It was just incredible. All of them were so amazing and I want one. I walked away going, okay, how much do I need to save up to get one of these?
Well, you can pre-order. You can be 103 because Terry McKenna's 101. I'm 102 in the back order. The 2021 Volkswagen California, and they look at the mustard white one. I like the limo. Didn't mind the limo, but the mustard and white, the two-tone.
Yeah.
That would just cut through the road tripping with Volkswagen. Check it out. You've done a few clips with Volkswagen. Talk us through that online, surfingnewsouthwales.com.au.
I know, yeah. We had a little Volkswagen van there, just one of the multi-vans, and my dad and I used to do heaps of trips up and down the coast, and we would take all the seats out of the van, chuck in a mattress, put the boards up on the roof, and we just sleep in the van. I remember we went up to Hastings up at the caravan park up there.
Yeah,
And we
classic.
stay in the caravan park in the van, and it's just so easy. It's such an easy way to, you know, go up and down the coast for surf events or even just to go up for a little weekend trip getaway. Yeah, I love it. It's so much fun, and it's just, you can go out, you can cook. If you take a little barbecue, you can cook food there, and yeah, it's the best. How about
Yeah.
yourself? Have you done any trips up and down the coast?
Yes, and we've got a big car, but we need to upgrade to Volkswagen, so check them out on their website. And tell you what, this is number one with, we've got Port Macquarie next week, and then there's
Yeah.
Kiama, and then we go to Coffs Harbour, far south coast, and then the northern beaches. So VW will be road tripping all up and down with surfers, with family, with
Yeah.
athletes,
100%.
officials too. So just the whole gamut of what the surf community is,
Yeah.
driving amazing contests. Well, there is Stu Kennedy, one of the top seeds of this event, former tour surfer, did come in just 11th, so he was
Yeah.
first reserve for 2020, and good mate. They're sparring partners, him and Connor O'Leary. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
they're always sparring down here, down there, and he got to catch up with a few mates. So, you know, his good mate Jake that he went through the QS series with, he's always hanging out with Connor.
Yeah.
So he's spending time with friends he hasn't seen, and I think his dad lives at Bonnet Bay. So,
Oh,
so many
nice.
connections.
Yeah.
Everyone that they have driving, like we heard, Gary Green, the former tour surfer, he went to your way, Northern Beaches as
Yep.
a kid, then went to Burleigh to stay with Nick Carroll, and then returning to Cronulla, and he was in Search 1 and 2.
No
You have to
way.
watch those movies.
Yeah, I should.
Rubber Soul, and one of the first pro surfers that got paid just to surf after the tour.
Wow.
Like Margot.
Yes.
That is Gary Green and Tom Curran.
Wow, I'll have to watch it. That's pretty cool.
They're and they literally are the VW road tripping surf
Team.
Yeah, iconic film.
That's epic.
All right, back to the action. We just love just sitting on the couch here. And again, thank you to Fresh Air Broadcast doing a great job. Dylan Moffat in the lead for all those viewers at home. 817. Tide is moving up mid-tide. Jasper Welsh in second. And then Aidan Lewin-Parson in a dangerous position. He's on the heels. He just needs another good wave to really take the lead and take the driver's seat in this heat through to the quarterfinals. And Brent Symes needs to move, needs to, you know, push it in. And Symesy, bit of a stalwart. But I'll tell you what, right now, while there's a break in the action, we're going to take a short mid-break and hear from our great partners. This is the Volkswagen Finals Day here at Cronulla Open. See you soon.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
Alrighty, welcome back to Finals Day Volkswagen Cronulla Open. My name's Crispy and I'm with the legend, the Northern Beaches. Well, Prue Starling. True, Prue?
True.
I always call you Prue.
I know. Everyone gets it. True, Prue, Trudy. I get Trudy a lot.
You do?
Yeah.
Well, you're being busy, like not only on the Surfing New South Wales website, tripping around, walking. You've been walking some other places too with our partners.
Yeah.
Ridges Hotel, we might see a bit of that.
Maybe.
A stone's throw.
Maybe.
And you've enjoyed the accommodation here. Who are you staying with? You're staying with one of our partners.
Yeah, it's really exciting. The rooms are beautiful up
Yeah.
there. Yeah, so nice and super clean, and yeah, such a good place to stay.
Do you know I stayed, like I grew up here at Cronulla here for 38 years and I've been up Lennox 6 years, but I had a holiday at home at Ridges once for 3 days. Guess why?
Why?
Because Jamie Jury did up my backyard, my Mexican house, and we had a Mexican episode.
That's so cool.
He went to Mexico, did up our backyard. We had 3 days at Ridges. Thanks, Jamie. Thanks, Channel 7.
What a legend.
Yeah, it was pretty sick.
That's so cool.
I just needed to connect to the barbecue and the
Yeah.
solar, but everything else was amazing. We were
Epic.
thankful.
That's so
It was a
good.
new backyard. But check them out. The Outdoor Room episodes 1 to 10.
1 to 10.
Back in the day, you got Search 1 and 2, Outdoor Room episode number 10, Mexico.
Wow.
All right, Sydney.com. Thank you, Destination New South Wales as well, our great partners for all the live crosses. And that is Brett Symes, one of the stalwarts in this event. And we've seen grommets like Grace Gosby, who's headlining today again through a 12-year-old.
Yeah.
You know, still in year 6, and she's looking
Year 6, wow.
amazing getting through a heat yesterday because she picked the right waves and did the right turns, and the judges, well, they kicked her through to finals day. That'll be
Very
exciting to see.
exciting.
Her parents, Evan and the crew, are frothing.
Yeah, well, with just on 3 minutes remaining, Dilmoff is still out in front. He has a 7.17 and a 4.67 to his name. Aidan Lewin Parsons has jumped up into second spot with a 6.50 and a 2.80. Jasper Welsh has been bumped down into third, only looking for a 5.81 to progress through this one. And Brent Symes, still sitting on that 1.67, is chasing a 7.64 with just under 3 minutes remaining in this heat. I mean, Crispy, what would you do out there if you were Jasper Welsh or Brent Symes?
Yeah, so I think he's just got to separate himself. You can see the guys have got priority out there as well. So you're looking at Dylan Moffat's in a really good spot. He's been one of the standout surfers that you could see at the pointy end of the competition. Could take it out, as with Stewie Kennedy, as we've said, and even some of the locals with the local knowledge. And he's Aidan Lewin Parsons. Look, he's got to place it right on this one, and that is when the pressure comes in.
Yeah.
He knows it mentally. They've just got how to block it out. That is where the proof in the pudding comes from, the training, to really have that experience to hold fort and really close this heat. So Dylan Moffat in the lead. Aidan Lewin Parsons still there. So, but he gives the key in the table for the quarterfinal for Jasper to get a wave. He'll bump up priority over that. So left and right comes through, and there is opportunities out there. A couple of multiple peaks. Hendo's Reef, the main peak, and then that right hander that wraps back into the shorey. So good waves here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. 2 minutes remaining. Yellow and blue still, you know, more for the Jasper Welsh.
Yeah.
Could do a snatch and grab to the quarters.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, there's still a fair amount of time remaining. I mean, hopefully we'll see another set come through. You'd think that Jasper Welsh would be sitting out there with first or second priority, but not anymore as he takes off on this one. So he is chasing a score, tags that first turn, puts it up for a second one. So he was chasing a 5.81. We'll have to see what the judges think of that one with just on a minute remaining. What would you give that one, Crispy?
Yeah, so...
In your opinion.
Yeah, well, so Jasper, we'll just look at that replay. You could see he was really nervous. Got it done. Didn't go full tilt, but he got it done. So I think it's gonna get close, but it may come just under.
Yeah, it just locked in as a 3.03, I believe. So unfortunately, that one didn't go into his top two. So he's still chasing that 5.81.
Yeah, and here it is. Like, look at this back foot power. You surf with Dylan a lot, Dylan Moffat?
Yeah, I surf with Dylan a lot. Yeah, he's down at home in Northern Arabian Board Riders, and we do a couple of team trainings together, and yeah, always see him out there for the earlies or the lates, and yeah,
it's been a real standout. One thing I would say, you don't know what he's going to do, and I reckon that's what's so dangerous about Dylan Moffat.
Yeah, 100%.
Reminds me, beautiful style like John.
Yeah.
So relaxed, so accurate and dangerous at any point.
It's
Agree?
very rare we see him fall on turns.
Yeah.
Or even airs as well.
Yeah, it's great to see, you know, that bring out the final day. You got to bring your best as your biorhythms bounce through to the pointy ends.
Yeah.
Well, that looks like a wrap. Dylan Moffat will fly through to the quarterfinals, and that is the bell on Aidan Lewin Parsons getting across the line. He'll have some learns as he goes into the quarterfinal. And Jasper Welsh, they pick it out their sideline. And Brett Symes, great to have them, but, well, 50% progression on road to the finals. Well, I'm going to take a break, True, and all you viewers will be back after our great sponsors of this event, Finals Day, Volkswagen Cronulla Open. Talk to you soon.
Volkswagen.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
And a very good morning. Live action straight back into it. Open men's round 3, heat number 6 in the water. Benny Duncan, Jared Hickle, Jay Brown and Stu Kennedy. You can see the competitors from the last heat there on the shoreline. Great sportsmanship on display always, especially in this higher class division. Myself, Jess Grimwood, in the booth, joined by True Starling. Good morning again, True.
Morning, Jess. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. And you've been in the water today, of course. Today your competition mode is on, so it's great to have you joining us in the booth as well as competition mode.
Yeah, it's good to be here.
Have a look at this replay. I think this is Jared Hickle, so nice early opening ride. Wow, how high he put that board up over the foam, and little kick off to his campaign out here. There you go, 4.67, 3.33 for Benny Duncan, and just over 17 and a half minutes on the clock. So let us know about the conditions this morning, True. Obviously, you're out there for the warm-up surf nice and early.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I was down here at about 6:15 this morning, so I was straight out there. It's a little bit smaller than yesterday. It's pretty soft, but there's still plenty of waves to come through and do some proper turns on there, as we've seen the boys have displayed all morning. So I'm looking forward to getting out there in the women's quarterfinal coming up next and really giving it a good crack.
Yeah, it's going to be so nice to see you girls out into action. And, of course, hopefully we'll be welcoming your sister into the booth later on today. Jessie, might be nice to see you and Jessie alongside each other and chit-chatting about everything surfing.
It'll be good, hopefully.
Yeah, so maybe...
she's always bouncing around somewhere.
She is. Maybe after your heat, so she's not too nervous and she gets to support you on the beach. We'll get her into the booth.
Yeah, 100%.
And at the moment, pretty heavy looking heat, as has been the nature of this competition from round number 1. It is the Volkswagen Cronulla Open, first stop of the Australian Open of Surfing Series. Here's Stewie Kennedy, former Championship Tour competitor. And here he goes, up and riding on the backhand, straight up into that first section. How's the rotation through the lip there, True? That was an incredible display. One turn wonder for Stewie's opening ride. Have a look to see if we can get a go on the replay. I think he's on a Tomo board as well, so here we go.
Yeah, that board looks spicy. Beautiful first turn. He gets a bit of release on that one as well and comes through. I mean, beautiful first wave to open up on. Hopefully he can get another one that offers him 2 of those. And this is Jay Brown, Cronulla local, up and riding on his forehand. Beautiful snap. I think that was his second one, so he's going to kick out of there and get straight back out there. So all surfers have opened up their account in this heat with just on 16 minutes remaining, and Benny Duncan floats that first section and puts it up there for a second one, gets a nice release off the back of that. So this is a bit more of an exciting heat, this one. The last one, it was a little bit slow. There wasn't many waves coming through in the middle of the heat, but this morning it seems to be in this one packed with jam-packed with waves, and everyone's had quite a few under their belt.
Yeah, and there we go. First scores in for Stewie Kennedy, a 4.47. That second wave of Benny Duncan, a 3.43, as we cross down to previous heat's heat winner, Dylan Moffat. There he is, just getting the word up from True. I didn't get to see your heat on the screen, but hello, Dylan. Welcome back and congratulations once again. Another heat win under your belt.
Oh, thank you. Good morning.
Very good morning to you. And how was it going into round 3? It seems to be in the draw every single heat. Looks like a quarterfinal or a final from QS division. What was it like going into your round 3 heat?
Yeah, good. It's always tough. Like, everyone in these comps rip, so you got to be ready for anything. And it's nice and clean this morning. Yesterday was a little bit windy. It was a bit slow, but there's still some good waves when they come through.
Nice. And did you have an equipment change up between yesterday's conditions and today, or are you still sticking on that the old magic one, the 12-month-old board?
No, I changed boards this morning. I had a little freak out in my surf. Like, the waves are definitely a little bit smaller, and I took out the same board as yesterday and tried to get a couple waves, and it was just feeling a little bit slow, so I swapped it out for the epoxy, and that seemed to do the trick this morning.
Oh, nice. And obviously you got your sights set on just progressing through the heats and making it through the final, but if you were to take your eyes off your own performance for a few minutes, who do you feel like is the biggest threat in this men's division at the moment?
I was frothing watching Lennox surf yesterday. He got some sick ones. That 80 got in his heat. Those 3 backside turns were so sick. So him, and then Stewie was ripping as well, and Yeah, it's going to be interesting. There's going to be a lot of good surfing going on today.
Great. Well, looking forward to watching your next heat coming up later on today, and hopefully we'll see you battling it out for the crown later on. Thank you very much,
Sweet.
Dylan.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, Dylan.
See ya.
Bye. And that is Dylan Moffat, North Narrabeen, I believe.
Yes,
Local with
yep.
you, True. So you guys have got a pretty strong contingent here for the first event. And I know a
Yeah.
lot of these guys planning to travel to the rest of the events. Of course, next weekend, Port Macquarie, followed by Kiama instalment, Coffs Harbour, the far south coast, and then finishing off back on the northern beaches as we see Stewie Kennedy. Looks like he's looking for the ramp and has to revert to a bit of a carved down kind of slash in the face, and you can see he's not very happy. I think he was lining up maybe a little bit of a launch pad there, True.
Yeah, I think that wave just wasn't doing what he was expecting it to do, which is kind of what's happening out there a bit today. I mean, I feel the rights this morning were a little bit flatter than the lefts, but he did just drop at 2.6 for that one. So he did jump up into the lead. I mean, there is still 13 minutes remaining in this one, but yeah, the rights are a little bit slower, a little bit fatter than the left, so I think I'd be sticking to the left if I was Stewie.
Yeah, well, we'll see him get back to the drawing board. Still plenty of time, like you said. Heat number 6 in the water, and encouraging to hear there's a few spots left over for entry. So if you are viewing from home and looking to get yourself into a competition for the remainder of 2020, there's some spots still open for the rest of the events, the 5 stops coming up for the Australian Open of Surfing. You do not need a seating place to get in. It's not a qualifying series points rated. We do have a seating list, of course, based on the Australian ranks, but
Yep.
I think there are a few spots and plenty of space to jump on in if you want to get your chance at competing for a share of the $7,000 prize money per event. And that last event that will be coming up on the Northern Beaches too to consolidate the overall series is going to be interesting as we see Jay Brown up and riding.
Yeah, Jay Brown up and riding on his forehand on a nice looking left. He's got that inside knowledge from being a local down here. Puts it up there, unfortunately just catching his rail on that turn, so he has to get straight back out there. He did drop a 5.83 on his first wave, so he's looking good. But as we see Jared Hickle up and riding behind him, looking spicy on that board. Wow, that was a really nice looking wave for the surfer in red. So I dare say he's going to drop his best wave of the heat. And Stu Kennedy up and riding behind him, floats that first section, tags that second, and puts it up there for a third. So that's a little bit more Stu Kennedy that we normally see on the CT, which is exciting. So I think this heat is going to be an exciting one and pretty jam-packed.
That was a pretty mental exchange there. I think Jared Hickle's wave is probably the best wave I've seen all day in competition. I think it's going to go way up into the excellent range. I might be wrong, but that looked pretty incredible, like flawless surfing for him. Here we go, Benny Duncan answering back on the backhand. Great style, releases through the second turn, plenty of spray, and manages to tag it again for the 3-turn combo on the backhand. So similar exchange from the 4 guys. We saw everyone just posting probably what's going to be one of their best scores of the event so far on that last exchange on the set. Here's the replay. Jared Hickles, this wave was just pristine. That second turn and third, so well timed. Like you said, boom, releases the things out the back. Here's Benny's.
He's surfing so good.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think because he's part of the work crew like we've been speaking about.
Yeah.
So he doesn't get the chance to do as much warm-up surfing as all these other guys, but he's still looking sharp as we see Stu Kennedy, really solid on his feet always. And I love the maturity in his surfing. He never tries to jumble in too many turns or rush any section. He's just always sitting deep in that bottom turn and waiting for the lip to attack at the very right time. And last few scores coming in for Jared Hickle, as we said, up into that excellent range, an 8.17 for that forehand attack, 3-turn combo. Stewie Kennedy's last wave, a 6.83. Benny Duncan, a 6.10. So very similar exchange between Stewie and Ben, and Jared getting the better. And there he goes, into the lead. Stewie Kennedy's in second. Benny needs a 5.21 to get into progression. And Jay Brown, local lad, 5.48 required for him.
Yep. Still, everyone's still kind of in it. They're achievable scores, especially with, I feel like, the conditions being a little bit more consistent in this heat. So we see Stewie Kennedy up and riding. He is looking for a 6.02 if he wants to take first spot, and he goes to the air. Unfortunately, not sticking that one, so he'll get straight back out there and hopefully find another one. Yeah, I feel like everyone's kind of in contention to progress through this heat. I mean, Jared's backup is only a 4.67 So if I was him, I would get straight back out there and build on that one because he does have a good score of an 8.17. I mean, he knows how to get an 8. We just saw him do it. If he can get another wave that offers him to do the same and he does that, he's bound to get another 8, you know?
Yeah, he's definitely got the surfing on tap and he's not looking any little bit shaky. As you can see a little shake. Someone's a bit excited on the camera there about Benny Duncan. They're probably a bit nervous for Benny because they're pretty close with him. It looks like he might be sitting kind of alone on the takeoff spot there, maybe out of priority sequence, so he might be trying to create a little bit of space for himself. And here we go, Stu Kennedy. I feel like he's really chasing a ramp. It looks like to me that initial push on the takeoff and those speed pumps to set up the line on that mid-face section, I just feel like he's just wanting to chase down the launch pad. And there's big boy, Logan Steinwade, coming up in the next heat. He had an incredible performance yesterday, and seeing him piece together those 2 best scores and taking out a heat win was really great from him. Of course, representing McMaster's Beach, the mob on the Central Coast. I know all those boys will be tuning on in, and just a solid crew of underground chargers from that part of the Central Coast. They're pretty humble, pretty quiet. You don't see them flashing around too much on socials. They just kind of turn up and charge all conditions. So it'll be great to see him coming up next. He'll be versing Coda Cologne, so Marubra's Coda, who put in a incredible performance yesterday, had the crowd cheering from the beach. Joshua Stretton will be out there, and Eddie Hamilty as well in the blue, so that'll be coming up next for heat number 7.
That's a good heat.
Yeah, it seems to be. It's just such an incredible lineup for the men and the women. There's a little view of the south of the contest area towards Cronulla Point. There's a few of the free surfers out there, probably some of the locals soaking up the nice clean conditions here on a Monday morning. It is the Volkswagen Cronulla Open, and there's a little shot, probably not enough swell, but you can kind of see where the island is. That's probably a little bit inside on the reef, but I have been looking at some shots from the Thursday, Friday and Saturday sessions that people were enjoying out at the island. Some incredible slabs being ridden out there, and I know Nixie Ryan and Philip Anderson, and I'm not sure if Bormy went out there as well, but some of the girls to be charging out there on the slabs. Word from the locals is there's not generally a lot of females out there on the island. I know back in the day, Lindsay Noyes from this area as well, she used to be a QS competitor. She would have collected a few waves out there, but the girls charging over the last few days when we had a bit more swell. There's a contest area. Nice cruisy little boat going on through, and here we go, Jared Hickle.
Current heat leader, up and riding on his forehand. Beautiful first carve. This one looks like it might stand up for him as he finds this end section, tags it nicely. Oh, I thought he was going to come unstuck, but he pulled through on that one. So I reckon he's going to lock in his second best scoring ride of the heat with just under 6 minutes remaining in this one. Stu Kennedy's last wave locked in at a 3.70, so that did not go into his top 2. If he wants to better his or consolidate his second position, he does need to better a 4.47. So there's 5.5 minutes remaining. Ben Duncan is chasing a 5.21, and local Jay Brown is looking for a 5.48. So as we were saying before, everyone's still kind of in this heat with just on 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and there we go. Looks like a local fishing boat doing a little lap of the competition area. So last wave for Jared was a 6.30. You saw that kind of a drop while it lay back. He almost was unable to recover, but lucky for him, he's posting his second highest wave score, 6.30.
Yeah.
So Stewie now looking for a 7.65. Ben Duncan needs a 5.21, and Jay Brown looking for a 5.48 if he wants to progress through. And while there's a break in the sets and the action, we're going to cut through to some of our supporters' ads, and we'll be back with you with live action right after this.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
we go. Nice little plug for FCS and their new model of fins out on for retail, on for sale or
H4s?
retail. Yeah, the H4s. Do you ride them at all, True?
No, I'm such a I won't venture with my fins. I have a fin, I stick to it, and I don't change it. And Benny Duncan, beautiful turn on that one. He's found a gem of a ride, so he's going to put it back up. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck on that finishing turn. So, in the break, we did see Jay Brown move up into second spot. So he got a 6.97, so that bumps Stewie Kennedy down into third. So yellow Stewie Kennedy is chasing a 5.98, and Ben Duncan was looking for a 6.71. So we'll see what his last wave comes in at. But yeah, I don't venture with my fins. I've got the certain fin that I have, and that's it.
And
don't change.
Forever on every board?
Yep.
Even across your grovelers?
Yep.
What about if you're taking a step up, big wave boards? Same fins.
Maybe if it's a step up, I might use like all larges. I use the Kolohe fins, and I have 2 outside larges and a medium middle fin.
Kind of like a 20 setup, almost.
Yeah, I've been riding a setup like that since I was like maybe 15, and I've tried different fins and nothing has ever gone as good. So I'm just like, you know what, I'm going to stick to what I know, stick to what I like, and don't fix what ain't broke.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes there's too much option as well, and people get lost in all the different combinations, and you can't even tell what's going on half the time with your board. And it's nice, I guess, for you if you found that fin that works for you. Obviously, it works pretty well. You're going to stick into it.
Yeah.
And then we see last wave for Benny Duncan, a 6.17. So he's gone into third position. Just over 2 minutes left in this heat number 6. And Benny's in third, 6.64 now required for him. So we had to see maybe the completion of that final manoeuvre on that last wave for Benny Duncan. That's what he's looking for, the full wind-up backhand combo with a completion. It's going to get him into progression. Stewie Kennedy now relegated to fourth position, a 5.98, and I'm wondering if his tactics are going to change now in the last 2 minutes of this heat. We have seen him looking for the launch pad. Will he go back and revert to that traditional, what Tessa calls meat and potato surfing, just to post a score like that? It's a pretty medium score, probably a low score for him. You know, he's capable of pretty excellent performances, so I'm wondering if he was going to chase down the Hail Mary for a massive excellent range score or just surf to that 6, but we'll see what happens now.
Yeah, I mean, there's 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining in this one, so time is ticking down as we see Stewie Kennedy up and riding, floats that first turn and tags that second one. Oh, unfortunately just coming unstuck, so maybe the nerves getting the better of him on this one. I mean, he's a pretty experienced competitor. There's no doubt in my mind that he'll get back out there and potentially get another one, but that's where the time allows him to do so. We are in the final minute, so Ben Duncan sitting in third, chasing a 6.64, and yellow Stu Kennedy is in fourth, looking for that 5.98. As we see Ben Duncan having a look at this one, he's going to opt to go on his forehand, carves that first turn beautifully. He's looking really aggressive, and unfortunately, he can't stick that one either, so third and fourth are still looking for some good scores as there's 30 seconds remaining in this heat. Jess, what would you be doing if you were Jay Brown out there?
Well, I'd be pretty happy that Benny was heading on in and not going to see him get another chance to roll the dice. 20 seconds remaining, like you said, and Stewie Kennedy may be caught between that progressive mindset and then having to post a score. I think that second turn, it would have got him well towards that 5.98 that he required, and unfortunately just overcooking it. So as we tick down into the end of this section, Jared Hickle looking very solid, shifting up a gear perhaps in performance. Jay Brown, local boy, putting in the work and getting through as well. Seeing with the victory lap. Stick with us. We have plenty more live action coming up. Heat number 7 of the Volkswagen Cronulla Open right after this break.
What do you reckon? Yeah.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6. And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020, one unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
And here we are back with live action. There's a beautiful view of Cronulla. We are here for the Volkswagen Cronulla Open, first stop of the Australian Open of Surfing here in 2020. Up and riding straight away. It looks like catching a little bit of rail there. Surfer in white will be Coda Cologne, so the Maroubra local, putting on a stellar performance yesterday in the water. Logan Steinwade is in the red, Joshua Stretton's in the yellow, and Eddie Hamilty is in the blue. I believe Eddie Hamilty, interesting competitor. I've seen him compete on the qualifying series overseas over the last few years, and of Egyptian descent, I believe. A real interesting guy. So we're going to see how this heat plays out. And of course, congratulations, Jared Hickle, Jay Brown moving on through. That was an incredible performance, especially from Jared Hickle there, 8.17 in the scoreline. I'd like to welcome back, of course, Terry McKenna to the microphone. A very good morning once again, Terry.
Hey Jess, how you doing? We've had some really nice clean waves coming through here today. Going to do a little switch over. We've got Mark Prilovic, of course, Bluey as they used to refer to him. And we'll ask him how he got that nickname back in the day. So, hey Mark, how you doing, buddy? Welcome along to the webcast.
Good, Tez. Things are good. Cronulla's turning on. Lovely little waves here.
Yeah, where did the name Bluey come from?
A long time ago, Richard James. I used to take he and a few guys, Ock and that, we used to head down the coast, and I had this little Volvo, a little blue two-door, slick-looking thing.
Okay.
So I was a blue racer, mate.
Ah, there we go. I was thinking, oh, here we are. We're on screen here at the moment. Mark Prilovic, Tess McKenna. Oh, gee, I haven't got much. I didn't realise that I was going to be on screen. So I'll put my Whistler shirt back on. I do apologise for that. So, but for now, we're into heat number 7, round 3 of the Open Men's Division. Coda Cologne has got a 1.50. Logan Steinwade is out there in the red. Eddie Hamilty is in the blue, and Joshua Stretton is out there in the yellow. Mark, you owned a surf shop, ran the surf school here in town for many years. You've been a big part of the fabric of Cronulla for a long time.
No, it's been great, mate. The local community supported me. I've given back to them, and it's all worked well. And I've ended up threading the needle, and here I am, hanging down the beach, catching waves most days when I can, and enjoying the life down here, which is great. What's that? 2.5. Good on you, Logan. Did well, mate. I'm not as good as you, Tez.
Okay, thanks, Bluey. I was doing a pan it out, mate. Pan it out while I put my Whistler shirt on.
I know. You're looking good.
Yeah, I'll get in trouble for not having it on the webcast. But anyway, I didn't realise they were going to throw it to me. But I do apologise. And a massive shout out to the gang at Whistler. I love what they've been doing since they turned up. I mean, was that one of the labels that you had in your store?
Not quite.
Yep.
They hadn't come into the picture at the time.
Okay, yeah, they're a relatively new label, I guess. They're the new kids on the block. But I love what they've done. Here we go. This is a Whistler shirt right there. And so, Mark, welcome along, mate. Great to see you as always. Tess. And Mark Prilovic is now. What are you doing these days?
I just hang on the beach. I'm involved with the local Chamber of Commerce. And the connection between the community, the business community and the beach is really paramount to the Shire.
Yep.
Because this is the Shire's beach, 5 kilometres of beach.
Yes.
And it's everyone's beach from here.
Awesome, love it.
We all love it, and it's great to have you guys down here promoting Cronulla.
Yes.
And the local area.
It's a beautiful part of the world. So thanks again, everyone, for tuning in. If you come on down here, make sure you check out Ridges right on the beach. Very cool place to stay. And one of our corporate partners, and thanks again to Whistler for sorting us out. Sydney.com is your one-stop shop if you want to go along and check it out. But beautiful conditions here today, Mark. We had a really nice sandbag out the front there until a couple of days before the contest.
Yeah, well, things have changed. A few swells have knocked the banks around. We've had a really good bank. Here we go. Look at that. How good's that?
Yeah, Logan
Oh.
Steinway is a great little surfer, that guy.
Yeah,
I was going
good
to say
backup.
little surfer, but he's a real powerful kid these days. He's put on a lot of kilos. This is Josh Stretton. He's from up my way. Natural footer. Real nice surfing style, this guy.
Well, it's a predominant left, and he's picked it.
Oh, he's just in an attempt to try and throw the fins over the back there. He's just he's gone a little bit too high, and he's landed in the back seat. So this is heat number 7, round number 3. You're watching the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. I mean, you would have updated the little blue Volvo by now, I can imagine, Mark.
Yeah, I have.
Have you seen the new Volvo California 6.1?
No, I haven't actually.
It's got the pop-up roof on it and stuff. Oh, it's a 4-wheel drive.
Yeah.
You want to check it out, mate, because you're semi-retired these days, and you can
well,
do some roadies up and down the coastline and enjoy yourself.
I just got a Renault Coolios,
Oh,
which
nice.
has been a great car.
Yeah, beautiful.
And but great in the last heat. Jared Hickle and Jay Brown, 2 local Cronulla boys, they got through.
Yeah, it looks like Jared Hickle actually might be ready for the interview. So, hey, Jazz, we got you online, mate. Congratulations. Great performance.
Thanks, Tezza.
Also here with Mark Kaprulovic, who's seen Jared surf quite a bit over the years.
Yeah, great young guy, doing really well. And he surfed that last heat fantastic. Chose his waves.
Hey,
and
Jared,
performed.
what was the strategy going into that one, mate?
It's just sort of sit a bit further up the beach and try and get a couple little lefts, and yeah, I was lucky to score a couple with priority and had some fun.
What about as far as equipment goes? Were you riding your regular board, or did you get out something light and squirty?
Bit light and squirty this morning, riding my little step down 5.9, and yeah, worked really well.
Yeah, nice. We had a great bank out the front there. It did get a little washed around. What's it like out there today? Just an overview on the conditions.
It is a bit kind of small and a bit weaker today, but there's still some good little waves on offer. This little left-hand bank's been pretty good the last couple of weeks, so I had a little bit of practice, and hopefully with the higher tide it sort of brings it to the shore a little bit, and yeah.
Okay, mate. And what about yourself? 2020 has been a bit of a tricky year for as far as competition surfing goes. I mean, what are you up to these days?
I'm currently doing my carpentry apprenticeship with a local builder, and yeah, just sort of been surfing and working and trying to save up a bit of money, and yeah, it's just nice to actually surf a heat this year. This is probably my first competition all year, I think, and yeah, it's good to get it back in the water.
Good one, mate. You thinking about following any of the Australian Open events, the Port Macquarie, Far South Coast, etc.?
Yeah, I think I'll have maybe a crack at maybe the Ulladulla one, and yeah, see what happens.
All right, Jazz, well, you look like you're in good form, mate. Congratulations on the win, and we look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Thanks, Tezza.
Okay, that's Jared Hickle of right here from the show, doing a great job, Mark.
Good work, Jared. Good to see you. Keep going, mate.
Okay, this is Logan Steinway. He's from the Central Coast, New South Wales. We got some real nice glassy waves here.
Smacker.
And bang, he's just really aggressive young surfer. This guy's from McMaster's Beach on
That's up
there
your
on
way, isn't it?
the Sunny Coast. Yeah, getting close to Newcastle. It's the other end, the southern end of Copacabana.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it was one. I lived at Copacabana. I never surfed McMaster's because you have to go back on the highway, back down the coast, around the lakes.
Long
it takes,
way round.
Yeah, it takes like half an hour to get the other end of the beach.
You're better off paddling around.
You are. You're probably better off running down the beach. So, but a lovely part of the world, that's for sure. Coda Killorn is currently in the lead. He's from Maroubra. So we're just going to pull up the widget. Of course, if you want to get all the information on the scores, we are using the liveheats.com. So liveheats.com, just Google that on your phone, and then you search for the event. Of course, it's the Volkswagen Cronulla Open, and you'll have all the info.
Jordan Stratton.
Yeah, this is Joshua Stratton.
Joshua Stratton.
Yeah.
Sorry, mate.
No, that's right, mate. Should have gone to Specsavers. How's
Great
right?
optimist.
You're not wearing glasses. Have you
No,
got?
they're in my pocket, mate.
Okay, he didn't want to ruin the look when he was on camera.
Had makeup done before.
Yeah, exactly. Good stuff. Yeah, so Taz McKenna here with Mark Kaprulovic, a.k.a. Bluey, hanging out for this one. Heat number 7, round number 3. It's a Monday. It's kind of a weird day to finish the competition. I kind of like wrapping it up on a Monday because as far as the media goes, we really dominate the sport.
Yeah,
You know, if you
it's
finish
great
on a
to see.
Sunday, you've got to compete against all the other big national sports.
And the swell's hung in and it's cleaned up today. You know, we haven't got a heavy onshore wind.
Yep.
The swell is dying, but it's holding in. And the bank should hold out for the end of the event.
Yeah.
we should have good conditions and good waves
I
right
went
to
up-
the end.
There's a nice little overview. It's a bit of a patchy day weather-wise, so a little bit of a mixed bag. As far as weather goes, it looks like staying that way all day and then starting to clear up from tomorrow onwards as the winds swing around to the northeast late this afternoon. But in general, we've got some nice clean 2-footers here. Last night, Mark, I went up to my cousin's house. They bought one of the front properties at the new Green Hills development.
Oh,
and I said,
fantastic.
I'm embarrassed to ask, but how much was the land here? And they're like, 3 million. 3 million for the land.
Wow.
I'm like, well, how much?
And
I'm
then
not
you
going to
gotta
ask.
build a
I'm
house,
not going to
yeah.
ask how much the house was. Yes, what a beautiful
Location.
development up there. Yeah, it's so
Yeah,
cool,
that's
and you
good.
just walk straight out of the house, down into the boardwalk, and into Green Hills. Man, that's living.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, it is. But got to have the moolah to do that,
Yeah,
huh?
that's it.
Yeah, golly, I tell you, you should have snapped up more property back in the day, Mark, when it was
Well,
100 grand a block.
I got a good little spot just overlooking the rock pools.
That's
just there
right.
at
You're
the
still up
alley.
the top there.
I'm still up the top there,
Yeah,
mate.
nice.
I got in there early,
Yeah.
many years ago, and properties have just gone through
I
the
saw a
roof.
one-bedroom joint going for 2.95 for a one-bedroom with ocean views.
Look at this,
Crazy.
young Joshua.
So
Didn't
Josh,
quite complete.
no, Josh, incomplete wave there for Josh Stratton. So we're going to go back to that live hits and bring that up right now and
I
give
think,
you.
I think they've got to be patient today, and their wave selections, got to be right on the money as
Absolutely.
things slow up and the tide fills in later in the day. But we've just hit low tide, so we've got a few hours of good waves. Oh, here we go, the heat leader. Great manoeuvre, 2, finishing off with a 3rd. That was great.
Oh, now I think that's going to be the best wave to
Logan,
hit.
yeah, he'll move up.
Yeah, that's Logan sitting in second
That was
spot
a
at the
great
moment.
wave.
Beautiful combination surfing. We might even go back to the replay and we'll break this one down. He needed a 4.71 to take the lead. There's a nice first chip shot. Jams it for the second, and he really puts the fins through the lip on that third one. So that is potentially one of the better waves of the heat. Coda Killorn, of course, got a 7.67 on his second wave. I don't know if it's going to be up in that range. Possibly. But interesting to see. He only needed a 4.71 to go up into the lead there for Logan. Josh Stratton sitting in third. Eddie Hamilton is holding down fourth position. There's Eddie on screen at the moment in the blue singlet. So stoked to have you on board here, folks. It's the Volkswagen Cronulla Open coming to you for live from Cronulla. And so got such a long, rich history here at Cronulla that goes all the way back to guys like Jim Banks and
and even back to Bobby Brown in
of
the
course,
60s.
yeah, that's right.
He
And
got 4th in the world titles at Manly.
okay,
Behind Midget.
yeah.
And unfortunately, he died. They're about to open a platform, a viewing platform at Wanda, the Bobby Brown Memorial platform.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Later on in the year.
That's great.
They're
And,
hoping.
and there's a surfing memorial here, like a museum. They still got the surfing memorabilia thing here?
No, we've got a walkway up to the library that we had a committee running hoping to have a museum, but the council didn't have the money to buy the property.
Okay.
So they gave us the space in the walkway as you go up to the council.
Oh, it's like a little
up
Hall
to
of
the
Fame
library.
kind of thing, yeah.
And it's got a run of history of photos right up the walls.
Sure.
Great shots, great images. John Veed sort of set a lot of that up. He's got a great history, and working with the leader, photos he does.
Yeah, that's so
It's
cool.
great,
Yeah, so much history here. We're going to go back to that score for Logan Steinwade. Locked into the 7.07. I thought it might have been just under Coda's. So he has taken the lead. Coda Killorn sitting in second now, only chasing a 3.88 to go to first. Josh Stratton sitting in third, needing a 5.08. Josh is in yellow, and Eddie Hamilton requires a 5.81 to move up into second position as we come down to just on 6 minutes on the clock. I'm a bit of an 80s kind of a Generation X kind of guy, so for me it was all about, when I think Cronulla back in those days, Rosh Marshall,
Ross.
Craig Naylor.
Yep.
There were so many cool
Peter
surfers.
Smith.
Yeah, that's right.
All those
And then
guys.
later on, of course, Gary Green and then Ock and the list just goes
the
on and
list
on,
just-
mate.
Yeah, the board riders were really strong back in those years. We all used to travel around,
Yep.
go to events, and encourage all the younger guys. Look at this.
Yeah, wow.
Oh.
Okay, Logan Steinwade. Oh, just catching that heel rail on the landing there. So it was a bummer because that could have been a real keeper, that one. There's meantime in yellow, Josh Stratton. This kid's
This is
got
what he needs.
a great style, Josh Stratton, when he gets moving. And that looks like, I'm pretty sure that's a new board he's riding at the moment. I haven't seen him on that one, but that's an incomplete final manoeuvre. Let's see if Josh is going to get the score that he required. He was chasing about a 5.08 to move up into second. That guy there on screen at the moment is from Maroubra, Kotakilla, and he's been really ticking boxes here at Cronulla this year. Mark, at the alley behind us here, I mean, if we just wind back maybe 30 or 40 years before all those trendy cafes were there was a classic old milk bar that everyone used to hang out.
Joe's Milk Bar.
Yeah, and what was the nightclub called? Remember there was a nightclub just up from it on the corner? I remember.
Yeah.
We used to come all the way from Maroubra to go and party at that joint. And then, of course, and then back in the day, Northies used to have the veranda. Remember the big veranda out on the top deck?
Yeah, that was great, you know.
That was unreal. I thought when they...
You go to church on Sundays.
That's right.
Everyone would
when they revamped the pub and didn't put the second story on, I thought, that's a bit weird. But then I realised it's the units, all about the units behind it, you know?
Yeah, well, the RSL have put another floor on top of them, and they've taken over that sort of position.
Okay.
Which is really good. The RSL's done a great job down there, and things are good. But yeah, back in the 80s, we all travelled around. Cronulla's got lots of clubs here. You know, there's probably 11 board riders clubs.
Well, I remember
as
what's it, Carmen's up at
Carmen's up at Miranda.
Yeah, that was
Biggles.
Yeah, Biggles. Yeah,
Biggles. Yeah.
These are all 80s hangouts. We used to get in the taxi and all split the cab fare from Maroubra back in the day, you know, and it was always hard to get home. We used to end up staying here, hopefully, if everything worked out okay.
If things worked out.
That's right. So we're down to 3:45 on the clock. It's Tasman McKenna, Mark Prilovic taking you through this one. It's heat number 7, round 3 here at the VW Cronulla Open, all part of the Australian Open of Surfing, which has 6 events over 6 weeks with $42,000 up for grabs. So a nice little bit of pocket money.
Great?
Yeah.
That's really good. The council's really got behind things here and supporting surfing and promotion of the area.
And you're part of the Chamber of Commerce, Mark. I mean, how has the C-19 and the pandemic affected the local economy around here?
Oh, it's really devastated things. But fortunately, everyone is looking things to do. They've been coming to the beach, and that sort of stimulated things, kept it...
for the surf industry, it's been a pretty positive thing.
Yeah, been very positive in the surf industry. Board sales have gone through the roof.
Oh, I know. I mean, every time I go to buy something at the surf shop, they say, "Oh, we're sold out of that. We're waiting to get it in."
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's interesting, and I know that I had a friend of mine who was bought a board down to get a glass down here, and they said to him, "Mate, it's going to be 4 to 6 weeks before we can glass it." And he said, "What's going on?" He said, "That much work." You know, so all this extra money from the government and all this time off. We've got these COVIDians they've been referred to as people picked up surfing during this pandemic.
But council's been very supportive. They've dropped all fees and outdoor dining areas. There's no charges.
Yeah.
Well, it was all just takeaway.
Yeah,
there
sure.
for a while, but now it's opening up slowly, and the council's monitoring and supporting the local area.
Yeah.
Trying to support things like this.
Whilst it's been a challenging time economically for everyone, there's also been quite a lot of positivity coming out of it. Everybody getting themselves fit. A lot of guys had a chance to manage injuries, try new equipment, you know, and people thinking about what's important in their life, what they need and what they don't need anymore.
It's all about community, mate, and supporting your local business, your local area.
That's right.
You know, and that's been very strong in this area. Everyone's, you know, everyone knows everyone's suffering. So they're supporting local business. And,
that's right.
And that's what we want to keep going, you know.
That's right. And Cronulla, I mean, it really is a bubble, you know. So you guys are all in that bubble together. In fact, this whole pandemic has really united planet Earth, I guess, because we're all in we're all in this together.
Yeah. That's it. Well,
so, but for me, I mean, financially, it's been a bit of a horror show, but all the other aspects has been fantastic. I've got myself nice and fit and healthy. I've got back in touch with my surfing.
You're looking good, mate.
Yeah, thanks. I've been able to spend time with my grandkids, which is the first time for a long time because I was always on the road.
Yeah,
so I'm being like a primary carer for my grandkids, hanging out with them and stuff.
Well, you'd be loving that, wouldn't you?
I was loving it. It's unreal. So for me, I worked out in the end that I'd rather be like a fit, skinny, poor guy than a fat, rich guy.
That's it. That's it.
So we're down to around about 1 minute remaining. Logan Steinwade in the lead, Kotakilla and sitting in second spot. So right now it looks like Joshua Stretton, he didn't get that score he was hoping for. He still needs a... He was chasing he got a 4.7 on his last wave. It was just under the required number. Now sitting in third, Josh Stretton needing a 4.48 to go second. Eddie Hamity needs a 5.81 to go to second. We're down to 30 seconds remaining. Any passing thoughts, Mark, as we wrap up this one?
Well, let's hope a set comes through.
Absolutely, yeah.
No, I'm sure they're all thinking that in the water there.
Yeah, you betcha.
I knew that score.
Well, 20 seconds on the clock. Josh Stretton, you can see him in yellow. He's holding priority at the moment. And Eddie Hamity is Well, this
Here we
is
go.
Eddie
Blue.
up and riding. Red's got priority here, so he's going to actually take this
Yeah.
wave from him.
He doesn't want to give anything away.
Yeah, so that was tactically more of a defense kind of a move there from Logan Steinway.
Yeah, but poor Logan. Oh, no.
And
Logan's done well.
yeah, so Logan takes victory. Nice stuff there for the McMaster's local from the Central Coast of New South Wales. So that's a wrap on heat number 7. Mark Caprillo, it's been awesome hanging out with you, mate.
Tez.
Thanks again,
Thanks
mate.
very much.
Always great to catch up.
Yeah.
And we'll look forward to seeing you next time we're in Cronulla.
We love seeing you down here, too.
Okay, thank you. We are watching the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. We're going to throw to a commercial break and be right back after this. Hang in there, folks. Back soon.
Have faith in me, I have faith in you. Still so many miles we can leave behind. And how we learn to fly, the way we move and tight. Let me hold you close while we're here in this room. And I can hear the horizon calling. I can see the road to go. And every time I think of you, babe, and I think of coming home. I said you and I felt like strangers in the night. Since I found you, I found my reason why. Oh, every time I think of you, babe, I think of coming home.
Volkswagen.
The last wave, he took that little last wave, and he must have got a shore break after that. He's broken his board after the heat on a 1 foot shore break, so he wouldn't be too stoked about that stuff, but he would be happy about winning that heat. So congratulations, Logan. That was good stuff as we get into the next one.
Yeah, Logan, a very good morning for him. Congratulations. Good to see him notch up another heat win, and happy to see him coming into his own, actually, and really starting to piece together these heats. And there you see Coda Cologne also moving on through, and unfortunately for Joshua Stretton on the right-hand side in the yellow, he's bowing on out. But we are into the final heat of the men's round number 3. It is Hayden Blair in the water, in the white, out in the lead. Opening ride for Haydo, local lad, 6.00. And Tezza, while we take a break in the live action, we'll cross on down for the post-heat interview with the big man himself, Logan Steinwade. Congratulations, Logan.
Thanks, heaps. Appreciate it.
And give us a little insight. What happened at the end of the heat there? We just saw you walking up with 2 pieces of the board.
Yeah, so I was out there, and that one that I fell off on, I went for like that snap at the end and came down. It was already a little bit creased, but it was working in the last 2 weeks, and I was like, all right, well, I'll just ride it till it breaks. And sure enough, decided to break in that heat, but so it creased right through, felt it, and then on the way in on that last one, I was like, I'll just take off on this. And then I was pumping in, and then it just goes, it snaps through. I was like, oh, no.
Yeah, man, it's all that 95 kilos of pure power, Logan. Look at you. You've been working out in the off-season?
Yeah, a little bit, hey.
Yeah,
hey,
mate, I've always been impressed with your surfing, but now you've thrown that element of extra power in with all that radical stuff, so it's really working for you. Well done.
Thanks heaps, Tez. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so we saw you take that last little wave. I mean, you're in a priority situation, so it's more of a defense kind of move at the end there, just
Exactly
to establish that, nothing's going to happen.
Yeah.
And while you're doing you're stomping cockroaches, you board's just broken on your feet.
Yeah, I know. It happens. It's part of surfing, so you just got to roll with the punches, move on. It happens, so yeah.
And so, Logan, obviously working with former CT competitor Amos Donoghue up there in McMaster's Beach. What have you guys been working on over the last few months of the break?
Last couple of months, just a whole lot of technique stuff, like, sanding off some rough edges and just getting everything really nice for all the comps that are coming up. This series is sick, so, just a whole lot of that. And then just before the comp, we were hitting a whole lot of heat drills, sharpening up my strategy. And, yeah, that's about it, really. We've just been keeping on top of everything.
Well, it's working so well for you. You're looking absolutely incredible, and it's great to see you notch up a couple of heat wins. I'm looking forward to your next round performance. And any last words for the mob or for Amos or Mum and the family tuning on in?
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Really appreciate it. See you guys when we get home.
Yeah, good stuff. That's Logan Steinwade. Excellent performance there from the Central Coaster as we see Blue just tagging that one. That's Shane Cadden. He's from up Fosterton Curry Way. Hayden Blair's gone out to an early lead, followed by Harley Ross. Shane Cadden might even elevate himself up into that top two now after that wave. And Darcy Crump, as you can see in the yellow singlet out the back there, a fellow in yellow just holding priority and waiting for something to come through. Just about 4.5 minutes has slipped away in this one.
Yeah, so those opening rides, Shane Cadden, a 2.33 and a 2.17 in the belt. Harley Ross, 3.83. And Haydo, the local lad, a 6-point ride opening up for him. And I know he's got a baby on the way. He works in the local area around here, a pretty accomplished XQS competitor as well. So it's good to see him back into competition mode and just kicking off things, looking really confident and solid. And now Darcy Crump, I'm sure, holding down that first priority position. I believe Darcy's a lifeguard, I think, maybe, from the Northern Beaches.
I think that's right. I think he might be on the money there.
So
yes.
He's a waterman all around, and we've seen him across the junior series, had a very successful career over the last few years, and now he's made that step up. And it's good to see him back into competition mode as well, sitting out there. He's one of those guys, super calm under pressure, Tezza, and I've never really seen him get very excited or very sad. He just always seems to be riding along in the middle and keeping it very calm.
Absolutely. It's so important in pro surfing to be composed and relaxed. That's how you perform at your best. So 13.5 minutes remaining. So Darcy waiting to get on the scoreboard. Harley has gone back into third after the last wave. Shane Cadden sitting in second, and Haydo Blair holding the lead in this one. This is actually the last heat of the round for the guys. We're going into the quarterfinals of the girls coming up next. That's going to be a good one too, Jessica.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the girls kick off action as we see Shane just getting to work there. A few rebounds, change of direction. We'll see what that score comes in as. But yeah, the first quarterfinal for the Open Women's here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open will be, of course, Philippa Anderson, I think, one of the top, or if not the top rated QS competitor at the moment on the draw, and one of the top surfers in the world. So she's been right on that cusp of qualification for the last few years now, and just missing out on the championship tour berth by one spot. So we've seen her in that wildcard position over the last few seasons, and we did see her get into competition mode at the Tweed Coast Pro for the World Surf League. So it will be nice to see her getting out there into the water. She's going to be versing Charlie Hurst in the white, Annie Dos Santos in the yellow, and Grace Gosby will be out there as well. So good looking kickoff to the quarterfinals for the women. And I know Crispy, our fellow commentator, is floating around as well, working with a lot of the girls and escorting them out to his local spot out in the island the other day when we had a bit of swell rolling around. So those girls just really, really keen to get things kicking off here. Top-seeded round, ready to start right after this last heat of the men's, Tezza.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch. Big shout-out to some of our people watching online. Mark Warren, nice one. Just, he said, unlucky to Harry. Must have a connection to Harry in the previous heat. Also, Dion Cunningham is back, to cheeky little bugger with his comment. And Christy Cadden has tagged Dan Cadden in there because, of course, it's Shane Cadden, all these Caddens. And right now, Darcy Crump finds his first wave. Wow. Oh, that was really nice. Look at the nose lift in that board. It's got a really sort of profound nose lift right on the last couple of inches. I don't mind that. It's going to really help him to get pretty rad and not make sure that he doesn't nosedive. But a great opening wave there for Darcy. We're going to try and go back to the replay on this one. And Jess, take us through it.
Look at this. Looking really solid. Sets up, pumps the turn. Plenty of spray and release from the first section. That's the critical turn right there. Gets a bit of drift through the tail. Like you said, a lot of lift through the rocker there and the top of that nose. I feel like we've seen that across a lot of the boys' equipment. A little bit different to normal. I think we went through that era of smaller, flatter,
Yeah.
thicker boards, and now
That-
we're seeing these longer,
Yeah.
really pronounced rockers coming back into play.
Yeah, look, in the 80s, boards are very thin and very curvy, and then it seemed like they went the opposite way for a long while, where they became just ironing boards, and now they've found like a nice, happy medium. And I think that I like to have a bit of thinness in the nose. It feels like I can really, throw it around a little bit more. So I don't like having too much volume up on the nose, and I like that last little bit of pronounced nose kick. That's something that was a real 80s, a feature in 80s surfboards, and it can help you to really put the board in some pretty wild positions and ride out of it.
Yeah.
So good stuff there. Great to see some design innovations happening. We spoke in speaking design yesterday, and I think the next big quantum leap in surfing may come from a design that still hasn't been found yet. Here's Shane Cadden. Great looking wave here for Shane. Sets it up, jams it in the pocket, and now a nice little cutty on the inside. His father, of course, is Shane Cadden, a former winner of the Pro Junior back when it was, the biggest junior tournament in the world. And Stewie Cadden had the best frontside, comeback on the planet at the time. So great to see Shane has got the right foot forward like his dad. And, of course, he's got his brother who's a natural footer. So he's got his, hedging his bets on both goofy and natural. Scores are coming through for Shane Cadden. So hi to the Caddens watching in from up there at Fosterton Curry.
Yeah, and there he goes into the lead, consolidating. So previous wave for Shane was that 4.83, and last ride we just saw on the screen there, 5.60. So he takes the lead, 9.5 minutes on the clock. Darcy Crump's opening ride, 6.83. In second position, needing a 3.61. Only one wave on the board for the other three fellas. Haydo needs a 0.84, so pretty much a takeoff will push White into second position, and Harley Ross a 3.01. So I think we're going to see pretty similar trend over the last, the opening morning of finals day with the heats here. First few opening rides really nice, and then that, like you said, those last few minutes of the heat when the sets really start to pulse through again after the lulls, it really determines the official standings.
Absolutely. So we are coming down to just on 9 minutes remaining. Big shout out to Tom Thomas, who's just tuned into the webcast. Hey Tommy, how you doing? And Amelia Alves, of course, she's the waiting for her granddaughter Annie. I guess that's dos Santos. So they have a Brazilian heritage. So bom dia, Amelia. Tudo bem? How are you? Going pretty good. That's about my limit to my Portuguese.
Hey, that's way more than mine, and it's great to see Annie dos Santos having that support network over here as well. And like we heard from True Starling, Annie's been really, really dialed into working on her competitive edge and been involved in doing some meditation retreats and just getting herself all sorted. And it's great to see her, of course, finding one of those rare signings to a new label and getting on the front foot going into that 2021 season, looking towards her professional career. So it's great to see her support network tuned in on board, and looking forward to see her first heat coming on up right after this one.
You betcha. From the moment she turned up, I thought, oh, this little girl's got potential, and so she's got her compass pointing in exactly the right direction, and she's on track for a good career. And dos Santos, I was speaking to her the other day. We saw her warming up prior to one of her heats, and I went and saw her, and I said, where did you get that warm-up routine? And she goes, I just stole all these little movements from everyone, but in the water, she's been fantastic. So I'll be coming up shortly, folks. Just the women's quarterfinals coming up after this last heat, but for now, it's Shane Cadden ahead of Darcy Crump, Hayden Blair holding down third spot, and Harley Ross. What are the scores required for both red and white to go into second?
So
it's not going to be too much. So pretty close heat this one. 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, the next set is really going to open up that scoreboard. Of course, Harley only needing a 3.01, so it's safe to say just one turn for him, and Hayden just a 0.84.
Wow.
So while we wait for those sets to come on through, we're going to cross to a little mid-heat ad break, and we'll be back with live action right after this.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
Okay, a little break there. Thinking speed, think FCS with that H4 fin. It is next level stuff. You're watching the Volkswagen Cronulla Open, of course, all part of the Australian Open of Surfing. Go to sydney.com if you want more info about Cronulla as we continue here with heat number 8, round number 3. There's just under 6 minutes remaining. Shane Cadden in the lead. Darcy Crump is in second. Hayden Blair third. Harley Ross fourth. It's a bit of a sleepy lineup here at Cronulla today. A little bit of a wait between sets. We've had granddaughters and a lot of grandmothers are tuning into the webcast at the moment. It's super cool. And on that, looks like Jessica Algieri has also replied into Amelia then, said, which heat is your granddaughter going to be in? So coming up right now, says Amelia Alves. So this is cool. Everyone's commenting and we're all connected together here on social media. If you are watching, we'd love to hear from you. Send a little message to Jess and I if you just want to do a shout out to someone or give us some information about people that we don't know. It's a great way to stay in touch with our online audience.
Yeah, I love that we're able to connect through them. So a very good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are in the world, from us here straight to you. It's great that you can view and support those family and friends. And I know how important it is to getting those messages. I remember this would have been 10 years ago, competing over in Spain, and the beach commentators were opening up. I think you could send an email in at the time, and the mum and dad sent an email in to say happy birthday, and we were competing on my birthday. And just to hear that across the beach commentary was pretty special across the world. So here we go. Harley Ross only needing a really small score. Safe to say he's gone way towards that one. Closes on out the backhand attack. I think he was just chasing. Oh, now he's chasing a 6-6-1 because Darcy Crump's last wave went into the top 2, as did the second last wave for Shane Cadden. So we'll wait to see what the last wave for Harley comes in as, Tezza.
Yeah, here it is here, Harley. Look how big this rash is on him. Look how it's flapping away. These are the same rash vests we use for the tradie surf masters, and some of those guys are pretty solid. I reckon one of the big boys might have stretched the red one just quietly, but it didn't seem to hamper Harley Ross. He was just ripping through that one, and that could be enough to lift him up. We'll just wait and see when that score comes through.
Okay, so last wave for Harley Ross, a 5.17. Situation, Darcy Crump's out in the lead. Shane Cadden currently in second position. Here we see Haydo Blair answering back. Needing a 5.27. Frothy little inside section, nothing super critical, but he's going to go to work on it. He's got the Whistler sticker on the front of his board as well, I believe. So good to see Haydo still in the mix in competitive surfing, and looking for a 4.44. I think that's going to go close, if not over the mark. We'll wait to see. At the moment, that'll be Haydo's second wave on the board. Harley Ross is in third position, needs a 5.27. Haydo, last wave for him, a 3.93, so just under the requirement. As we see Mr. Cadden scratching into this one. Big looking section up ahead, able to put the board over the lip, but has to go down as the rail gets buried a little too quickly under the foam there. So currently sitting in second position. And Darcy Crump found himself in the lead with just under 3 minutes left in this final heat of Open Men's round number 3.
So coming up next, of course, we'll go into the first quarterfinals of the ladies. Going to be some great action coming up for the girls. Shane Cadden, also a little error on that one, and you want to watch it because with surfers like Hayden Blair and Harley Ross breathing down his neck, there really is no room for error when you get down to these last couple of minutes. So 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. It could have been a bit of a consolidation wave for Shane there. He's going to slide back out in the lineup, but unfortunately he's going to go into fourth priority. So Darcy Crump has been surfing a pretty good heat. He's only just marginally in front of Shane Cadden. Hayden Blair is sitting in third, and Harley Ross is in fourth position. So that's the situation at the moment. Up and riding, Darcy Crump.
Nice looking wave, cleaner face, goes to the rail, silky looking goofy footer. There's that nose flick you can see, very pronounced in his board. Really lays into that one as well. Has to readjust to put the finishing touches on, but nice answer back from current heat leader Darcy Crump. I think it's going to replace his second wave score at least. He was only sitting on 3.70, and there's a fair bit of quality in surfing through that wave, Tezza. So we'll wait to see that score locks in as. I think it's going to increase his lead with just over 1.5 minutes on the clock. Shane Cadden, I believe, might have picked off the right-hander of the same way, so a little bit of a split peak there with priority for the boys. It's going to leave Haydo and Harley out the back, I think, with first and second priority. Here's the replay. Shane Cadden, yes, on his backhand. Nice big first turn. This wave really fattens up, so he has to cut back into the wash and opts to get on out of there in front of local lass Grace Gosby. And last score for Darcy Crump does replace his second wave, 5.83. Last wave for Shane Cadden, 4.47. The situation remains Darcy in the lead, Shane in second. Haydo needs a 4.44, and Harley looking for a 5.27 with under a minute to go on the clock. Hayden and Harley would be sharing priority out there, and it looks like Shane has moved a little bit out of the pack, maybe waiting for another opportunity to get a crack and replace that score once again. He's sitting on a low wave of 4.83.
Okay.
There's a view of the contest site.
Yeah, so 30 seconds remaining. Hayden Blair only needing a 4.44. Harley Ross chasing a 5.27. These are very small scores. The problem for those guys is, of course, time is the enemy for both those dudes. So we're down to around about 20 seconds remaining. You're watching the Volkswagen Cronulla Open, all part of the Australian Open of Surfing. Some nice, clean, green little waves rolling through here at Cronulla today. As this heat winds down, you can see the ladies in the lineup about to get underway for quarterfinal number 1. And well, you can see Ann Dos Santos out there in the water as well. Her grandmother is tuning in. So Amelia Alves, how you doing? Bonjour. Okay, so there it is. It is Darcy Crum taking victory. We're going to talk to him about that nose lift and just see if it's something that he's even aware of or it's something his shaper put in there. Shane Cadden, nice work, buddy, in second. Hayden Blair, Harley Ross, a couple of great surfers getting bundled out of that one as we throw to an ad break. We're going to be back after we pay some bills here at Cronulla, so stick around. More live action right after this.
Have faith in me, I have faith in you. Still so many miles we can leave behind. How we learn to fly, the way we move and tight. Let me hold you close while we're here in this room. I can hear the rising calling. I can see the road to go. And every time I think of you, babe, and I think of coming home. I said you and I felt like strangers in the night. Since I found you, I found my reason why. Oh, every time I think of you, babe, I think of coming home.
Volkswagen.
Okay, so welcome back, folks. The Volkswagen Cronulla Open. Tessa McKenna, Jessica Grimwood taking you through the first quarterfinal of the ladies out in the lineup. We've got a really nice little selection of competitors. And Jessica, who are we looking at right here?
Anna Dos Santos, opening ride for her, lines up the section. Looks like there's only going to be one turn on offer for her, but already signalling intention. I like the maturity in that bottom turn. She didn't try and rush a check turn to close out manoeuvres. She just set it up from the start. Could see there was only one section on offer and she consolidates on it. Big spread in the lineup, actually. We've got, of course, maybe considered a veteran in this event, Philippa Anderson, one of the top rated surfers in the world for the women's qualifying series, versus a younger up-and-coming Anna Dos Santos, located over here on the northern beaches now. It's been chipping away at her competitive edge versus, I think, the Super Grom from around this area, Grace Gosby. We've seen her across the Grom series, and she's a very active, feisty little competitor as well. And Charlie Hurst, apparently Super Grom from Port Kembla. Have seen her compete a lot, so it's a nice spread across from the QS all the way down to the Pro Juniors, and these four ladies going to kick off the Open Women's competition at the moment. And Philippa Anderson looks like she's got the better of the first exchange.
Yeah, 3.67, a little throwaway score there for Philippa, and Charlie Hurst looking at this one for the goofy footer, jams it up there. Charlie's had a stellar career coming through those, like you said, the Wahoos and the all the the Grom comps on the way through to this level. So a nice little mix, as you mentioned, of youth and experience. Philippa Anderson, great to see. Philsy recently launched her surf school in Newcastle too, with a big business and website and truck and everything. So great to see her getting some nice stable income, and I hope she hasn't given up on the dream, because because she so much deserves to be there. Okay, Grace Gosby, nice little opening wave there for Gracie, or not opening. She had a little 1.6 prior to this one, but opening manoeuvre is what I meant to say, and she's a great little surfer.
Yeah, I like how she laid back into that first turn, really put all of her weight behind that rail and on the cutback. So you're having a look back there in the rip. She's going to jump back out and get things underway. I'd like to see, here we go, and into Santos, releases a bit of fin, and this is what we saw from her in the earlier rounds, quite a bit of flare and pop going through the tail of that board and a lot of her turns. And while we see, okay, the first few exchanges going on down, we're going to cross to previous heat winner, Darcy Crump. Congratulations, Darcy, moving on through to the next round, the quarterfinals.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm stoked.
And go Tezza. Tezza's got a bit of design equipment.
No, we just noticed when you're riding your board, Darcy, it looks like it's got a little extra pronounced nose lift right on the right on the first couple of inches of the nose. Is that right, or are we seeing that right? Or
yeah, so it's actually a 2-year-old epoxy bunny chow that I've just had in the quiver. It's kind of an Old Faithful.
Okay.
But yeah, totally correct. It's got that late kind of lift in the nose, which kind of gets at that little bit of projection, but it's still fairly flat.
Yeah.
And then with it being epoxy, it's feisty.
Yeah, unreal. You know, that was a real feature of boards in the 80s, and then I guess they flattened out and turned into winding boards for a while. So nice to see a little bit of late nose lift like that. It lets you put that board in some pretty critical positions and ride out of it.
Yeah, it's like I said, I've had it for 2 years, so it's a board that I fairly know well. So it's one that I can just kind of pull off the ice and jump on it, and goes well.
Yeah,
so
awesome.
Oh, nice to see you take a win in round 3, Darcy. Are you looking to compete in the Complete Australian Open Series? Of course, you're juggling, I believe, you're a lifeguard full-time in the season?
Cabinet maker by trade.
Cabinet maker by trade. So we'll be chasing the Australian Open Series up and down the coast the end of this year?
As much as I can, yeah. If I can get the time off work, I'm there. So I'm stoked, and it's like so good that we get to compete again, and it kind of get the ball rolling, and everyone gets to catch up. I'm seeing people that I haven't seen in 6 months, so it's great. And thanks Surfing New South Wales for this opportunity.
Yeah, Darcy, you're looking a little fresh there. Of course, we've all had a break over the last couple of months. How was that for you? I mean, it was in a fantastic window with back-to-back swells and lots of offshore winds. You get some waves?
Yeah, it was kind of like my first winter at home, so I was stoked to kind of get amongst it. And yeah, it was like week on, I was asking, time off work the next week, so it was non-stop waves, and then it finally plateaued out and actually got to heal and kind of figure out what boards were worked and what boards didn't break.
Yeah, so this has been a real positive experience. Everyone's looking fresh, they're looking fit, and that goes for yourself, mate. So great performance, well done. We look forward to seeing you in the quarterfinals.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, that's Darcy Crump. Great performance there from the goofy footer from the Northern Beaches. He's a good kid, isn't he?
Yeah, he is really cool, super humble as well. I really like that about most of the Australians. They're great, unique characters in themselves, but such humble competitors, and you rarely see them making a claim, which I find is interesting, especially, here we go, just catching up with maybe a really nice ride from Surfer in Red, Philippa Anderson, her previous rides. Last one for her was a 3.77. Previous wave was a 4.1. Has her in the lead. I think maybe that one's going to go towards replacing the scores. Anna Dos Santos opened up with a 2.33 and a 3.37. Grace Gosby had the 1.6, a 3.27, and is waiting for another score. And Charlie Hurst opening wave, we saw on her back end there, 2.2. So score to come for last of Philippa's, and we'll wait to see the situation as we're nearing the halfway mark here in the first quarterfinal. There it is, 5.67 for last of Philippa. So she goes into the lead. Grace Gosby, her last ride, 2.87, so second position for her. Annie Dos Santos only looking for a 2.78. We've only really seen her find one section to work with. So I dare say she's going to find a better wave and a cleaner face. We're going to see a bit of that flair we've seen throughout her events so far. And Charlie Hurst, the 3.95 required for her at this point, Tezza.
Yeah, excellent. I'm glad that Darcy confirmed. It would have been embarrassing if he said, no, there's no extra nose lift in this board. So I'm glad that, from what we saw from here, we could see it. And what was it, a bunny chow?
Yeah, I think he got it a bunny chow, and he said it was quite feisty, so that's a little epoxy model.
I tell you what, I'm going to go and have a look at one of them because I like that little late nose lift kick. He said it's 2 years old. I hope they still make that brand. Okay, so Philippa Anderson in the lead. Grace Cosby sitting in second. We've got Anne Dos Santos in third. Charlie Hurst is in fourth. This is the first of the quarterfinals at the moment, but coming up, we've got some pretty cool heats. The next one, Jess.
Yeah, next quarterfinal, another big matchup between maybe some of the younger girls and a few of the QS competitors. So Cedar Lee Jones, and she's been fresh off of quite a few heat wins over the last few years. She's an incredible contest surfer, and we've just seen her stay really composed under some pretty heavy situations over the last 24 months in competitive surfing. Carly Shanahan, of course, we've seen her really turn up to performance. I saw her take Sarah Beaumont and finish runner-up to her at one of the QSs in Maroubra last year. And Gabby Spake, the schoolgirl from the Northern Beaches, ready to take some big scalps. And, of course, Nixie Ryan is coming up next as we see Charlie Hurst. Nice first section. Looking for the second turn, goes to the rail for the cutback. She's going to have to really put some finishing points on this, and it's a good three-turn combo for her. I think she might have cut off that first turn a little short. She could see that section running off down the line. Be interesting, to see if we can get a replay and see what the score comes in for that. But no doubt, goes towards her campaign here. Second wave on the board for surfer in white, Charlie Hurst, Port Kembla Supergrom.
Oh, it's interesting you should mention that. One of the things that I've been coaching with the Grommers at the moment is a Tom Curran theory that what I do is I lie their board on the sand and then I draw a triangle that goes out for 2 meters in front of from the nose of their board, a triangle going out that way, 2 meters in front of their board, and I go, that's the only thing that I want you guys to look at, is the water immediately in front of your surfboard, because sometimes kids these days have a tendency, it's like, I call it X marks the spot, so they surf, they look down the line a little bit too far, and sometimes they can surf through sections that they could have consolidated on or cashed in on. So I like the concept, and back in the day, Tom Curran actually did a spiel on this, and he said, I don't look any further than that ahead of me, because otherwise it becomes too predictable, and what it does, it adds an element of spontaneity to your surfing, because what's happening is you bottom turning off the lip, you haven't even looked up to the lip yet, and at the very last second it becomes more of a reflex action, and it's not so planned out. So I think it's a good tactic, more so in the small waves where you can really, just look at that little piece of water right in front of you and just surf that 2 meters in front of you. So don't try and, narrow your focus back and keep it nice and tight.
Yeah, well, it seems to have not hindered that score too much for her. It's a 5-point rise, so putting Charlie Hurst up into second position at this point. Her second wave, just a 2.2, so she's going to want to get rid of that if she wants to keep the flex on the other competitors. Here we go. Grace Cosby up and riding. Looking like she had plenty of speed, but just caught behind those sections there, unfortunately, for the goofy footer. So she'll get on out of that. Used priority for that wave. So Anna Dos Santos at the moment in fourth position. Needs a 3.84. Like we said, just going to have to be a two-turn combo or just a nice big critical section for surfer in yellow. Find that 3.94 required for Grace Cosby. Charlie Hurst sitting in second position. 4.78 if she wants to take the lead off the lady in red, Philippa Anderson, somewhat of a veteran, and like you said, Philsy just kicking off her surf school recently. The Philippa Anderson Surf Academy, I believe, might be called up there in Newcastle. Here we go. Anna Dos Santos looking for a section. Look how confident she looks on her feet. Unfortunately, nothing on offer in front of her for that wave, but we've really seen her starting to blow out some tail, especially on the forehand here over the last few days. Seen a few of the warm-up surfs and her opening heats of the competition, so hopefully she's going to get an opportunity. I dare say priority might shift into the hands of the heat leader, Philippa, which is probably a position she's very comfortable with, Tezza, and she's going to have no problem kind of demanding the lineup out there.
Yeah, exactly. I noticed that she almost has red boards because 9 times out of 10 she's in a red singlet, so it all works out nicely. It's all beautifully colour coordinated. So Philsy in the lead, Charlie Hurst sitting in second, Grace Crosby in third. A big shout out to Lily Brown saying, yeah, the Grace. So she's doing a little shout out for a friend. We've got Nat Vickery in there saying, go Charlie. So again, if you're watching on Facebook Live, and that's the only spot to watch it, let's face it, we have Neil Ashby saying, go the Caddens. Well, that was the previous heat. Good on you, Neil. Thanks for tuning in. Anybody else on Facebook Live, jump in there, send us a comment, and we'll do our best to do a shout-out for you.
Yeah, and get used to these names. We're going to see these competitors pretty much following the series up and down the New South Wales East Coast over the next 2 months. It's going to be pretty jam-packed series of competition surfing, like Tezza and I have been speaking about. Plenty of cash on the line for these competitors and a bit of a kickstart in the purse thanks to Volkswagen and, of course, Surfing Australia. Going into that 2021 season, why wouldn't you want to have a chance at collecting that $1,500 for the men's or the women's champ? And, of course, a bit of prize money for second, third and fourth as well, and it goes well towards kicking off their campaigns going into the restart of competition. And no points on the line, but it's pretty much the same lineup as a World Surf League qualifying series event here, so opening up that opportunity for a lot of the super groms as well, and the not so well-known surfers that decide to have a kick around in the ring for competitive surfing, Tezza.
Absolutely. So a great opportunity for all levels to get back out there, get a singlet on and just start to chip away at their trade. And Dos Santos, you can see her scrambling around in the lineup. As there's Grace Gosby just getting a little frothy one on the inside, just unable to put the finishing touches on that one. And Dos Santos is in fourth, but she only needs a 3.84 to try and lift herself up into the lead. I'd love to see the priority board if we can shoot that somewhere, because I'm pretty sure that Dos Santos should be holding priority. She hasn't been away for a long time, but she doesn't look like she's sitting in a priority situation.
I actually think Philippa's holding down first priority, so pretty much Anne got that one where she almost had a section there. You can see a nice little view, still super glassy conditions to the south of the contest there. Beautiful part of Australia to be in.
And across the bay there's a bay there, of course, the Gunnerbata Bay, but across on the other side at Bundeena, a beautiful little part of the National Park. There's a little town over there and a bowling club and a Chinese restaurant, a few other little places. Great. You can actually get a boat from Cronulla over to Bundeena, and it's a really good little boat trip to just go and have a couple of beers over there and enjoy it on a nice sunny Sunday. So time ticking away here for Dos Santos and Grace Gosby. Grace didn't get the score she was hoping for on that last wave, 4.30. But lots of waves. You can see Shark Island. There is a bombie right out off the Bundeena headland as well. I'm not too sure if guys surf that stuff, but Shark Island, of course, one of the most infamous and heavy waves on the planet. And then on the inside, of course, you've got the patch and then the point and then the pool. Even on the pool here, the rock pool, there's a nice left-hander that comes through there occasionally when the swell's right up.
I've actually had a few little sessions on some foamies out there just on the edge of that pool there. It is really fun. It doesn't get as crowded as everywhere else, especially I think it breaks when a lot of the other breaks are really good as well. So you can always find yourself a little wave there. And we see quarterfinal number 2 getting ready to make their way into the lineup. So I do think at the moment Philippa Anderson in the lead, just over 3.5 minutes on the clock, and she will be holding that priority position because she's pretty much thrown down anchor. And I saw Anna Dos Santos trying to get herself into a situation, the wave closing out on her. There you see on the screen Cedar Lee Jones and Gabby Spake. I'm sure are pretty close friends, both from that Northern Beaches bubble, making their way into the lineup. And here we go. Anna Dos Santos having a look at this opportunity. She's just going to be caught behind the section there. She must be under priority, I'd say, because she's looking like she's starting to get busy. And here we go, Charlie Hurst getting to work on the backhand. Maybe only really one turn on offer out the back. Those rights a lot harder to navigate, a lot more water on the inside of those banks for them. So we have seen steeper, more critical sections on the left throughout the morning. And those rights may be starting to come into play, splitting the pack of competitors out the back. We'll see what that last score locks in for Charlie Hurst.
Well, Philsy might have extended her lead. She's now holding on to a 5.67 and a 6.50. Last wave scores and Dos Santos only a 1.0. This is Grace Gosby. Grace is currently sitting in 4th place, and she's chasing around about a 5-point ride to try and lift herself up into second. That one there just kind of fades off into the flats, and with about 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go, and Dos Santos sitting in 3rd, now chasing a 4.91 to move second.
Yeah, and there you see there's Grace Gosby, and a bit of an indicator. She is a super grum. You see how tight that rashie had to be tied to fit her super little grum frame. So it's great to see for these girls, Charlie and Grace. Not so much Anne, but Charlie and Grace probably big fish in little ponds in the Super Grum series at the moment, and now stepping up into this level, they become the little fish in a much bigger pond. And Filsey and Annie DeSantos, no stranger to competition. So I love seeing that match up between the younger and older competitors, and the experience versus that kind of ambition and motivation and the fearlessness that the Grums bring into the series. And we've seen it across the men's events so far as well. A lot of those guys, Kobe Clements and Super Grums, unfortunately Jarvis Earl bowing on out, but the same kind of match-up where the little fish come into the big pond, and now it's time for those big fish to step up if they want to keep them off the podium.
Yeah, well put. That's good stuff, Jess Grimwood, of course. And Tez McKenna, as we get down towards the end of this one, so it's the Open Women's quarterfinal number 1. Philippa Anderson hasn't even broken a sweat. She's just breezed through this one with all her experience. Charlie Hurst sitting in second for the South Coast Goofy Footer, doing great. And Dos Santos, well, there she is there on screen, and she's starting to get a little nervous with 1 minute remaining, and I reckon her grandmother would be getting a little, probably sweaty little palms here just in the last minute, waiting for her granddaughter to try and get through the heat. Annie DeSantos, great young surfer. She had a bit of a clunky start to this one, and she's been playing catch-up since the get-go. Grace Gosby as well is currently sitting in 4th position. 5.01 for Grace, and a little less required for 4.91 for Anne DeSantos. The big problem here is that there's a long wait between the waves. So right now, 35 seconds to go.
Yeah, and we saw Annie just posting really excellent scores over the event so far. And if she gets the opportunity to open up on a bigger set wave, she's going to be able to capitalise. But like you said, the question is, will the waves turn up? And this is why competitive surfing is so tricky, and it's so incredible to watch, and then also can be so heartbreaking because it's all up to the ocean, and that spontaneity and that unpredictability of sets and Mother Nature is what I enjoy most about competitive surfing. And I think something that, although the wave pool stuff is incredible to watch, it's a whole different realm of competing. You can't compare with this kind of unpredictability.
No, that's a bit of bad luck in the background there. So it's unfortunately for Anne DeSantos and Grace Gosby. They will be eliminated. There's, of course, the winner of that one was Philippa Anderson from Merriweather Surfball Club in Newcastle. How you going, Novocastrians? Okay, we're going to sign off here. Throw to an ad break. We'll be back with more live action from Cronulla here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. So stick around, folks. More coming up soon.
What do you reckon? Yeah.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6.
Yeah.
And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now.
For the Volkswagen Cronulla Open, you can see Philippa Anderson taking the heat win there nice and early. She's congratulating Grace Gosby for her performance as well, maybe reflecting on the conditions out there and sharing a little bit of insight. That's Super Grom versus the veteran, so it's great to see that sportswomanship on display, and great performance to kick off for Philippa. Not really shifting up too far into her gears for her. I think she's just kind of surfing to the criteria for her opening round, and she's going to save her champagne surfing for hopefully a berth into the finals. And, she has to get through the semis first, but we'll see. At the moment, it is quarterfinal number 2 in the water. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined by Terry McKenna in the booth. A very good morning once again, Terry.
Yeah, thanks again. Only Mum calls me Terry when I'm in trouble.
Well, apologies, Tezza. You are doing a good job. No trouble here.
I hate the name. I've always hated the name Terry. Like I after what South Park did to Terrence, just call me Tezza.
Sorry about that, Tezza.
No worries.
Well, there we go. Into quarterfinal number 2 with Tezza. And he's in no trouble whatsoever. Carly Shanahan getting a nice early opening, 2.90. Of course, Cedar Lee Jones, I believe, representing NASA up from that Northern Beaches bubble. Gabby Spake, I believe, may serve for Long Reef from that North Narrabeen area as well. And Nixie Ryan from Lennox Head. So pretty big matchup once again. Some of the younger girls versus the bit more experienced QS competitors. It's going to be interesting to see who can get a roll on the momentum out here. Look at the lack of energy at the moment happening in the lineup. Strategy's going to come into play, Tessa.
Yeah, that swell is dwindling, unfortunately, but we've got enough waves and some clean conditions here to put on a show, that's for sure. So Gabby's back out into an early lead. Carly Shanahan from Wooleye near Mini Waters up there just south of Yamba. What a beautiful part of the world that is. You know, I looked at the Mini Waters Wooleye turn off for maybe 30 years going up the coastline, and it was like 35 Ks in there or something. And I always thought, maybe next trip, you know. It was one of those turn-offs that I never took. And then I decided recently, about a year ago, I thought, you know what, I'm turning off here. And I went into there and I caught up with a friend of mine, Roger Saunders, who's probably watching the webcast because he works with Carly up there. And, oh my goodness, what a good decision that turned out to be. A beautiful part of the world, all around National Park. And just, you know, some fantastic waves up there as well. Here goes Cedar Lee Jones. That one didn't work out too good for Cedar, a former Australian junior champion. She won the Aussie title down there in South Australia a couple of years ago.
Yeah, looked a little bit out of rhythm and out of time, but it's not really going to worry her. I think she's pretty seasoned competitor. Like I said, I've seen incredible performances from her, and also just really incredible, polite and humble young surfer out of the water as well. And her family, beautiful family, and sister Bodie Lee Jones, also a really great surfer. So I don't think that's going to worry her too much, just getting her toes stuck into the wax and just shaking off those first heat nerves, maybe first time back into competitive rash shirt. So you see Carly Shanahan there on the left-hand side in the white, and looks like Nixie Ryan trying to create some space and have a look at this opportunity. Gabby Spate looking back to the priority as well. So all four ladies, regardless of age, very experienced at priority situations and heat surfing. And here we see Cedar not going to waste a little bit of time, picks off a nice little one under priority and really gets the momentum rolling here for her. So that'll definitely go towards her campaign. Gabby Stake opened up with a 4.50. Carly's opening ride was a 2.9. Previous ride for Cedar, 2.27, and score to come for her last ride. Just over 15 minutes on the clock, and coming up in quarterfinal number 3, one of my personal favourite, well-known QS warriors, Freya the Chemist Prum. She'll be taken to the water, along with True Starling, April Davey, Layla Rich, and Tezza.
Yeah, it looks like we are pretty much ready to go as she just fixes up the goggles and the headphones and gets all ready to go. Hey, Philsy, congratulations. Well done, Philippa Anderson. That was a great heat win. It looked like you hardly broke a sweat on that one.
Oh, kind of that first one I went over the falls, that would definitely woke me up.
Yeah, welcome to Cronulla. But
Yeah.
a nice way to start off your campaign down here.
Yeah, it was good. I think besides the Matara, I've only really surfed board riders heat, so a little bit of nerves because we're kind of getting back into the flow of things with the contest. So yeah, it was good to get through that. Watched the girls surf yesterday, and there's definitely some big names in the draw, so I was happy to get through that one.
Yeah, hey, congratulations on the launch recently of your surf school in Newcastle as well. Yeah, that's
Hopefully
awesome.
they weren't watching that first wave, don't do that.
Yeah. Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, congratulations. That's going to be a great little business for you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I've been so fortunate to grow up with surfing in my life, and I just feel like I'm pretty passionate as well about getting young girls in the water, and I've been so lucky with my career, and I just, you know, if I can help out 1 or 2 girls get into surfing and, you know, find that passion for it. So, yeah, that's kind of why I started, and been pretty busy the last few weeks with heaps of little girls and a couple of boys as well, so I'm really happy that, you know, they can get in the water and I give them an opportunity to do that.
Awesome.
Well said, Philsy. Congratulations. I can
Thanks.
shake off the first heat nerves with you. I was a little bit nervous for you, but good to see
After
you get
that
the
first one. I don't even know what happened. I think I was trying to, I don't even know.
Well, it looks like you got some new gear under your arm and on your body as well. Talk to us a little bit about that new partnership.
Yeah, well, still riding Hayden's. We've just been working on a few things, and I guess in like the off season as such. So yeah, new board, just changed up the dimensions a little bit. And I feel, yeah, it's when you get the right section in the pocket, it just hits it really well and comes out. So we've been kind of working on tweaking that because sometimes I get a bit caught up. So it's good that we've working on something that gave us something to do, in the downtime. And then just a local Newcastle sponsor, Ryan Ansell Investment Solutions, jumped on board. A good friend of ours, and he supports a lot of local communities. So I'm actually probably the first individual athlete besides the sporting soccer and that they sponsor and help out. So tough times for everyone. So I was just so fortunate that he approached me, and super happy to be with a local Newcastle business and see that people still supporting. It's really good through these times. So really happy.
Well, it's great to see you take the first heat win, and I'm looking forward to seeing you coming up against some of the other girls as well in the next few rounds. Any last shout outs for the crew tuning in back at home?
Hey to everyone watching. But there's some big names in the draw, so hopefully I can come on top. But it's the girls level now, everyone's had this time off to really focus individually on things, and they've really showing with the scores that dropped yesterday, and there's a couple big names in the draw. So hopefully we can just put on a good show for everyone watching. And I guess a big thanks to Surfing New South Wales and everyone involved for getting this back on track. I think it's been pretty tough, and all the hard work to get everything going through COVID. So massive shout out to having the contest back. It's good.
Well, thank you very much. Congratulations. Looks like your training's paying off in the off-season, Filsey. We'll see you coming up in the semi-finals later on today.
Thanks guys.
Well
Cheers.
done. Okay, Philip Ranson, great performance there from the Novocastrian, and we just saw Nixie Ryan open up with a pretty cool wave on her first score for blue as well. Just got some numbers filtering on through for Nixie. At the moment, Cedar Lee Jones has hit an early lead, followed by Gabby Spack and Carly Shanahan sitting in third there from Wooleye. First wave scores, Nixie Ryan just about to load up.
Yeah, so they're just waiting to be locked into the system, and it's great to hear from Filsey. I know also sharing a coach with Nixie, so quite a few of the girls getting coached by Crispy. Michael Crisp also works up in Surfing Australia High Performance Centre, so pretty qualified coach, and he's been working really closely with the girls across all aspects of their surfing, the junior girls as well as these older QS competitors. And then we go last wave for Cedar Lee Jones was a 4.20, extending her lead. First wave for Nixie, a 3.1. So safe to say the girls only really having one turn opportunity on the waves at the moment. Cedar Lee Jones out in the lead. Gabby Spakes in second. Nixie needs a 1.41 and Carly a 1.61. So I think, like we said throughout the morning, Tessa, only halfway through this heat. Hopefully a proper set's going to roll on through. Looks like very glassy conditions out there this morning.
Yeah, super clean, that's for sure. Big shout out to Luke Deuce. He's online watching, along with Michael Lowe. Hey, Mick Lowe, he was on there for the previous one, saying Port Kembla is cheering on. That was for Charlie, of course. Elise Batista saying, well done, girls. Keep going forward and keep going at it. And she was tuned in for the previous heat with Ann Dos Santos. Nice positive message there. Laura Nichols is saying, go, Carly. Hey, Loz, how you doing? And, of course, Coffs Harbour Board Riders is sending all the positive energy towards Carly Shanahan. Well, she needs a little bit at the moment. She's just trailing right now with a 2.9. Nixie Ryan opened up with a 3.1, sitting in third. Gabby Spack in second. And it's Cedar Lee Jones holding the lead in this one with just on 9 minutes, 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, and as we said, coming up next for the Volkswagen Cronulla Open, it will be quarterfinal number 3. Freya Prum, the chemist from the South Coast, Marimbula. True Starling, our co-commentator, and of course, sister Jessie Starling, unfortunately bowing out of the draw. So True's carrying the torch for the Starling sisters. She'll be out there in quarterfinal number 3 versing April Davey, who we saw, local lady, really light up the lineup yesterday in her opening round. And Layla Rich will be taking to the heat in the blue singlet. So it's going to be another nice matchup. A really nice spread of experience and age across this competition. Quarterfinal number 4, we'll see top seeded surfer Sarah Baum versus Ellie Clayton-Brown, also from up towards your area, Newcastle, I believe. Tia Collins and Lily McDonald will round out the opening round quarterfinals today for the women, and then we'll switch back on over into the Open men's quarterfinals. So those ones, honestly, for the 4 quarterfinals for the men, any of those guys could be crowned champion by the end of this afternoon. They're just an incredible matchup between those guys, and we're really looking forward to this kind of champagne surfing as we move towards the finals, Tezza.
Yeah, you betcha. It always just gets so good as we get towards the pointy end of the competition. So we've been here for a couple of days leading up to this one. We had the Tradies Surf Masters. Of course, that was happening on Saturday. We had a big roll-up for that one. We had a little bit of a celebrity team challenge in the afternoon. We had guys like Andrew Joey Johns and Mark Gasniels, and absolute legends and luminaries rolled up for that one. I did see Gal, the football player, was also coming down to watch some of his footy buddies out there surfing. That was pretty cool. So yesterday, of course, we had a great day of competition for our first day here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open, wrapping it up here today. Next weekend, it's only a 2-day competition, so it'll be Saturday and Sunday up there in Port Macquarie. Tomorrow, I will make an official announcement for the King of the Box, whether it will be next weekend or the weekend after. Either way, it's a 1-day competition, and Box here doesn't break all the time, so it has a unique 2-weekend waiting period where you select the weekend and then you pick the day on the day on the actual weekend. Here's Yellow up and riding, Gabby Spake.
There she goes on the backhand. She's pretty lethal with this backhand. Very solid surfing. Nice connection with the second section there. So this is going to go well towards her campaign here. I think it's going to possibly push her into the lead. That second turn, really nice timing, and only going to be the second wave score on the board for Gabby Spake. So I dare say she only needed 3.14 to take the lead off Cedar Lee Jones, and I think that's going to be probably the most critical turn that I've seen so far. We didn't see her opening ride, the 4.50, but we'll wait to see. Just over 6.5 minutes here in quarterfinal number 2. Gabby Spake's second wave to come, and is it going to increase the need for Nixie and Carly? And it does. Last wave for Gabby, best wave of the heat so far, 5.27. Here goes Nixie, Lennox Head Surfer in the blue. There we go, a little bit more like Nixie, but unfortunately goes down. So she's one of the younger competitors as well, very seasoned through the juniors and the Grom series, and she's making that transition at the moment into the big leagues. Here's the replay of Gabby's 5.27. This turn here is the money, and nicely timed, a little bit more critical than what we've seen so far on offer from the first half of this heat. So she takes the lead. Cedar Lee Jones currently in second. Nixie's looking for a 4.54 and unfortunately goes down on the last wave we saw of her. Carly Shanahan now only requiring a 4.74, but we're really yet to see this heat open up. So the girls not being offered up too much opportunity to really extend the shoulders and lean into their rails and get the performances on the board, because the waves have just been a little bit quiet through the first or more than first half of this heat. We're down to 5.5 minutes on the clock.
Okay, all the events run in the Australian Open of Surfing Series, of course, will adhere to strict COVID-19 policies and regulations outlined by the New South Wales Government and New South Wales Health. Of course, we're in line with all of those things. Got a bit of a safety plan in place. Competitors washing their rash vest after each hit in a wetsuit bucket at the Beach Masters, got full of disinfectant. Everyone uses the hand sanitizer, so also asking competitors, it's a bit different to the regular norm, but arrive, surf, leave policy. So, just trying to discourage crowds and all that stuff as part of our, efforts to try and defeat the virus effectively. There's Blue Nixie Ryan, nice little wave here. As we mentioned a few times earlier, she went out the Shark Island the other day and charged a couple, so that's gutsy stuff for Nixie, and it wasn't perfect island, it was lumpy semi-onshore island, which makes it even tougher.
I did hear some of the guys floating around outside on the bench this morning talking about the fact that they rarely see any of the local ladies out at the island, so Nixie really putting her name on the map out there, apparently getting a couple of clips and maybe some shots from the local photographers.
Cool.
So keep your eye out for that. I think Surfing Australia CEO was looking to maybe repost some of that footage. So it's great to see Nixie really pushing the bar for performance in slabs alongside, I know Philippa and Bormy were, I think maybe floating alongside her too. So local, Crispy, getting her into some slabs. It's going to be nice to see the footage from that.
It's a scary place. I've been out there and had a good look at it when it's sizey, and I tell you what, it's heart and mouth material, that is for sure. Okay, here we go. Wool Eyes, Carly Shanahan. So the Coffs Harbour Board Riders will be hoping for a good little one here. Carly just looks at this little right-hander, and there she's got a beautiful, a really poetic surfing style, this young lady. Once she gets up and running, that wave there not really offering too much opportunities, but she was only chasing pretty small scores to try and elevate herself into second anyways.
Yeah, what I like about Carly's surfing is it's really, really traditional powerhouse surfing. Like, she's got the flare and the tail slide to go with it, but I like that she can revert back to the rail work and the powerhouse that she is, and you can see with her body language there, she wasn't super stoked with the end of that wave. She was, I think, hoping for a little bit more opportunity. She looks really solid on the board, doesn't look nervous at all. I think it just is the fact of the slow start to this heat. You can see the girls look starting to close ranks here in priority. Very strategic bunch of girls in the water, especially between Cedar and Gabby. I know personally, hearing from the other competitors that they're just really across the priority strategy and tactics, and they will not let anybody have a bar of it if there's a chance or a threat. You can see, look at those two closing rank there, both in first and second at the moment. We're waiting for the last score of Cedar Lee Jones. No, last score of Carly was just a 2.33. Last score for Cedar was her biggest wave of 4.2. She's in second position, so Nixie's got some work to do. 4.54 and 4.74 for Carly, just over 2 minutes, Tezza.
Yeah. Coming down to that all-important last 3 minutes. This is where we said they're all won and lost in this one. As long as you're on track and you don't have a clunky start, if everyone does what they need to do, it normally comes down to the last 3 minutes. And you know what? It normally comes down to who's holding priority in those last 3 minutes. So here's Blue. Nixie Ryan jams it up there. Just a one front-side hit there for Nixie. She'll kick out of that one with around about just under 2 minutes left on the clock. Carly Shanahan.
Here we go. This was shaping up to be a bigger looking wave and what she needed, but definitely Nixie and Carly not going to get what they require. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board. Look at the faces on Gabby and Cedar.
Yeah.
Sticking close. They're going to maybe hunt down third and fourth position with those priorities and try and sit on them. I think, like we said, very tactical competitors, and they're both from that Northern Beaches bubble. So we'll see what happens in the last minute and a half of this. She's calling for a situation update. Nixie and Carly still going to require the 4.51 and a 4.74. So unfortunately, Nixie's last wave of 3.13, only one section on offer. So she had nothing else to do on that wave and nowhere else to go. And she just really consolidated on the opportunity, but she's going to need to get herself another wave. And it's going to be interesting to see how close Gabby and Cedar pull rank to these girls in the priority situation. I don't think they're going to want to let them have any space at all because Nixie and Carly, solid competitors. So with 50 seconds on the clock, let's see how the end of this heat pans out as we see Cedar Lee Jones up and riding.
Nice little one here for Cedar. She is always choreographs the heats really nicely. She realised that thing was going to be a bit of a fizzer, so she jumped off that one nice and quick. Okay, Carly, oh, she's going to lose the priority on that. Around about 30 seconds to go, so she's going to try and latch onto anything to see if it can sort of turn into something, and she's going to spin and get into this one. And I tell you what, Coffs Harbour, they'll be on their feet at the moment. Carly Shanahan, nice little jam in the pocket. Can she get a little something on this one? Wow, I tell you what, a flow into the third turn, and Carly may have just found a diamond in the rough, and I reckon that's going to take her very close to where she wants to be into that second position. Wow.
Ooh, my hairs are standing on my arms end as we hear the buzzer go. I could see Gabby looking over the back of that wave there. And so let's see how this one pans out. I'm going to say that she's got it. Judging on the scale from the last two waves, here's the replay. First turn, kind of a bit of a check snap. She sets herself up for a bit more of a rail carve. Goes straight into the third turn, a little bit wobbly, but manages to back it up again. Nothing super critical, but just kind of stock standard.
If she rode out of that, there would be no question about it. It's left a little question mark for me, whether or not it's going to be enough, and it's a 4.07.
Just short of the requirement,
yeah,
you
just
see.
Under. You know what? It was the last manoeuvre. Oh, golly. So Lauren Nichols and the Coffs Harbour Board Riders Club, you can see the disappointment on Carly's face. She realised as it came down to that last incomplete manoeuvre, she just didn't quite have the speed to ride out of that one. Anyway, we're going to throw to a commercial break, and we'll be back with more live action here at the VW Cronulla Open after this. Stick around.
Volkswagen.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
And welcome back. You are watching the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. We're coming to you live from Cronulla, New South Wales, Australia. And a couple of smiley faces right there. Gabby Spake, Cedar Lee Jones going through that one. Unfortunately for Carly Shanahan, I really think that it came down to the fact that she didn't complete that final manoeuvre. In my mind, there was no doubt about it. She'd get the score if she had a ridden out of that last turn.
Yeah, that was a tough call. I think, I don't know, like you said, we're both not judges. We're in here in the commentary booth and lucky enough to be able to express our own opinions across the board. But I think just judging on the rest of the performance of that heat, I actually reckon she got it. But of course, the averaging has to be taken across the panel.
Sure.
And, you know, it came under 0.4 short of the score she needed. And you can see the disappointment. She really, I think in those positions as a competitor, when you're down to the line and you need, say, she needed a 4.5, you have to surf beyond the 4.5 just to make sure you slam the door shut. You can't leave a question mark because 9 times out of 10, when there's that question mark, like you said, falling off that final manoeuvre, it just gives the opportunity for the judges to go, oh, you know what? Nah, that wasn't enough. And I think you just need to aim above that. And I think that's something that I've seen Philippa really good at doing as well as some of the older girls is they need a 4.5 and they're surfing to a 6 or a 7. So it doesn't matter. Even if they fall.
No question.
Yeah, no question at the end of the day. And unfortunately for Carly, she's going to have to bow this. But congratulations, Cedar and Gabby, moving on through. We're going to see those girls come out in the semi-finals. In the water at the moment for the Volkswagen Cronulla Open, it is the Open Women's Quarterfinal number 3. April Davey looks like she kicked off with a nice opening score of 4.83. Fellow commentator True Starling's out there in the water in the white. Freya, the chemist Prum, is out there in the red. Very seasoned, accomplished QS competitor. And Layla Rich is in the blue. So going to be a nice match-up for these ladies once again in the water.
Just waiting for a couple of waves to come on through. Again, shoot those comments through on the Facebook page. Just jump in the comment section and do a little bit of shout-out. Give us some information on the competitors, etc. April Davies is into this one. Nice little wave here for April. She's been really rapidly improving, this young lady. And, gee, that was a nice little hit there and a little bit of maybe one of those sort of Sally Fitz kind of hand drive at the end of that stuff.
Yeah, she's been really, really clever throughout the event so far. I've seen her really throwing up that second turn no matter what situation. Have a look at the replay here. She's got that first turn on, kind of cuts it short to keep in front of the section. She's been really able to throw the board up and over those fast little end sections and just consolidate on the opportunity. And here we see True Starling, fellow competitor, commentator, sorry, one of the Starling sisters out there in the white and representing for North Narrabeen. We see Freya up and riding right behind her and plenty to say about all of these competitors, of course. So True, like we said, sister to Jessie Starling, both the ladies launching murmurmag.com, which is kind of a focus on all things women's surfing and lifestyle around the surfing culture. Of course, competitive surfing on their radar as well, as we see Layla Rich up and riding. And True, as I say, one of the girls from the Northern Beaches, North Narrabeen, along with Jessie, those girls train a lot at a pretty, I think, well-known gym around the area, Chocolate Box, and they've got some stuff going on at the moment. I know former world champion longboarder Chelsea Williams working alongside Annabelle Barrett and a whole crew of pretty amazing people involved in that community up there at Chocolate Box. And we'll get back to that right after this post-heat interview with Gabby Spake, the last heat's heat winner. A very good morning, Gabby. Congratulations. Okay. So we'll just get you on mic there. Sorry, once again, congratulations, Gabby Spake. First heat win.
Thank you so much.
And how are you feeling in the conditions out there? It was a very slow first 15 minutes. And what was the tactics going into that?
Just getting any of the waves, you know. It was really hard and fat, so
And you were keeping your eye pretty closely on Carly Shanahan. We could see in the screen you were watching her last wave. Were you a little bit worried on that last exchange, letting her go that wave under priority?
Yes, I was. I thought she was going to get the score and overtake me, and then I saw Nixie catch a wave as well. So
yeah, well,
it's a bit scary.
Yeah, Gabby's Tess McKenna, great performance. She did really well, given the fact that was a tricky heat for waves. What was your strategy when you were paddling out for that one? What was your plan of attack?
I was lining up with the pathway, and I was just going to stay there and, you know, catch the waves that came through there, because I studied the lineup before my heat and saw heaps of lefts come through there. So yeah, luckily the other girls didn't really stay that far deep where I was sitting. So
yeah, cool. All right, well, that was a fantastic performance. Listen, while you're on camera, look down the camera. Did you want to say hi to anyone back home, or to anyone that's working with you, coaches or fitness coaches, etc.?
I'd just like to say hi to my mum. Hi, Mum. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, well, Mum would be looking on. She'd be very proud of you. Gabby Spake, you've done well.
Thank you.
Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in the semi-finals a little later on today.
Thank you so much.
Good on
Well
you,
done, Gabby.
Bye.
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 She's a great, like I said, still representing the schoolgirls contingent from the Northern Beaches. We see her in those state titles and the school tag teams and that. She's a really funny competitor, just super into the comp vibe. You see her running around with the Grommet pack all the time after the comps there.
She couldn't take her eye off the lineup during the whole interview. She's still watching the serve. What a Grommet classic. I love it. So, hey, we want to say a big shout out to the Highland Property Group, creating more than just your property needs across the Sutherland Shire and St George's area. That's Melissa Haythier and Gavin Hill from Highland Property, two local agents, born and bred right here in the Shire. So make sure that you check it out. Next week coming up looks like a pretty solid one, and we can see just the rash vest getting tied up there for Tia Collins. So this is going to be a really cool heat to watch this next one. Who else have we got in this next quarterfinal?
Yeah, another pretty good matchup. Of course, South African Sarah Baum will be in the water in the red. Ellie Clayton-Brown from Newcastle, I believe.
Yep.
Tia Collins is there on the screen just before that, and Lily McDonald will be in the next quarter. At the moment, April Davey, I tell you what, silent assassin, and she's kind of flown under the radar in the seeds list, but she's opened up with a 4.83 and a 5.10, and she takes the lead early. True Starling's in that second position, a 2.67 and a 3.67 in second. Freya the Chemist Prum, pretty experienced competitor at the moment, looking for a 3.45. And Layla Rich, a 2.97, only one wave on the board for her. Needs a 3.38. Like you said, the crew from Highland Property, I saw them around the event this whole time from sunrise to sunset. Mel especially, just really happy to be a part of the vibe and the community down here. They had a lolly guessing competition in the jar, old school style. Now giving away
416.
Was it?
Yeah, was my number.
Oh, was your number? They were also giving away one of the Mick Fanning soft tops. So pretty cool to see those guys just getting involved. I know their shop is situated just behind Triple Bull there on the main street. And look at there, True Starling up and riding.
Yeah, clean green face here for True. Wow, that was quality stuff right there. And that right, oh my goodness, she's had a little mishap at the end. So the old commentary curse came into play there, but she was really starting to wrap up into that one. You can see that upper body rotation. So great biomechanics there from True Starling. We might try and have a look at that one, or maybe not. So just on, what do we got? Just on 10 minutes remaining. Scores coming through for that last wave for True Starling. We might be able to go back into the hard drive and drag it out. We'll see how we go. Here we go with the replay. Let's have a look at what happened here. So she set it up with a really nice first turn. And here's the second one. She goes up, and yeah, the foot just basically slipped off, unfortunately.
Yeah. You can see the amount of strength she has in those legs too. Like the girls have been saying, and the guys all morning, it's really soft and it really lacks a lot of push out there. So to be able to generate so much speed and spray off that turn, that second turn, it just shows where she's sitting at with her training and her prep coming into this event. Unfortunately, she couldn't consolidate on the final turn, but look at the score that came through the system, 7.17.
Yeah.
So judges really rewarding that sharpness and the critical surfing from Miss Starling, and it's nice to see. And obviously shaking off those nerves for her first heat of the event. She goes into the lead. April Davey in second position now. Freya's going to be looking for a 7.04. And looks like she's just throwing anchor down out there alongside Layla Rich, 6.97. So those girls are going to need to get themselves into a set wave, of course, Freya, no stranger to this position, really experienced QS competitor. She's in that top 10 World Qualifying Series rankings pre-COVID, and we nicknamed her the chemist. Of course, she's got a pharmaceutical degree, and here she goes.
Okay, so that one didn't work out too good. I was hanging out with Freya in Chile last year. She surfed the event at Iquique 3000 that I commentated, and golly, she was just ripping over there in the good waves. Here's True Starling trying to back up that good score that she got on the previous one. Again, lovely rotation, nice style there as she just twists through those two turns. She's had some fantastic inspiration coming from North Narrabeen. Laura Eniver and all the great, competitors, all the great women and men competitors over there at North Narrabeen. It's been one of the real hotbeds of talent for many years. I remember when I was a grommet growing up at Maroubra, there was only a couple of landmark clubs, Snapper Rocks, North Narrabeen and Maroubra. They used to go at it all the time. This is in the late 70s, early 80s. So that club has been, just fantastic. Celebrated its 50th about 6 or 8 years ago. So, the club's probably the next celebration for North Narrabeen will be the 60th anniversary of the club in a couple of years' time. It's pretty crazy.
It's got such a long history, and I'm just so impressed with the sharpness that True's surfing with at the moment. As we see Layla Rich, here we go. Nice looking wave for her. Lines up the section and just kind of goes down over that inside rail, kind of maybe chopping the end of that turn a little too much. She's wanting to get the ball rolling, and great wave selection for her with that priority point. But it looks like at the moment, True getting the better of that situation. Once again, like I said, I've seen True surf a lot, and I'm just feeling pretty impressed with the sharpness and the aggressiveness that she's gone out there and kicked off this quarterfinal in. I know she was feeling the nerves a little. At the moment, April Davey, just a silent assassin, moving on through these heats through the event so far, and she's found herself in second position. So Freya and Layla have some work to do. They're going to need to find a better looking wave, and while we're waiting for those last few scores to lock on in, there we go, last of Freya, not going to factor in a 0.83. April Davies last wave, a 4.43. True last wave for her, 4.57. And here we go, Freya Prum up and riding.
Okay, Freya just jamming a nice little carve on the backhand. This is the way where she's going to try and get a rhythm back, and it looks like she's really determined, lifting the work rate on that one, and she had her feet firmly planted in the sweet spot on that wave, and that was beautiful to watch. So Freya Prum, when she gets going, is a beautiful surfing style and one of the more progressive surfers as well.
That's a bit more what we're used to with the chemist there. And I know she's got her partner Patty on the beach with the coaching. And while we take a break in the action, wait for those scores, we will cross to a quick ad. So stick with us. Plenty more live action coming up.
Yeah. Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Okay, welcome back. Just in time to see this young lady in the yellow singlet ripping it apart. And April Davies, bang, up into the lip just over, cooking that final turn. And right behind her, it looks like the young lady in the blue singlet, of course, that is Layla right there. That's Layla Rich. Also just fading off that last one. So True Starling is ticking the boxes out the front here. True hitting the high notes with a 7.17 and a 4.57. Last wave scores Freya Prum 8.33. So now April and Layla have got a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, they definitely got to get kicking because April's looking for a 6.14. She did just get a wave. I think it's locked in as a 4.43. And Layla now looking for an 8.27. So let's see Freya's replay. Look how solid she looks. Another one of those surfers that's riding a board with a bit more flick through the nose, Tezza, I think, and just a really experienced competitor. Like you said, a lot of dynamic maneuvers in her repertoire. She's an incredible surfer, and she's been across the QS for quite a few years now, and the last 2 years have really seen some amazing results. She's ranked in that top 10 position in the World Qualifying Series, if not the top 5, as we see True Starling up and riding on the back end. Look at the whip she gets through the end of those turns and the amount of power she's able to push through her legs there. I just think that's the sharpest I've seen True serve. So I think the break's been paying off for her at the moment, Tezza.
Absolutely, yeah, no doubt about that one. True Starling in the lead, Freya Prum sitting in second. What did April need? She's chasing, April Davey, last wave 5.0. That's reduced her equation. She's now chasing a 6.14 on this wave. And unfortunately, just her foot was a little bit too far up the board to try and pull that kind of move. Layla Rich sitting in fourth place, and Layla chasing an 8.27 with just over 3 minutes remaining. Look, another little inside wave. This is what Freya did on the previous one. This one looks like it's got a bit of a shorter wall. Freya keeping it tight and bright. Watch the hands working together with the rotation. So she's been working with Michael Chris. Of course, Crispy is one of the coaches up there at the High Performance Centre. I'm pretty sure she'd be Crispy be keeping an eye because, you know, with that calf connection. So, but yeah, beautiful biomechanics, I suppose you could say. You know, if you can use your arms, I used to say to kids, look, cut your arms off, put them on the scales, man. It's like 10 or 20 kilos, right? So if you can throw those arms into the right direction, whether it's lifting them up into the lip or throwing them into turns or using them to, you know, get leverage or rotation, it's going to make a big difference. And Freya was really just throwing those arms around with that upper body rotation. It was working perfectly with really nice, cool style as well.
Yeah, and she, like you said, really smooth, really across the biomechanics of surfing. Last wave for her goes into the top two, 4.40. And big shout out to the Prum contingent there. I'm sure tuning on in. Rob down on the south coast and the rest of the family just making sure they're keeping an eye on Freya, of course. Very smooth competitor. Last wave for True was a 6.67. So here we go. Layla Rich has got some work to do. Just kind of jabs that first turn, but manages to throw enough spray and negotiates the second. So maybe a little bit out of time, but she's going to have to really put the foot down to the medal. A 9.77 required for her. I think that's going to definitely help the situation. She's got to replace that 2.83, and I think it's going to do just that. But True Starling at the moment, looking absolutely stellar with just over 1.5 minutes on the clock. Her last wave going into the top two is 6.67. So April now needs a 7.64. And Layla needs an 8.81. Last wave for her, 3.93. Here's the Silent Assassin, Tezza.
Yeah, so here she goes. And nice little inside wave here. Jamming it up there in the pocket. As I mentioned, this young lady is really starting to take her surfing to a new level. See that pink sticker on the board? You see that on quite a few of the kids that came through the state titles. And we're hoping to head up to North Stradbroke Island for the Australian junior titles. But of course, with the borders closed, most of the Aussie titles, in fact, all of the Aussie titles were cancelled for 2020. So in a nice little twist, what they did was it Yeti, I think it was, who came on board, and they created those pink stickers, and then they created a virtual Australian junior titles where they're using the clips for the kids, you know, and it's got to have the sticker on the board when with the clip to be able to qualify for some pretty cool prizes at the end of the whole promotion. So it's not quite the Australian titles, but it's acknowledging the kids that ripped it up in the New South Wales state titles.
Yeah, it's a great initiative from them too, of course. Yeti coming on board, and here we go, looking super sharp. True Starling up and riding, weaving through. She's looking pretty good for the heat win at the moment. You can see a little bit too wobbly and bobbly on that wave, but with 20 seconds on. Just a little information about her background and training, of course. She launched Mermamag with her sister, and she trains up at Chocolate Box. And word from those guys is, at the moment, if you bring a mate, you both get a bottle of 4 Pillars Gin with your name on the bottle. So they've teamed up with a local gin company, 4 Pillars. And
that's an unusual sort of a promotion for a gym, but I like it.
Hey, well, it's working for True at the moment. So True and Freya moving on through that quarterfinal. Stick with us, quarterfinal number 4 coming up right after this break. It is the Volkswagen Cronulla Open of surfing, and we'll be back with plenty more live action after this.
Faith in me, I have faith in you. Still so many miles we can leave behind. And how we learn to fly, the way we move and tight. Let me hold you close while we're here in this room. And I can hear the horizon calling. See the road to go, and every time I think of you, babe, and I think of coming since I found you. I found my reason why. Oh, every time I think of you, babe, I think of coming home.
Volkswagen.
Okay, well, there's Victor from the previous heat. True Starling looking on point here at Cronulla. Of course, you're watching the Australian Open of Surfing. This is the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. We've got $7,000 up for grabs today. Of course, in the women's and men's division, equal prize money. So $1,500 for first, $900 second, $600 third, $500 will go to fourth place. The leaderboard, of course, is the 6 events. It's the best 4 out of the 6 events. So there will be some kind of a eventual series champion.
Yeah, and the bragging rights too, to take that out. There's the chemist. You see a Freya Prum on your screen. She's looking pretty good as well. I don't think she shifted too high up into her performance gears. I think probably just washing off the cobwebs and the dust of the COVID season. Here we see Bormy out there in the red Rashi having a look at this opportunity. She's going to stroke on into this and take off on the forehand.
Yeah, nice clean green face here for Sarah, and she has been shredding lately, busting the fins out on that first turn. I get to see Sarah surf all the time now. Of course, she's living in Newcastle, and every time I drive past the bar to Merriweather Stretch doing my little surf reports for Triple M radio station, I look to the right-hand side and I see someone flying down the line and throwing the fins out exactly like that. I can't tell you how many times I've seen her do that. She's a very progressive surfer.
I almost squealed at this turn. This is so Bormy. Look at the style, and then casually, like a little bit of a head check. Yeah, you know what? No problem. Just throws down a turn like that. I think it's going to be a nice opening score. A single turn, earning her a 6.67. So sounding the warning alarms for the rest of the girls already in the draw on the opening wave of her campaign, and first surf back into competition as well for Bormy. Tia Collins opened up with a 3-point ride. Ellie Clayton-Brown just a throwaway, 0.93, as with Lily's a 0.67. And like you said, Bormy always in the water up there. She takes her career very seriously. Professional surfing now. She's relocated from South Africa over here a few years ago, and pretty good support crew for her up in the Newcastle area. I know she's with her partner, and Georgia will be tuning in live from work. So a big hello if you're locked on into the competition. It is quarterfinal number 4 of the Volkswagen Cronulla Open, and alongside Bormy's support network, there's a few other really amazing athletes that are in her group up there in Newcastle as well. I know Howie playing for the Sydney Roosters. They just played in the Women's Rugby League Premiership. And a few other ex-kind of Iron Woman competitors and ex-rugby union players that still, you know, compete at such a high level. So to surround herself with athletes like that, as well as Philippa Anderson, you can see it's paying off for her career progression at the moment. And it looks like we're going to take a little break in the live action and cross down with a post-heat interview with True Starling. True, congratulations.
Thanks, Jess.
On the other side of the microphone now, how are you feeling dusting off the nerves and the cobwebs and taking that first heat win?
Yeah, definitely felt a bit of nerves actually at the start of the heat. I was kind of on my first, I had the plan to go out and get a good first wave and finish it, and didn't execute that at all. So to be able to get a couple towards the end of the heat was pretty cool, and you know, just to be back out in the Rashi, I'm so stoked. And yeah, it's good to be around an event finally.
Yeah, True, it's Tessa. Well done.
Tess,
Congratulations. Great performance. Both Jessica and I, it was pretty obvious that off-season you've been training hard there at the chocolate box.
Yeah.
And it seems to be paying off. A lot of leg strength there with those real flimsy waves. Tell us about the conditions. Is it pretty weak out there?
Yeah, it's pretty weak. I kind of expected it to have a little more push than what it did, but I mean, you kind of got to go out there expecting less than what you think. But yeah, I've been training a lot at the gym and just getting my strength up and just making sure that I'm feeling fit and healthy. And yeah, yeah, I'm feeling good, and hopefully I can keep going in the next round.
Well, it'd be good to get yourself and your sister back in the booth for maybe
Yeah.
a couple of heats. And I'm wondering if you eventuate into taking the crown here at the Australian Open, will you write an article on yourself for Murmur Mag?
Definitely not. Maybe about other people, but definitely not me.
That's the right answer.
I'll keep that to myself.
Oh, well, maybe you can call us in for our guest writing for
Yes.
the article, and we'll write about your
Yep.
successes here.
We
at
got
the
to
Volkswagen.
organise that for sure.
I've got some creative writing skills. I'm sure I could talk it up a treat.
Kez, I will get you on the computer.
There we go. True, darling. That was a great performance.
Thank you.
Congratulations. You're into the semi-finals, and we look forward to seeing you in the next one.
Thanks, guys. See you back in the booth.
Well done, True.
Bye.
And great performance from her as well. She's just one of those incredible competitors. It's hard to believe that she's only 19 years old, and she's just so across so many aspects of her career. She's so good in the booth with us here on the microphone. She's running Murmur Mag with her sister and just covering so much media about women surfing in general and their lifestyle, and she's such an incredible athlete as well. So one of those competitors coming from North Narrabeen, of course, a really strong club up there, and just really great to see True get a nice heat win under her belt.
Yeah, very polite, very professional. She's the full box and dice, no doubt about that. We'd like to thank Ridges Cronulla, of course, and if you want to make Ridges Cronulla Beachside your go-to weekender destination, speak to the friendly staff. They will have a 24-hour service there at the reservations team. Of course, weddings are back, so if you wanted to have a nice little wedding and book your beachside wedding, check out Ridges Cronulla Beachside, a great little place to stay and play here in Cronulla.
Yeah, and at the moment it is Bormy with that single wave out in the lead, and here we go, Lily McDonald. Super strong competitor, nice straight up into the lip, aggressive attack for her. It's going to be her real opening ride on this quarterfinal, and at the moment, like we said, it is the South African-born surfer, Sarah Baum, out in the lead. She's working alongside Smith Shapes at the moment, and I think freshly signed to the ASN sports nutrition stuff. Here's a replay. It looks like just a little end of a wave there for surfer in white, Ellie Clayton-Brown. She's another incredible surfer from up towards your way, I think, Tezza, and I've seen her a lot as one of the grommets in the series. Is super tall, very athletic-looking body type, and it's great to see her making the jump across into this QS-style event.
Yeah, absolutely. I did a couple of heat drills with Elle and Joe Sampson, her little friend from up there at Port Stephens. A couple of weeks ago, I ran the girls through a little, the old, just a standard heat drills, trying to warm them up. I remember I said to them, I said, how many heats have you guys surfed this year? And they said, I don't know, like 5 or something. And I said, well, you know, we need to do a bit of surf training. And, you know, we can do 5 heats in one day. If we do 3 sessions, there's 15 heats that you've surfed. And they're like, wow, okay, that's a good idea. And I put them through the paces. I always take a camera with me, so it's a training/photo session. The camera is the real key here to getting the kids to really perform, because they think, oh, Tez's got the camera, I'm going to get a photo for Instagram. And so they tend to push it a little bit further with the camera. But, yeah, Ellie's a very impressive young surfer. Up there at Port Stephens. So hi to everyone up at the Bay. King of the Box could be on Saturday. I'm just trying to look at the charts. It's getting worse as we go, as each hour passes. So maybe it won't be on next weekend. I'm going to confirm it tomorrow on Tuesday. But either way, it'd be great to have a competition back at Box Beach. It's been, been a great venue there. So Open Women's quarterfinal number 4 underway. Just over 10 minutes remaining in this one. Sarah Baum really just breezing through this one with a couple of good scores. We got, or just one good score rather. We've got Tia Collins on screen there sitting in second. Ellie Clayton-Brown's moved into third. What does Elle need right now?
Ellie's only looking for a 1.24, so barely a turn for her required to put herself into the progression position. And Lily McDonald, a 2.07 required for her on the ball. You see Tia there in the yellow rashi. I think she's looking back to the coach or dad on the beach, just making sure she's in position. She opened up with a 3-point ride. Second wave for her on the board, a 2.73, and I know that she's going to be hoping to throw those scores away before the end of this heat. And, of course, Bormy just a single turn, earning herself a 6.67. And while we wait for the next few waves to roll on in, we will cross to an ad break from our supporters. So stick with us. Plenty more live action coming up after this break.
Yeah. Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures, wide open spaces. So you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020, one unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Welcome back, live action, up and riding. It looks like Elle Clayton-Brown, nice wrap on the forehand for her. You are watching the Volkswagen Cronulla Open, Australian Open of Surfing, first instalment, and it is the Open Women's quarterfinal number 4 in the water. There we go, Lily McDonald getting to work on the inside as well. Great style, solid surfing from her in the blue, Rashi and right up and riding. Just behind her it was Sarah Baum and a little flash of red in the background, so it's going to be a nice exchange for the ladies. Myself, Jess Grimmel, joined in the booth by Tezza McKenna, of course. Tezza, big day for us today, finals day.
Yes, I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I love coming back here to Cronulla. Of course, I grew up on the other side of Botany Bay at Maroubra. As tail end of Sarah Baum's second ride. It was only, well, we're just waiting for that score to come through. And little guy putting along, look at him having a little, he's taking a tinny out for the day. Is he got a dog in the back? What is that in the back of his...
It might be the tail of a massive fish he's
I don't
caught.
know what the hell that thing was in the back of the boat, but he's heading home to cook it up, whatever it is. So Sarah Baum is out there at the moment and leading the pack, still waiting for that score to come through. Lily McDonald has just jumped in the lead with a 5.0, so Lil now looking to replace a 3.67. We're still waiting for that second wave for Sarah, so that may have been enough for Sarah to jump back in the lead. We'll wait and see. Once that score comes through for Sarah, all 4 competitors will have 2 waves apiece, and that will give us a better indication as to what's actually happening.
Yeah, exactly, and create that splay of the contest from 4th to 1st, and then we'll really see the girls reposition themselves with priority and see what they need. So there we go. Second score for Bormy, 6.17, so nice solid wave for her. Would have been similar, maybe 2 smaller turns or 1 big turn like the first one. We just saw the end of it then. We're still waiting for a score to lock on in for Ellie Clayton-Brown. I think that's going to be a good way for her as well. She's only needing a very small score to move into progression. Here she goes again, taller athlete in the lineup here. Unfortunately, goes down on the backhand. Score to come for her. Lily's wave, we did see the end of that. She has earned herself that 5-point ride. She's in second position. Last wave for Ellie and previous ride to be locked on in. Tia Collins, here she goes, having a look at this one.
Okay, Tia couldn't scratch into it, so Elle Clayton-Brown moves up into 3rd position. Little score came true for her last wave. Or there it is, the previous wave for Elle Clayton-Brown, 3.73. That last wave was a 1.40. This is Tia having a look at this one. So Tia Collins up and riding in yellow. Again, just jumps off the back of that one. So she want to probably just focus on getting out there and getting priority. And with 6 minutes to go, she's not chasing too much for score, Jess. What's she need?
No, she only needs that 5.68, so I'd like to see her just settle down into the last quarter of this heat. You saw her maybe make a bit of a priority mistake. Bormy having a look at the wave and kind of watching Tia being sold into that one. Perhaps she had priority for it,
yep.
And she didn't quite scratch into the top of it like the girls have been saying all morning. It's a bit weaker out there and a bit slower on the set, so I think she kind of just rushed that next wave under priority. Didn't lose her any love in the lineup, but it's not going to be what she's looking for. She needs to be surfing up towards a 6-point ride, so she's going to need a really big critical section or a number, like a combination of 2 or 3 turns on the forehand or the backhand, and I'd love to see her perhaps just create a bit of space for herself now under that priority situation and move either to the north or south of the pack and just wait for the right wave, because she's got the surfing that she needs to earn that score. She just needs to pick the right wave.
Okay, so we are coming down to the final 5. This is Sarah Baum, current heat leader, originally from South Africa, now residing in Newcastle. That is a wonderful looking wave. Oh, golly, and Sarah just fanging down the line. Looking to try and put the finishing touches. She throws it up there like the pro that she is. And she'll kick out of that one. Great wave there for Sarah. There's Tia Collins on the backhand. Blasting away there. Tia's got a nice backhand style. Wow, really jamming it up there. That was a good combo for a kind of an average wave. And it looks like Tia's Almost got a little bonus inside section, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Tia maybe even jump up into third spot here. And Sarah has really established herself as the heat leader here in quarterfinal number 4.
Yeah, and Bormy working alongside the same coach as Logan Steinway. We saw him with a couple of heat wins already through the event, and he's looking really strong. And Bormy's been working with Amy Donahue from Central Coast Surf Academy as well for quite a long time. So those guys have really been working on, I think, more surfing technique, I guess, over the last year or so with Bormy, I believe, and not as much heat stuff. And just Bormy just makes it look so easy in her surfing, and that's something that's kind of burnt her a little bit going through a few of the QS events. So just trying to pronounce a bit more the technical difficulties that it takes to perform some of those turns she does is going to help her going through competition. As we see, it looks like Kalani Ball coming up for the next heat quarterfinal of the men in the water very shortly. Here we go. Lily McDonald currently sitting in second position. Nice looking wave choice for her. She's going to have to capitalise on the set and loses the fins momentarily. Looks like she recovered it under the legs there, but can't ride out in front. So last wave for Tia Collins, 4.83, and last wave for Bormy is 6.6, so goes into her top 2, increasing her lead. Here we go, the important 3-minute mark hits quarterfinal number 4, Tezza.
So Elle Clayton Brown, I believe that's her on screen. She's holding priority. She only needs a 4.18, so not much of a score required for Elle. You mentioned earlier, like the big long legs of Ellie Clayton Brown. She has grown recently, and when you go through a bit of a growth spurt when you're a young girl like that, what happens is your bones grow first, and then your muscles and tendons grow secondly. So there is a point where you first have a bit of a growth spurt where your flexibility suffers a little bit until you catch up and stretch your way back to the length of your bones. I've seen this a lot of times with kids going through surfing and growing and going through little growth spurts. Also can change your balance of your whole surfing act as well when you put on like 4 or 5 inches, because Ellie's quite a tall girl. And I reckon she's at that point in her career where she's readjusting with her new body shape. And I tell you what, she's a fantastic talent. And she's sponsored up there by the Burton Automotive Group, so she gets a free car and stuff. They really have supported her really well. So I know that everyone will be watching on from the Bay, or Port Stephens up there, the Blue Water Wonderland north of Newcastle. She's holding priority. She only needs a small score, but time is the enemy with just under 2 minutes to go.
She reminds me of Bianca Buttentag, the South African Championship Tour competitor that came on, and I remember watching her through her junior career, and she's already really tall, and then suddenly had this burst in growth, and then put on all that muscle, and then that's when she was really dominating the Championship Tour events, and also a goofy footer. So interesting to see. I definitely know she's capable of posting at least the score that she requires. So Ellie Clayton Brown, she's going to have to really just wait for the right opportunity.
What's Lily McDonald's low score in this heat?
Lily's lowest score, 3.67. Okay. So she's in trouble now.
Wow, okay.
Ellie Clayton Brown up and riding.
Well, she needs to finish this one. Oh, and she's going to do it. She's a real consistent little surfer, Ellie Clayton Brown. Let's see if she can kick out of that one. We're just on 1 minute to go. So this will be a very interesting score, this one, because this could spell trouble for Lily McDonald. Didn't quite catch the start of that wave for Ellie Clayton Brown. We are going to dig back into the hard drive here and dig out a replay for you. And Jess will get you to have a look at this one and do a little breakdown on this last wave for Ellie Clayton Brown.
So here we go, replay. She does throw a lot of spray. I'm not sure if that's the first or the second turn. She's able to hit the last section and ride on out. Maybe made it look a little bit too easy at the very end, and it is going to be a close one, I think. We're going to have to wait and see.
There it is. She's up into second, so I'm not sure what the score was, but Lily McDonald, well, it came in as a 4.77. Lily now chasing a 4.28. Lily's in the blue singlet. That's Sarah Bourne up and riding, and Tia Collins now needing a 4.45 for yellow. So great stuff there for Elle Clayton Brown. She looks like she's moved into second. Time is just about out in this seat. I'm not too sure where Lily McDonald, she's not on screen. She must have moved down to that southern bank where there's a couple of little, here we go. Ooh. She's up and riding. And this is a chubby one. That's not going to do it. You can see the body language summed up there for Lil McDonald. And there's the hooter in the background. So, officially, Sarah Baum, Ellie Clayton Brown rolling through the last of the quarters here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Pro. That's a wrap on that one, folks. Thanks for hanging out with us. I'm going to go and take a bit of a well-earned break, go and do a little boost run for the boys in the webcast truck and come back with some nice juices. And we'll be back after the ad break. So stick around, folks, here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Pro. We'll be back after this.
Now
Volkswagen.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
Welcome back. Live action with you here. Volkswagen Cronulla Open, and that is your previous heat. Quarterfinal number 4 winner Sarah Baum making her way up the beach there, and we are straight on into the men's action quarterfinals in the water. It is Kalani Ball, Grayson Hinrichs, Kobe Clements, and Saxon Reba out in the lineup. Myself, Jess Grimwood, happily to be joined in the booth with previous quarterfinal winner True Starling. Good morning again. Congrats, True.
Thanks, Jess.
A great performance from you. I was so happy to see you be able to dust off those cobwebs and looking really spicy as we see Grayson Hinrichs up and riding in the white and getting a quick start to his campaign. Hopefully soon we're going to be welcoming your sister, Jessie Starling, to the booth. So you girls are going to be taking us through the next few quarterfinals. And it's going to be nice to hear from you two, of course. Very used to working together, growing up together. So it's great to see you guys on the booth and maybe get a little bit of a different perspective on the line here as we see the first few scores rolling on in for Grayson and Kobe.
Kobe is ripping at the moment. He's been surfing heaps at Narrabeen, and he's been training a lot with Maddie Cattle, and he's surfing so good. I saw him get the best wave I've ever seen him get the other day, and the surf was so fun, and he was absolutely on fire. And I'm going to welcome my little sister JJ, Jessie Starling. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
That's
good. Oh, Kalani Ball absolutely on a tear on his forehand. He puts it up there for another one, and he might even get a little inside, but he kicks out of there. So there's 17 minutes remaining in this one. Grayson Heinrichs in the white, Kobe Clements in the yellow, Kalani Ball in the red, and Saxon Reba is in the blue. Jessie, what would you be doing out there today if you were in a heat?
To be honest, I would do exactly what you just did. You absolutely killed your last heat.
Thanks. Kobe Clements up and riding on a 4. Oh, wow, that was sick. And we're going to take it down to previous heat winner Sarah Baum. Sarah, how'd you go out there?
Yeah, good. It was a bit slow, but I got 2 good ones that kind of came my way, and yeah, I'm excited for the next one.
And, you know, did you have a board change throughout the day, or, you know, are you sticking on the same favourite?
No, this is the same favourite. I got it about a week ago, and, you know, when you just have your first surf on a new board, and you're just like, oh, wow, this is the winner. So, yeah, no, it's going really good, and I think I'll stick with it for the rest of the event.
And did you have a specific game plan out there for that heat, or were you kind of just like, you know what, I'm going to grab a couple quick waves to start off with? What were you kind of thinking going into that one?
Yeah, I'd been watching it for about an hour or so, and yeah, it was pretty slow, as I said, but I just kind of knew that the waves would come, and just try to stay patient, and yeah, just was lucky. Like, I just tried to make the most of each wave that came to me, because I knew that there might not be another one. So yeah, no, it worked out.
And obviously we've had a bit of a break between events, so what have you been doing throughout this whole COVID period?
Just surfing, like literally just surfing 3 or 4 times a day. We've been getting some really good waves down where I live, and the winter we had was really good, and yeah, I was just working on my surfing, working on my boards, and yeah, just enjoying it actually.
Epic. And is there anyone you want to say hi to back home?
I think everyone back home in South Africa is probably sleeping, but here in Australia, just a few of my friends that are watching, my girlfriend, and yeah, hey guys, and thanks for watching.
Epic. All right, well, good luck in the next round.
Sweet, thanks.
And that was previous heat winner Sarah Baum. And out in the water we have Kalani Ball out in front with an 8-point ride on his last one. Kobe Clements is in second with a 1 and a 4.67. Grayson Heinrichs has a 2.50, and Saxon Reba just opened up his account. So he got a 2.07. That was the score that he just locked in. So, JJ, I'm a bit flustered from running all the way down here. What would you do out in a heat? I know you said that you do what I just did, but if that wasn't you.
It looked like there was like a nice, oh hi. It looked like there was a nice little wider left-hander coming through, which is where you were sitting towards the end, and I think that bank's about to turn on, so I'd definitely sit there. If not, plan B would be the right up in the corner for sure.
Yeah. And Jess and I have spoken a little bit about murmur, and I've kind of given my my intake on it. But you know, what do you have anything to say about it, or?
Just exciting things coming up. Lots of reviews with different brands, and we're so stoked. So many people have jumped on board and given us the support that we were hoping for, and it was so nice. Like, I met a little girl this morning, and she was asking me about Merma Mag, so it's kind of nice to know that other people are seeing it. It's really cool. So everyone, stay tuned.
Yes, stay tuned. Big things to come.
Yeah.
But back to the action, that was Kalani Ball that just got a really nice looking ride. So he's going to back up that 8-point ride with 13.5 minutes remaining. This is quarterfinal heat number 1 of the men's. And then up next we will be seeing Lennox Smith in the red, Dean Bowen in the white, Joel Vaughan in the yellow, and James McMorland in the blue. So who would you pick to take that one out, Jessie?
Sorry, I was just watching the replay of Kalani Ball. That was amazing. Absolutely tore that one apart.
Yeah, and that one actually locked in at a 9-point ride. So
very well
Kalani
deserved.
well out in front with an 8 and a 9-point ride. Grayson has locked in a 6.57, so he's in second. Kobe Clements has dropped down into third. He's chasing a 4.34, and Saxon Reba looking for a 6.94. So still everyone's game at this point with just on 13 minutes remaining.
And in answer to your last question, I have to go for...
Here's the 9.
Yeah, nice first turn. Drives straight into the second turn. Into a third and final manoeuvre. That was phenomenal. Very well deserved 9 for Kalani Ball on that one.
Yeah, I'm with you.
No, I would have to go for our little friend Joel Vaughan. Got to give him the support.
Got to wrap him. As we see Saxon Reba up and riding on his backhand. Beautiful first turn. Again for his second. Can he bring it for a third? He does. So he's going to take this one all the way through. Wow. Saxon Reba found a really nice connecting. Wow. So he, in his last heat yesterday, he got a 7 and an 8-point ride.
I saw.
He was on fire, so I'm looking forward to seeing what that score comes in as. He was chasing a 6.94. So we'll have to see if he gets that one or not. Judges are just locking in all the scores. And there it is. It comes in at a 6.93.
Yeah, here we see the replay of it. Nice first turn, solid second turn, straight into a third turn. And then he gets a little link up and smacks it for 1 and 2. Yeah, wow. Very well surf wave for Northern Beaches boy.
Yeah. Is he Queensy or North Stain?
Oh, I don't want to say. I'm scared. Kobe, nice 2-turner. Oh, just comes unstuck on that last one.
So Grayson and Saxon are actually tying at 9.0, but Saxon is in second because he has the highest wave score out of the two of them. That's 6.93. So hence why Saxon is above Grayson in second spot. But Kalani Ball pretty much had this heat on dial within the first 7 minutes.
Yep, not even halfway yet, and he's got a 17 combined total. I mean, if there was any way you wanted to surf a heat, that would be how to do it.
He's been on fire throughout the whole event. I mean, he's definitely one to watch in my opinion.
You know who else surfed a really good heat?
Who?
True Star.
That's enough now. Oh, too good. Well, this is the finals day of the Volkswagen Cronulla Open, the Australian Open of surfing. The next event we will be seeing down at Port Macquarie over the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, which I'm looking forward to. The entries are still open, actually, and there's $7,000 prize pool, prize money per event, which is so exciting. After Port Macquarie, we've got Kiama, which then is followed through with Coffs Harbour, then the far south coast, and then we're taking it back home to the northern beaches. So hopefully no one from Narrabeen's watching, but hopefully it'll be at Narrabeen. Too easy.
Don't tell Terry Fitz.
Yeah, no. There goes Dean Bowen. He's waxing up for his next heat. That one's going to be a cracker too. I think all of these quarterfinals are super stacked. We've got after...
I believe that's Lennox Smith on the beach. He was on fire in his last heat.
Yeah.
When he surfed this morning, he was ripping.
You know he's only 15?
No.
Dead set.
Oh,
he's a
waving.
year older
Hi.
than... Hey! He's a year older than Huey Vaughan.
No way. He's ripping.
He's surfing so good. Well, quarterfinal heat number 3 will feature Dylan Moffat taking on Coda Keelan, Jared Hickle and Shane Cadden. And then quarter number 4 is Logan Steinway taking on Aidan Lewin Parson, Darcy Crum and Jay Brown. So all of the men's quarterfinals are pretty stacked.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be an exciting afternoon of surfing. It's only 11:15, and I feel like it's 3 o'clock in the
Yeah.
afternoon. It's been such an amazing day so far. And the conditions are beautiful out there.
Yeah, I think the conditions are better than yesterday. And I think the waves are better than yesterday too.
Yeah, it's a little bit smaller than yesterday, I think, but I think the waves are holding up a little bit better. They
Yeah.
probably have a bit more face to them.
I'll be interested to see what it's like with the tide changing, because some of them are starting to link all the way through now, because there was a little hole in the middle for a little while there.
Yeah, I know that I was just speaking to Grayson before he got out of his heat, and he was like, I have no idea where to sit. He goes, it breaks here and then it breaks there, but I feel like game plan for there is just to choose your bank and stick to it, because you know it's going to be consistent where it is, and then just don't kind of venture from that, which is something that I did not do. I paddled up and down. Had no idea what I was doing out there, but there is 8 minutes remaining in this one. No real change to the situation as we see Grayson Heinrichs up and riding. He floats at first section, unfortunately not getting another one. So he is in third spot. He's chasing a 2.51. So not a big score, I dare say he'll get that with that floater, but you never really know with those ones. So Kalani Ball sitting out in front with an 8 and a 9-point ride. Grayson Heinrichs has now jumped up into second. He got a 2.97 for that float. Saxon Reaver drops down into third. He's chasing a 2.55, and Kobe Clements is in fourth, looking for a 4.81. So we see a bit of a wobble in the camera there of Dean Bowen and Lennox Smith. I mean, every time his heat comes on, I get excited to watch it, because he is just surfing so good.
Oh, yeah.
Very mature for his age.
Oh, 100%. His surf, I never would have guessed that he was 15. I thought maybe 17, 18.
Yeah.
The way he surfs is just man-like.
Yeah, it is. And he's like this skinny little twig.
Yeah, it's good to see.
Yeah, there's 7 minutes remaining in this one. No real change to the situation. The waves have kind of gone a little bit slow throughout this heat, but I'm sure there'll still be plenty of sets to come through towards the end of it. So, Jessie, I actually have no idea what you're working on at the moment with Mema. We don't really discuss it or talk about it. You just do.
I am currently working with O'Neill on their newest wetsuit range, and it's phenomenal. I don't want to give away too much, but I tried a couple of summer suits, and I don't want to give them back. But with just the highs and lows, like learning through, only a magazine, and we filmed everything. We're ready to put all of it together, and then something went wrong with the audio, so it's just, it's frustrating, but you just got to roll with the highs and lows and just be proud that we've got Mema Mag up and running.
Yeah.
Because, I'm proud of her.
Do you have a favourite? Because I know you're doing some bikini stuff as well.
Yeah, Hurley, Rip Curl and Roxy sent through the new summer ranges of the bikinis, and the Hurley, I've never had a Hurley swimmer before, but the Hurley swimmer was pretty cool. All of it was pretty cool. I feel very spoiled right now.
And you get to keep it all.
I know.
Did you have a favourite bikini?
Oh, I don't want to. I want to make all the brands happy.
Yeah.
But I think Carissa Moore designed the new Hurley range, and it's beyond comfy. So I think that's releasing in a couple of weeks. So that'll be good fun.
Too good. Well, with just over 5 minutes remaining, not too many waves have come through just between our little chat. You did get bummed out, unfortunately, yesterday in your first heat. Any takeouts?
It was, I made a few mistakes. I started off, I wanted to get a 4 in my first wave and then build from that, and that's what I did. I got a 4, and then I fell, and then just bad wave selection. As we see Grayson looking at this little inside left, just opts out on that one. But just priority mistakes as well. And the girls who got through, they were ripping. They deserved to get through 100%. So it was just nice to be back in the water, but I'm definitely hungry for more. And after seeing you in your last heat, I'm like, okay, I need to show her up now too.
As we see Kobe Clements up and riding, beautiful first turn, and he brings it around for a second.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that was sick. So I love the way that Kobe has such a low center of gravity.
Yeah.
Every time I see him surf, he just doesn't move from that height. In fact, he just either gets lower or doesn't go any higher than, you know,
Yeah.
that.
Well, we've known Kobe since we were babies. And
Yeah.
He's always, even watching him surf growing up, he's always had a really lethal backhand. And I think he just went to second place with that one.
Yeah, well, that last wave came in at a 4.93, so that took Kobe up into second spot. So Grayson dropped down into third. Grayson's looking for a 3.11, and Saxon Reba is chasing a 2.68. So still not a whole lot in it between second, third, and fourth. I think it's safe to say Kalani has got this one in the bag. He could probably come in. I'd want to stay out there and try and get a couple more for my next heat. But yeah, Kobe, we've known him since he was so young. I remember he used to only speak French.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's got a gorgeous little sister, Thais.
Yeah.
She's just started to surf now too, so it's nice to see more young girls coming through the northern beaches.
There's a big pool of talent coming through in that younger generation,
Yeah,
which is so
100%.
exciting. I feel really lucky to be able to be out there with them and watch them grow and get better.
Yeah. And I think as well, through Memo Mag, like, we have a segment called Grommet of the Month where we get to promote young girls from all around the world, and I think it's super fun how, you know, like, we get to boost their confidence as well, and just
not even boost their confidence, just showcase their talent.
Yeah, there's so many talented girls.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to be able to showcase that, and, you know, just finding all these girls that you don't know about, and then you go, oh my god, there's a girl from Hawaii or Puerto Rico. I've never heard of her before, but she rips.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
It's actually exciting.
Yeah,
but then I go, no, don't start competing.
Yeah,
don't start competing.
No,
not
don't
yet.
do that.
Not yet.
I also think when they do start competing, I especially think I love surfing heats with girls like you and, you know, Freya Prum and Sarah Bonk. They're a little bit older than me, but I feel like they've got so much maturity in their competing. So I love competing with them, just to like get that little bit more experience and like watch them and like see. Like, I just watched all the girls' heats and just phenomenal.
Yeah, well, Jess and I were talking about how it's an amazing opportunity for the younger generation to be surfing and get some more experienced surfers. And talking about experienced surfers, here's Kalani Ball.
Wow.
Beautiful first carve. And he brings it up, and again for a second, can he get a little inside section? He does. And he goes to the air. I mean, he's just ticked all the boxes. I don't know what he had before his heat, but can I have some? With 1 minute 30 seconds remaining, Kalani Ball is yet to drop another score. Kobe Clements is still in second with a 4.67 and a 4.93. Grayson Heinrichs is in third with a 6.5 and a 2.97 as we see the replay. Jessie, take us through it.
First beautiful carve in the pocket and straight into a second one, and then he does this awesome little air rev just on the inside, just like that. Piece of cake for him.
Makes it look effortless.
Yeah.
Grayson's in third, and Saxon Reba is sitting in fourth. Grayson on his backhand, unfortunately coming unstuck on that one. So he was chasing a 3.11. We are inside the final minute of this heat. So Grayson chasing a 3.11. We'll see what that last score comes in at. And it looks like Saxon is also had a score to lock in. So we've got scores to lock in for all of the surfers. But Kalani Ball just locked in a 9.83. So he has a 9 and a 9.83.
Man.
Safe to say he can definitely come in now.
Yeah.
He has, seriously, whatever he had, whatever he ate, whatever he drank, whatever wax he uses, I want some.
Yeah, please.
As we got 20 seconds remaining, Kobe Clements up and riding on this one. Unfortunately, just a little bit too deep. Saxon Reba locked in a 2.47.
Grayson just got a nice two-turner.
Oh, he was looking for a 3.11 as we've got 5 seconds remaining in this one. We'll see how the judges like that one and give you guys an update. So Kalani Ball takes that one out ahead of Kobe Clements. Grayson Heinrichs has a score to lock in, and Saxon Reba in fourth. So we'll give you the official and a situation change. Grayson is in second. We'll be right back with you guys after the break.
What do you reckon? Yeah.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6. and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
And welcome back. Live action here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. We are straight on into quarterfinal number 2 of the men's. Myself, Jess Grimwood, in the booth with Jessie Starling. Once again,
Hey,
good morning,
Jess.
Jessie. It's great to have you here for some live calls on the webcast. I think it's your first time in the booth, so
Yes,
welcome.
Thank you.
Doing a great job, of course. We just heard you alongside your sister, True. She has to zip on out and get ready for her first heat. Here we see Joel Vaughan up and riding.
Joel, nice. Wow, nice first turn. Is he going to find it? Yep, finds the second one for a nice carve. Looks like he might get the link up for a lovely third turn. Wow, great opening wave for Joel Vaughan on that one.
Yeah, that's a really nice opening wave for the man in yellow. He's going to stick with it all the way through to this inside section. I did hear you and True talking about you've placed your bets on this boy for your favourite in the men's.
Yep.
So great way to see his campaign kick off here for quarterfinal number 2. And that previous quarterfinal called by yourself and True, taken out by Kalani Ball. That was an incredible heat for him, 18 point something heat total. So some high nines thrown down on the board, and that's just kind of a warning sign, I think, for the rest of the competitors. I think he's got more in the tank even, and he's ready to ramp on up into 5th and 6th gear as we move towards the finals. And there we go. First score for Joel.
7.5. Dropped for Joel on the first wave. That's how you want to open a heat.
Yeah, exactly. But he's got a pretty formidable force out there in the lineup. Lennox Smith also out there in the red. Dean Bowen's in the white. And James McMullen's out there in the blue. Coming up next, of course, quarterfinal number 3 will be in the water. Dylan Moffat, Coda Kalawn, Jared Hickle and Shane Cadden will be coming up, followed by quarterfinal number 4, Logan Steinwade, Aidan Lewin-Parson, Darcy Crump and Jay Brown. And then we'll switch back on over into the women's action. So very good morning for finals day here. Once again, Volkswagen Cronulla Open, and we'll cross down with the post-heat interview with quarterfinal number 1 winner, Kalani Ball. Hey, Kalani.
Hey, how you going?
Good, and that was an incredible heat from you, posting 2 near excellent scores, a 9 and a 9.83, I believe. What was the thoughts going into that heat?
I don't know. I paddled out on the left and thought I was going to go left, and I saw yellow down the beach on those rights, and I don't know. I wanted to go right. It's probably my better surfing, so I just paddled down there and I locked into one straight away, and then did it again, and then got one at the end. Yeah, I'm stoked.
Yeah, there's some incredible scores. Like you said in your previous heat win interviews, you were happy to be posting some big scores in return to competition. And you did note that Lennox Smith was someone you'll be watching. Are you going to keep an eye on his heat in the water at the moment?
Yeah, definitely. We live pretty close together, and we've surfed for the last few years together, and he's a really good kid. Yeah, he rips, and hopefully he can make this one, and we're in the same semi. It'll be a good matchup.
Yeah, it'd be great to see you guys go head-to-head. I can see him in the split screen at the moment. I'm not sure if you can see, but he's just going mental, maybe taking a few notes out of your book on the forehand there.
Yeah, he could be.
Well, good luck going into the semi-finals coming up later on this morning. We were great to see you back into action and getting some more excellent scores on the board.
Yeah, thank you. Stoked.
Cheers. Thank you, Kalani.
Cheers.
As we cross back to action, Jessie. Last wave from Lennox. Be interesting to see if we can get a replay on that, and we'll get you to walk us through what you think's going on there as we see Dino up and riding.
Yeah, here we go on a nice little right-hander. Nice first turn, straight into another one, and then he might find a bonus section down the end. Yep, for a nice third turn. All the boys ripping out there today.
Yeah, and Dino, one of the more solid competitors across the spread and the seeding list for the men's here. And he's coming up in my age group. He was a grummy when we were coming up through the ranks, and he's also a big wave surfer. I'm not sure if you've seen much of Dean's surf.
I haven't.
He's one of those funny Aussie characters as he travels around the world qualifying series. He tends to bring about all of the Aussies into one group and has a lot of games and card games and gambling.
Love that.
Yeah, he's all about the morale on tour, so it's good to see him back into the heat jersey. And at the moment, it is your mate, Jolie Vaughan from North Shelley, out in the lead, 7.50 opening score. We've got a few numbers to lock on in. I think Lennox Smith opened up with a 7.17. Dino's first wave, a 6.33. And James McMorland, a 3.33. So fair few waves locking on into the system as well. If you are following on liveheats.com, we are into quarterfinal number 2. There we go. Dino, his first wave was a 1.83, sorry. Second wave, a 4.5. So at the moment, Dino needing a 2.68 and James a 3.85. And we did hear you speaking earlier with your sister about your guys' project focusing on women's surfing, Murmur Mag. And how does that balance between, of course, True having to compete and also being in the booth with us sometimes for the commentary? How do you guys balance all that workload?
Yeah, it's a lot. And when comps aren't on, you know, I think Joel's just on a little right-hander. Yep, and he goes up for a nice first turn. Oh, and then straight into a nice carve and then hits the end section nicely.
It's kind of like you almost knew what he was about to do
yeah,
then, didn't
I've
you?
surfed with him a lot, so you kind of know he's always going to belt it.
Yeah, and so obviously, are you around about the same age as Joel Vaughan out there?
Yeah, I'm a year and a bit older than Joel, but he's like family to True and I, so he's
And
like
how
a
old
little
are you?
brother. I'm 18.
18,
Yeah.
18 now.
Yeah.
So are you still trumping up and down the coast with your family in the old Volkswagen?
We actually sold the van. Yeah, we have a Ford Ranger now. Dad's dream ute. But to what you were saying before, yeah, it's definitely difficult trying to balance it all, but we're just trying to remember to have fun with it. And both True and I, we train every afternoon at the gym and we surf a few hours every day and then trying to fit it in. So on our days off, we kind of just work on Murmur Mag, like get it done for the week, and then it's already pre-done, so then we can surf more throughout the rest of the week.
Yeah, and we spoke a little bit about Chocolate Box as well. I know a few of the girls working up there with that gym as we see it. Lennox Smith.
Nice first turn, into a beautiful second turn, and then a lovely carve. I was talking about him in the last heat, and I'm a fan of Lennox Smith. I love the way he surfs, and then it finished it off very nicely.
You were saying he's just a year older than Jolie's younger brother, Huey, and it is incredible to see the range of age across this division coming into the Australian Open Series, and it is a great opportunity for those younger junior Grom competitors to get a chance to step up into the big leagues with the QS girls. And there we see Joel.
Just coming unstuck on that last little, I don't even know what you'd call that.
He looked like kind of a tweaker reverse, but his previous ride is 6.93, so he's out into the lead. Strong showing to kick off his quarterfinal campaign. Lennox Smith currently in second position. Dean Bowen needs a 2.68, and James McMorland now looking for an 8.78. And Dean Bowen now needs a 7.61 because that last wave for Lennox Smith is 6.10. So increasing his hold on second position, just over 11.5 minutes on the clock. And yeah, like you said, you love Lennox Smith surfing. So does Kalani Ball, and he's just one of those super grums that's come through. And obviously hanging around with these guys around the competition area, you're pretty good friends with a lot of them. What is it like seeing the young boys getting a chance to step it up against probably the bigger fish in the pond at the moment?
Yeah, I love it, and I love how none of them really put pressure on themselves. They just go, yeah, we're going to go out there and like try and take it to the older boys. And like True's been competing for a little longer than I have, so I even though I'm a little bit older, I kind of feel the same way. But no, I love seeing it. And even Huey takes it to the older guys too.
Yeah, there's just no fear really in the gap. I've seen that across the girls division as well. It seems like even if they're 12, 13 years old, coming up into heats against people like your sister or Philippa Anderson or Sarah Baum, or for like Kobe Clements and Jarvis Earl, were surfing against guys like Kalani Ball and Dino. There's like 10, 20 years between some of those competitors, and a good 20, 30 kilos between a lot of them as well. And they're just not scared at all. There's just no fear in their eyes, and they're so confident in their conditioning and in their heat prep. And have a look at this one.
Like James McMorland pulling priority over White on that one. Nice little right-hander for an opening carve. And then nice little slash in the pocket. And looks like he's going to get the link up through the inside. Hopefully get one more. Yeah. Lovely surfing from James McMorland there.
Now I can hear the whistles from the crowd through the camera view, and you can hear it just through the headsets there. I'm not sure if that goes all the way through to the spectators at home. If you are tuning in, I'm sure James has got a bit of a support crew on the beach as well. He really needed to get the ball rolling and post a score. It will be his second wave so far. He is currently chasing 8.78. I don't think that's going to come up into that excellent range, but it's going to probably reduce the requirement. And it does, a 4.33. So James moves into third. Needs a 7.78 now. Dino's looking for a 7.61. Lennox Smith sitting happily in that second position at the moment. And Jolie Vaughan out in the lead. Nice looking heat for him. And for Joel, I've been lucky enough as well to watch him surf a lot, coming from the same area on the Central Coast. Generally, at the start of his career, his junior career, I feel like he really struggled to get that progression in the heats. It was almost like what he was doing on waves wasn't really rewarded as much, or he seemed to just lose all the time and not quite post the scores that you kind of see him do really easily in the free surfs. So to see him come into an event of this caliber for the Volkswagen Cronulla Open and be able to post those scores up in that top range is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I feel like he's taken it to another gear. Speaking of another gears, there's Coda. He's just taken it to another gear as well, and he's grown so much. I haven't seen him through all of COVID, and then I saw him today, and I was like, whoa, you are so much taller than me now.
Yeah, he's huge, isn't he? I'm not sure if you got a chance to catch his performance yesterday afternoon.
I missed it.
He was flaring up on the shorey on the inside section for the family and the crew up on top. Obviously, he works sometimes alongside Surfing New South Wales work crew. We get to pull him in every now and again on the tents and the cable ties. So it's good to see him going to be coming up in action for quarterfinal number 3. Up next, it will be Dylan Moffat, my personal favourite surfer, one of my favourite men surfers across the board in the world. And he's from your area as well, I believe.
He's from my home beach. As we see Dean Baum on this nice right-hander, looking for the first turn. Nice float up and over. Straight into a second one, and then I think he might get the link up through this one. Third little slash, and then it just dies out that one, but still a really well-surfed wave. Yeah,
he did all he could on that wave. He's really chasing a pretty high score at the moment, a 7.61. I'm not sure if we'll get a chance to look at the replay, but I don't think that's going to do the job for him. Let's have a look at this first turn. Really nice up and over the first section. This is the money turn here. He just doesn't really get another opportunity to open up as that wave kind of flattens out through the hole. I think it's going to go more towards the 4-5 mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would think that you probably need
agree.
another.
I also think, like as we were saying before, how the younger boys take it to the older boys. This is a perfect example. I think usually you'd see like Dean Bond like in the lead, but it's cool to see the younger boys take it to the older boys.
Yeah, and then there we go. Just as the score drops in, Dino 4.43. The surfing's on tap for Dino and James. They just need to find the opportunity to open up with maybe a combination of turns. And unfortunately, on that wave, he surfed it to pretty much its full advantage, and he's just going to need another chance now with just over 6.5 minutes remaining in quarterfinal number 2 of the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. Of course, Australian Open of Surfing, first instalment of the 6-stop series. We're going to Port Macquarie next weekend, followed by Kiama, Coffs, a location to be determined on the far south coast, and then finishing off probably at your home beach, Jessie, in the Northern Beaches. And will you two be travelling along to the rest of these series events?
True and I are going to Port Macquarie next week together, and then we'll both be doing Kiama together. And I think I'm going to do the far south coast, and then of course we're going to do the one at home.
Yeah, well, why wouldn't you? It'd be great to see you two versus each other. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to go head to head in heats lately.
We haven't in a long time. I think the last time we went together was a Rip Curl Grom search maybe 2 years ago at Janjuk. Yeah.
So who got the win?
I actually got the win on that one in the semi-final, and then I wrote an article about like siblings who surf together, and I mentioned I couldn't have done any of what I've done without True, and she's definitely my biggest supporter, and I'd like to say I'm hers, and yeah, I'm very lucky to do what I do with my sister by my side.
Yeah, it's a really cool story coming to surfing. Of course, we see lots of famous sibling matchups. I know the Kelleher's, there's Fletcher Kelleher and Duke Kelleher. Of course, the Vaughan brothers, and at the moment I know they'll be cheering from home, watching Jolie in the lead, and here we go, Dino.
Going on a nice looking left, racing down the section. What's he got? Nice floater. And then, just comes unstuck on that last turn, but he tried to give it his all, which is what he had to do on that one.
Yeah, that's going to cost him pretty dearly, though. He needed that score, that wave, a bit bigger, nice, clean section ahead, and he'll just not be able to capitalise on it. I think he's going to have to go back out there and search for that 7.61. Over 4.5 minutes left on the clock, however. Looks like Jolie Vaughan might be sitting with the priority anchor on it out the back, waiting for probably a bigger wave. I dare say he'd just be keeping focus on replacing that second wave score in his bank. It is a 6.93. So Dino is going to need to do some more work, a 7.61 required. And James McMullen, similar situation, a 7.78 for him. As we said, that beautiful story of siblings coming up through competitive surfing. The Vaughan brothers in the mix at the moment, Joel and Huey. So I know Huey, Curtis and Zach and Big Vaughan and Mum, of course, would be cheering them on. And there we see another sibling story, Coda.
The Kill-On.
He has, yeah, the Kill-On brothers out in the water. A lot of these events up and down the coast. And here we go.
James McMullen on a nice little left rip bowl. Straight to the air and just comes off the back of that one. But, you know, that's kind of what they have to do. They've really got to bring it to get the scores in the last 4 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, in that situation, like you said, you have to kind of go to either... He's looking for pretty much a high 8, so he's going to have to go to a 3 or 4 turn combo or just the Hail Mary. And we've seen generally only 1 or 2 sections on offer out here this morning. So, Jessie, I don't know. If you were James, what are you thinking?
I think I saw him push down to the left. I think everyone was sitting on the right. I think that was a really good call just to break away from the pack. And a couple of the boys in the previous heats got 3 or 4 turn left. So I'd probably be sitting on there and trying to link one all the way through and just getting in my own zone, just like regrouping.
Yeah, giving yourself some space and taking the pressure off a little bit.
Yeah.
You don't have to hassle around with that priority.
Yeah.
And say if True was out there in the situation, are you guys blocking each other with priority or are you trying to help each other?
It's funny because Dad comes to most of our comps as well, and if True and I ever end up in a heat, I prefer my backhand and True prefers her forehand. So Dad goes, you sit on the right and True sits on the left. And we just don't go near each other the whole week.
So you split yourselves down the middle so you don't even have the confrontation.
But we've had board riders heats before where we've helped each other out. Like she was winning and I think I was in 4th or 5th and she was on the inside of me and she was like, go, let go. And then I ended up getting second in the board riders. So yeah, we try and help each other out as much. We do get a little bit feisty sometimes when we like practice heats, but it's all for fun and games in the end. So
yeah, and it's working well for you guys at the moment. I know your club, North Narrabeen, super strong club, and it's probably one of our biggest rivals coming from the Central Coast. So don't worry, I'm taking notes here of all the strategies you guys are up to. But at the moment, it is Jolie Vaughan, also North Shelley board rider surfer, out in the lead. He's had a pretty nice looking heat, under 2 minutes on the clock.
Looks like he's looking at a nice little right-hander here. Yeah, on another good wave. Beautiful first carve in the pocket into a second turn and just flawless surfing from Jolie in this heat. So I'm happy.
Yeah, you're feeling good. And like you said, you've got the opportunity to surf with him a lot and you kind of spend a lot of time with these guys around the contest. Knowing Joel's surfing, that's kind of, I don't know, I'm going to suggest that's around about his 3rd, 4th gear and he's still got quite a few to shift into.
I agree. I really, as I said earlier, I really think Joel has like brought his surfing to another gear recently, and maybe that's his brothers pushing him, but as you said earlier, he was almost just not making it, and now he's just giving everything he's got.
Yeah.
Saving a little bit in the tank for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's incredible to see him just following the comp series around too. Of course, his dad and his mum, just such big supporters and always just driving them up and down the coast to all the events. And as we get under the minute mark, Dino now got some work to do still. 7.61, 7.78 required for James. Don't count them out. I think priorities probably shifted over to them as we see. It looks like Lennox trying to close the gap and he's sitting in 2nd position. So maybe tactically wanting to force 3rd and 4th into some less desirable waves. And we can see a set coming through. We're just over 30 seconds on the clock. I wouldn't be counting Dean or James out at all.
Here goes James on a nice looking little left-hander. What's he got on this one? Beautiful first check down the line and just can't quite get around that one. I think he's thrown in the towel and coming in.
Yeah, I'd say so too. Looks like 15 seconds on the clock. Lennox flexes priority.
Yep. It's actually a really good looking wave, so it's a good wave to flex priority on. Straight to the air and perfect, beautiful. Let's see if he'll get around this one for another turn. And unfortunately not, but that air was pretty sick anyway.
Yeah, textbook reverse. Nice projection out in front of the wash as we hear the hooter in the background. That is the completion of quarterfinal number 2. Looks like Jolie Vaughan and Lennox Smith moving on through. Commiserations, Dino and James. Stick with us. Plenty more action coming up with live quarterfinals here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open right after this break.
Volkswagen.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
And welcome back. Live action here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. It is quarterfinal number 3 of the Open Men's here. Great lot of action kicking off finals day in Cronulla. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the booth by Jessie Starling. Very good morning once again, Jessie.
Good morning.
And
thanks for having me.
No worries. We're lovely few heats on the booth with you. It's great to see you. A bit of insight. Of course, you're very close to a lot of these competitors, and growing up surfing with guys like Dylan Moffat, who's in the water, and similar age group to Coda Cologne as well. And here we go, kicking off quarterfinal number 3. How do you think this is going to play out for you? We can call it early and see how it happens.
I want to say Dylan because he's from my home, so he's obviously a really good friend of mine. I did see Jared Hickle surfing pretty good this morning, and Coda's just an absolute sweetheart. I can't choose. I want them all to win.
Yeah, it's hard to pick once you get down towards this pointy end of the competition. As you have a look, there's a nice big bulker out the back and maybe a little fishing boat that's throwing anchor. Yeah. There's some pretty interesting little fishing holes off the coast around here, so we'll see if they reel up anything during the heat. And a bit of a quiet ocean today compared to the last few days. We've seen a bit of swell rolling on in. Did you get a chance to collect some waves over the last week?
Yeah, I've actually had some pretty fun waves over the last week. Just been surfing with True, and we've been here. This is our 3rd day being here. We came out for a free surf on Saturday. We got some fun waves, but home's been so much fun recently, and well, I only ever work till 2, and then I get to surf after that. So I live a pretty good life, but yeah, I can't complain.
That's the perfect balance of lifestyles. And while we take a break and wait for some more sets to roll on through, we're going to cross down to a post-heat interview with the quarterfinal number 2 heat winner, Jolie Vaughan. Jolie, congratulations.
Thank you, Jess.
And how are you feeling after that? You're looking pretty sharp on the board and looking ready to take some semi-final action on.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. My board's feeling good underneath my feet, and yeah, I can't wait to go to the semis.
Yeah, it was great to see you post some pretty excellent scores. I'd love to know what you were thinking about going into the last few minutes of that heat. You already had 2 solid waves. Were you going to start playing strategy, or were you just trying to improve on that second wave score?
I just wanted to improve on the second wave score and just wait for another good wave, but the wave that I got just kind of ran off and didn't allow me to get a second good turn.
Yeah, well, the girls, True and Jessie, were backing you here in the booth. They're picking you, sorry, for the eventual winner of the event. So pretty big call for you, but it looks like you're living up to the expectations. I know the family at home and Border Riders is all tuning on in. You want to say anything to the guys back at home?
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching, and yeah, can't wait to surf again in the semis.
Great. Well, it looks like cutting that mullet off might have worked for you. You're looking pretty sharp and fast, so good luck going into the semi-finals. Can't wait to see you back into action, Vaughnie.
Thanks heaps.
Cheers, Joel. And there you go. Last quarterfinal winner, Jolie Vaughan. Pretty quiet on the post-seed interviews, looking very focused.
He's so funny because he comes across when he meets new people, he's so shy and reserved, but then when you get to know him, he's just such a weirdo.
He is. They're very eccentric, some of those Vaughan boys. And I did see Vaughanie last week. He was jumping on, we've got a foil board, or the boys got a foil board in the lifeguard tower. It belongs to big wave surfer Jughead, and Jolie had a chance to jump on that thing out the front of one of the bays and have a go on it. He's just pretty incredible surfer. He can pretty much just surf anything you put under his feet. And
yeah, it's almost annoying.
Yes, it is across the board too for all those Vaughan brothers. You know, obviously Huey.
So talented, all four of them. I was actually just talking to Vaughnie before, and he was like, "Yeah, we had Border Riders on the weekend, and 3 out of the 4 surfers were Vaughans."
Yeah, it's not unusual for those boys to be absolutely dominating the lineup, and you know, it's incredible to see they started surfing so young, as we see.
Wow, Dylan.
Huge.
Through the air.
That's it. I'd love to see a replay. Look at him checking up and down. That's kind of a subtle...
like a claim, no claim.
Yeah, it is a claim, no claim gesture to the judges. There's obviously no opportunity for more turns there, but he's just making sure they know he rode out of that cleanly. It was a no-grab frontside reverse, projected out into the flats. So great to see Dylan bringing that innovation. He had just a couple of 2s in the belt before that, so we'll wait for that last score to lock on in.
I wonder how they'll score that. Because we haven't really seen too many airs throughout the competition, and that was a pretty solid one, so I wonder how they'll score that for this one.
Yeah, interesting point to make. You're right. We've seen more traditional competition surfing, just top to bottom, backhand and forehand approaches, and a lot of rail work, and that's probably only the 3rd reverse that I've seen. Definitely the first no-grab kind of rotation into the flats, and that's personally for me why Dylan's one of my favourite surfers of all time. I love how quirky he is on the sand as well as outside in the water. And there you go. Last score for Dylan, 6.27, Jessie.
Yeah, wow. I wonder if he did anything before that. We just caught the end of the air, but if it was just the air, very well deserved. It was very high. And
yeah, it makes it look so easy. And he's having a little scope around there at the moment, out in charge of his quarterfinal. Coda Cologne, opening wave for him, 3.67, a 1.3 backup at the moment. Shane Cadden, no slouch in competition. We've seen him show up throughout the event so far. A 1-point ride and a 2.53, so no doubt he's going to be wanting to get rid of those ones and replace them with some of the more excellent scores we've seen him throwing down. Jared Hickle, like you said, Jessie, we've seen him throughout the event. His previous heat was incredible rail work from the goofy footer. Bit more of a solid stance as a competitor at the moment, sitting with that priority situation, just over 12 minutes on the clock, and that little rip bowl looks like it's starting to form as we're watching the boys hustle for their inside position.
Yeah, when I was watching, here goes Coda. Is he going to get onto this one? Just doesn't get on.
I reckon Dylan sold him on that one.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that was a bit of, he's been in the game for a little while, so
yeah.
It's just old dog new tricks.
That's it. That's a strong show of tactics there from Dylan Moffat. I actually haven't seen him do much of that. I feel like he generally tends to steer away from the confrontation, do his own thing. So nice to see he's got that edge.
Here goes Jaron Hickle on a nice little left. Oh, beautiful first carve. And then here we go for a second maneuver. And just comes unstuck on that one. I thought maybe he would have just pushed himself up, but that was a beautiful first carve.
That's a really similar wave to what we saw in his round 3 matchup. He opened up with a really spicy kind of forehand carve, and second turn combo goes to that kind of almost lay back closeout re-entry, and he was able to recover it in the previous heat. He got a pretty nice score for that one, unfortunately, like you said, going over the toes. Maybe just overcooking it a little bit too much, but at the moment 11 minutes on the clock, and Moffat having a look at this one.
Unless, looks like Blue's pulling priority over Dylan. Here we go. Nice first turn. Straight into a nice little carve. Is he going to get, and just doesn't get the inside link. It looks like it might be a little bit of deep water through the middle there.
Yeah, and Shane Cadden, he's another surfer throughout the event that's just been looking so sharp. I feel like over this break, people have just come back looking super fit, really rigged up. I've seen a lot of guys put a lot of muscle on in this men's division.
We were just saying, I just saw Logan Steinway down the beach.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him in maybe a year.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Tripled in
muscle.
size.
Yeah, and a lot of these boys, like, and maybe that's nodding towards that more traditional approach back to surfing, that power rail work, and they're really just going top to bottom. But we do know across the board they've all got that air game in the back pocket as well, maybe saving it up as we move towards the semis and the finals.
Yeah, saving a bit in the tank, as what we were saying for Joel before, like he's still got another gear or so to go to. So I think all these boys are playing their cards really well for their rounds, and I can't wait for the rest of the day. Can't wait to see the action roll out. So I'm excited.
Yeah, it is. It's the most exciting part of the event, the Volkswagen Cronulla Open Finals Day, as we tick on over into the afternoon, 1 minute to midday here at Cronulla. Conditions looking still pretty competitive and staying clean in this little nestled pocket right at the alley there. The wind is predicted to swing around to the southeast, so we're in a good little spot to hold on to these cleaner conditions. There's a little drawback view of the lineup, and coming up in that quarterfinal number 4, you can see looks like the big man himself, Mr. Steinway. You can tell from the staunchy walk, and big shout out to the guys from the mob viewing on in from back at home from Logan and supporting him. It's great to see him piece together a few heats at the moment. Dylan Moffat out in the lead. Last wave for him was a 3.17. Highest wave was a 6.27. Coda Colon's in second position. Shane Cadden only looking for a 2.45, and Jared Hickle a 1.81. So super close. It's really anybody's game at the moment, Jessie.
Yeah, I agree. I think all the quarterfinals have been so stacked, and the next one is just as stacked as all the rest. And I think everyone's just, maybe the waves are slowing down a bit, so it's kind of starting to get, who plays their priority right. But it looks like Dylan's about to swing on yet another wave. Here he goes, racing down the line. What's he going to do? Oh, and just comes unstuck on his little end turn there, and board almost hit him in the head.
I think he was caught halfway between thinking about finding that launch pad on the forehand and then realising that thing was kind of really flat on the inside, so he kind of tried to recover.
I was thinking that he was going to go for an air, and then he changed it up, and maybe he was stuck in two minds.
Yeah, I think so too. As you see, 8 minutes tick past, remaining here in quarterfinal number 3 of the Open Men's, and while we wait for the last few scores, I don't think that's going to factor in too highly into the situation because he came undone. Situation will remain. Shane just looking for a 2.45. It's literally one turn. Jared Hickle, 1.81 required for him. Both those boys would be holding pretty close to either first and second priority, I'd say, assuming the last few waves being ridden. And speaking of naming sponsor, of course, Volkswagen have been with us throughout the event, kicking off on Saturday. I was talking with True about the first few times that I met you guys travelling down in Phillip Island in your VW transporter, and you used to travel along with your bulldog.
Bill,
yeah. Is Bill still around on the comp circuit?
Yeah, Bill. We couldn't bring Bill to this one because he loves other dogs and he gets so excited, and he's so big and strong now, so we would not be able to control him.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a big fella now. But as we see, Shane Cadden up just trying to link through this one. Unfortunately not. I think the waves are starting to get slower out there, but that's okay. There's still plenty of opportunity. But yeah, Bill, he's definitely the favourite child.
He is a funny big bulldog, and it's just so iconic to see you guys travelling up and down the van as we see Coda Cologne.
On a nice little left, nice first turn, straight into a second. It just comes unstuck. Maybe a little too far over the front foot on that one, but that's okay. Still plenty of time remaining to get another score.
Yeah, maybe another situation of that stuck in two minds as we see Shane trying to get to work through that really fat inside section. I feel like perhaps Coda falling victim to that he kind of looked like he was looking down the line for a launch pad, and he looked really light and wide in his stance, like he said, a little too hard on the front foot.
I think maybe he underestimated how sucky that wave was going to end up at the end there, but still a beautiful turn, just unfortunately didn't didn't land that one.
Yeah, he's only looking for a 2.61, so I'm waiting for that last score to lock on in. He's currently in third position. Shane Cadden only looking for a 3.75. It is Dylan Moffat from North Narrabeen out in the lead. Coda Cologne gets the score, 3.17, moves into second position. So Jared Hickle relegated to third, needs a 3.68. And
here goes Coda on a little right-hander. Nice first turn. Beautiful second turn. And then another one, and hopefully a little inside link up. Oh, Coda, beautiful surfing on that one.
yeah, how's the nice use of his hands there too, really tracing out the lines on the backhand there just before his board was to execute them. So nice, classy, kind of elegant style from Coda.
It almost feels like classic, like old school style. And then we see Dylan up and riding on another one. Goes for the punt on this one and lands it again. So Dylan, second air of the heat.
Yeah, second air and a lot more height under the fins.
Paddle battle maybe for the two boys on the paddle back out. But yeah, I wonder what the judges will score that one. I think the other one might have been a little bit higher in the air.
Yeah, let's see what that comes in as. Here's the replay. You can see from the start, setting up that high face line, goes to the air, tweaks the tail out towards the beach, and
he makes it look easy.
He does make it look so easy, and he gets that nose really inverted on the landing, and there you go. Goes right up into the score range of 7.67, and well rewarded, as you said, Jesse. A bit more height in that air.
Yeah, and I love Dylan
yeah.
surfing.
Yeah, it is nice to watch, and there's not much else to say about it other than it's just a beautiful looking performance from him and nice dynamic manoeuvre. Coda's last wave, that backhand attack, a 6-point ride. The situation, 4 minutes on the clock, quarterfinal number 3 in the water. Dylan Moffat's in the lead, Coda Cologne in second. Jared Hickle now looking for a 6.51 and Shane Cadden a 6.45. So Jared and Shane would be sitting, or looks like Jared would be holding down first priority. I'm not sure if Shane got a wave or is just shuffling to the north of the contest bank there. Looks like he might have gotten a wave, so he's going to need to get back out there and find a set wave, because last one for him was a 3.23. So the boys still just mid to high range sixes.
Yeah,
really possible.
I feel like it's a really similar situation to the last heat. How the boys who were in third and fourth in the last heat, they might be in the same mindset of, do I do a Hail Mary or do I do a traditional surfing and just do what Coda did and do 2 lovely turns out the back and then two nice inside turns, or just do what Dylan did. So they're both being paid, so I guess whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, referring to the fact that they're being rewarded for the airs, being paid for that kind of dynamic manoeuvres. Love to see Dylan go to the air again. I think we might.
Yep, he's up and riding again. Catches so many waves, and that one just goes into a bit of deep water. It looks like maybe that bank is starting to fizzle out, and there might be a little left bank on the other side. But, you know, never see. Conditions changing with the tide, but hopefully it gets a bit better.
Yeah, and there's a nice pulled out view of the competition bank. And we, of course, working with the lifeguards here at Cronulla. I'm a very experienced waterman for water safety out there on the ski to the north. You can see the pack of competitors sitting right out just on the inside of that boat in the lineup. So you can see the little heads bobbing around on the bank. And there's that elusive little right-hander in the deeper hole that you can just see breaking along and just fizzling out there. Of course, a bit more cloud moving in through this morning. The conditions staying clean. Coming up next, we do have quarterfinal number 4 of the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. Logan Steinwade, Aidan Lewin-Parson, Darcy Crump and Jay Brown will be in the water. So that's going to be another good one. You're nodding your head in agreement.
Yep, that's a stacked heat.
They are. I feel like in these quarterfinals, once we got into this round, it's just pretty much like a finals for maybe a 3,000 QS event.
Yeah, 100% I agree. And all those boys in that heat, they're almost seasoned veterans, I guess, for these kinds of events. And it's good. Some of them have a bit more local knowledge, but still just taking it to everyone. And I love seeing the boys go up against each other.
Yeah, it's incredible to see the level of surfing kicking off into competition post-COVID for most of these guys. And semi-finals for the women's also coming up after the quarterfinals of the men's. Semi-final number 1 will be Philippa Anderson, Charlie Hurst, Gabby Spake and Celie Jones. And then Sister Starling coming up against Sarah Baum, Ellie Clayton-Brown and Freya Prum. So another solid showing for the women's as well. Most of those ladies in the top 20 at least for the qualifying series in the world. So they're going to have their work cut out for them, and hopefully we're going to see conditions continue to at least offer up a couple of sets per heat. We've seen this pattern happen throughout the morning where a set or two come through at the start, and right in the last 30 seconds we get the deciders, as we see.
Coda's pulling rank on Dylan for that one. Yet another, just a little bit of maybe technical error on that one, but it's okay. He's sitting pretty in second for right now, so if I was him, I would go and sit on third and fourth and just try and sell him into duds.
Yeah, so here's the tactics. As we can see, 20 seconds on the clock. It looks like the biggest set of the morning so far that I've seen rolling through the lineup. I'm wondering if Jared has priority. He only needs a 6.51. Cadden needs a 6.45. 5 seconds to go. It looks like Jared Hickel might be playing spoiler.
Oh, and he doesn't go. It looks like it's going to... Oh, here goes Shane, though, on a little right rip bowl. Carl's back to the section. And he's going to link it through, hopefully. And I don't think it might stand up for him. Unfortunately, not doing what he wanted on that one, but still a good heat surf by Jared and Shane. But congrats to Coda and Dylan for making that one.
Yeah, absolutely. A little too late for this set. So looks like Dylan and Coda moving on through quarterfinal number 3. And stick with us. Plenty more live action. Quarterfinal number 4 coming up in the Volkswagen Cronulla Open of surfing right after this break.
Have faith in me, I have faith in you. Still so many miles we can leave behind. And how we learn to fly, the way we move and tie. Let me hold you close while we're here in this room. And I can hear the rising calling. I can see the road to go. And every time I think of you, babe, and I think of coming home. I said you and I felt like strangers in the night. Since I found you, I found my reason why. Oh, every time I think of you, babe, I think of coming home.
Volkswagen.
And welcome back. Live action here for the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. We are into the quarterfinal number 4 for the Open Men's Division. We've seen some incredible surfing already, kicking things off this morning here for finals day. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the booth by Tessa McKenna. Welcome back, Tessa.
Yeah, good afternoon. It's 12:10. Wow, this day is really going fast. Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, and especially with this calibre of surfing, it's been incredible to watch the performances. We did just see Dylan Moffat go to the air multiple times in the heat, able to project out and land some nice frontside rotations. So the real champagne surfing, like you call it. I think I stole that saying from you, Tessa.
That's okay.
That's really coming up to the surface at the moment in the water. Jay Brown opened up with a 5.50. Aiden Lewin Parsons looked like his first wave of 7-point ride. Logan Steinwade's out there just with hopefully a throwaway by the end of this, a 1.73. And Darcy Crump also in the water, I'm sure, holding down that first priority position now. Just over 16.5 minutes on the clock. And coming up next, we do have the women's semi-final number 1. Of course, we did just hear True and Jesse Starling in the booth with us over the last few heats and giving us a bit of a insight and perspective from competitors' point of view and also sibling rivalry and matchup. And there we go, a nice pulled out vision of the contest bank here at Cronulla for finals day, Monday, just past midday, and there's still plenty of action on tap for this event, Tezza.
Yeah, so in the water at the moment, a couple of goofies, a couple of naturals. We've got one of each sitting 1-2. Aidan Lewin Parsons out in the lead, Jay Brown in second. Logan holding third. Darcy waiting to get his opening wave. He did this in the previous heat, and he always plays his cards really cool. He's a very composed competitor, Darcy Crump. He's I've never really seen him need to breathe into a brown paper bag or anything during his heats. He's always really chilled, and pretty on top of stuff. So it's going to be interesting here. These kids have all got, really different surfing styles, and it's going to be interesting to see the way this one plays out. But I was out there watching that one with Dylan Moffat. That guy's a super talent, isn't he? I've always been a big fan of his surfing.
Yeah, he's an incredible surfer. I was saying to Jesse, my favourite surfer, one of my favourite male surfers across the board there. From off, and it's great to see him collect a heat win, and we'll cross to him for his post-heat interview. Tezza, welcome Dylan Moffat, congratulations once again.
Oh, thank you, cheers.
And obviously changing up the game out there, going to a few frontside airs, no grabs, nice projections. Was that the plan going into this quarterfinal?
Not at all. I was watching Kalani in a couple heats before, get some nice running rights and doing linking turns really well. So I kind of had that in the back of my head and just got completely scrambled and just kind of ended up doing a couple nice little airs and making them. So I was happy to make the heat in the end. Yeah, well, you were scored and rewarded really nicely for them. Of course, you got a high 6 and a high 7 for both the first frontside reverses. What's the gear going to go into for semi-final number 2? Well, hopefully I can do a turn as well. That'd be a goal if I can get. The waves are really, really fun now. That little right's kind of turning on, and there's still a few little lefts too. So if you can link up a few waves, there's a lot of scoring potential out there.
Hey Dylan, it's Tez McKenna, mate. How are you?
Good, Tez. How are you?
Yeah, good, mate. Good performance. Congratulations. I mean, it's been a bit of a weird year, right? I mean, last year we were hanging out in South America and going through a Kike and Arica and stuff. So what have you been up to in the off-season?
Been surfing a bunch, working heaps, just trying to save some coin for when the comps do start up. And it's a really good series, this Australian Open of surfing. It gives everyone an opportunity to kind of get back into gear and get their head around surfing a heat again. So I'm psyched to do a few more.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're a busy pro junior surfer, and it's nice to actually have a little bit of time to stop down, think about your fitness and your equipment and stuff like that. Has it been a positive experience in that sense?
Yeah, it's been awesome, especially just hanging around home. I swear with all the events on the WQS, you spend a lot of time away from home.
Yeah.
So it's kind of good to kind of hang at home, hang with the family, see all your friends, and just stay grounded for a little bit.
Yeah, good stuff, mate. Well, you look like you're in great form. Good luck with the rest of the competition, mate. Look forward to seeing you in the semi-finals.
Cool. Thanks heaps, guys.
All right, that's Dylan Moffat there from North Narrabeen, a little ripper. I really like watching that guy surf. He's always unpredictable and very radical. But right for now, Aidan Lewin Parsons is in the lead. He's got a couple of pretty solid scores. He opened up with that 7.0, backed it up with a 3.9, a 5.5 for Jay Brown. Logan's got a 4.15 in. He's only got the one real score. And again, Darcy Crump just holding patiently. He's holding that priority. And at the moment, Darcy could jump straight up into second with a 5.51. So that's his plan. Again, riding that little, what was the name of that?
He called it
Bunny Chow.
A Bunny Chow, I think. And it's an epoxy model that he's had for 2 years now, which is incredibly old for a contest board, I would think. Usually they're past their use-by date within a few months. So interesting to see him still on that, but it's obviously working quite well for him, looking pretty sharp. Yeah,
he said he put it in cotton wool and he pulls it out for contests. So that's a good one because he knows when he jumps straight on it, he can ride it and it goes unreal every time. It's great when you find a magical board like that. I remember years ago, I went to America and Rusty Priesendorfer, before he was Rusty, used to shape for a company called Canyon, and Occy was riding their boards and ripping. And everyone was trying to get one of those. But I finally got my hands on one and I rode it until it was dark brown. Yeah, it was like the best board I ever had. It completely took my surfing to a whole new level, so it was really cool.
He was an incredible shaper too, wasn't he? I had a few boards off him when I travelled over to California and he was shaping over there for Rusty, and incredible.
I had a funny story around it. We went down to OB where I was working with Canyon at the time, and I said, I want to get a board. And he said, forget it, man. There's like a lineup of 1,000 people before you, you know one, sort of thing. He didn't say that, but it was kind of like that. Anyway, and I went, hey, I got a board here from Australia that's got 55 ping pong balls in it. So what happened was Jet Surfboards, my sponsor at the time, tried in an attempt to make a board that was super floaty. This is pre-epoxy days. Routed out 55 holes in the deck of my surfboard and dropped ping pong balls into the spaces to make it more buoyant and lighter. Anyway, after riding board a couple of times and it started to flex, when I shook the board, it sounded like a lotto machine. Anyway, he said, you're joking me. I said, no, I'm not joking. And then I took it to America. Anyway, he said, go get the board. And he shook the board and he said, I'll swap you any board in his shop for this board. And I went, you serious? And he goes, yeah, pick a board. So I picked the board off and went, oh, this one will do. And he cut my board in half straight in front of me.
Wow.
Cut it in half, ripped the glass off just so he could see what was going on. What a classic, eh?
So trying to steal designs.
Yeah, sorry, Dennis Anderson from Jet Surfboards. I never told him that story before, but yeah, it was pretty interesting. I don't know if anyone's ever put ping pong balls in a surfboard since, but yeah, pretty wild story right there about.
I actually saw a new clip up on the Surf League's page about a surfboard that's been made. They're from California. I can't remember the company, but he's made it out of second-hand masks. So COVID masks, those disposable blue medical masks. He's completely made a veneer for the top of this surfboard. The rest of the board was made out of a snapped foamy that was reshaped into kind of like a 20, maybe mini Simmons style board.
Yep.
And the bottom was glass with carbon fiber cutoffs. And the top was made from a veneer of second-hand masks, glassed into the top of the deck with strings and all attached still. So you can imagine the germs and stuff that's been preserved forever in that veneer on the top of the surfboard. And the fins, the keel fins, were made out of straws that the shaper had collected from the beach. So interesting little.
That's awesome. That's a
yeah,
cool
it was a
story
garbage
as well.
board, and there's a little clip of those guys taking it out after they made it and surfing, and it goes just as well as any other
I bet
board.
it went good in trashy conditions.
Yeah, yeah, it's a real dumpster diver of a model.
There we go. All right, so 9.5 minutes remaining in this one. Quarterfinal number 4. Looks like Aiden Lewin Parsons looking at this wave.
Here he goes. Has a look on his forehand, up and into the first section. Nice little release on the second. Wobbly, bobbly wave, but he's going to capitalise on the opportunity to increase his lead. I'm not sure if that's going to be super critical. Let's see what his second wave score is.
He reminds me of a very young Jay Bottle Thompson. He's you know, I was around when Bottle was a grommet, so that's exactly how Bottle looked and surfed. There's Logan Steinway. This guy is really, he's taken his act to a whole new level with this power and technique. He's been working with Amy Donoghue up there on the Central Coast. Nice little waft on the tail there. He's always trying to do something different. You know, that's what I like about him. He's got a real element of unpredictability about him.
Yeah, and as we saw him snap his probably favourite board in the previous heat, so he's got a new stick under the feet, and I think that probably over the last few years his surfing and his style and his approach really didn't suit the juniors at all. I think he enjoyed a bit of success there, but I think as we see him get a little bit older and move into this open qualifying series style division, we're going to see him really start to take off career-wise. Here's the replay. Your J Bottle-esque style of Aiden.
A little bit, yeah, for sure.
Money turn probably on that second and third, really wobbly face ahead of him, but he does well to capitalise on the steeper sections. And the wave from Logan looks like it's enough to put him into second position, a 4.40. Last wave for Aiden was a 6-point ride. Yep. So Aiden and Logan out in the lead.
Well, with just on 8 minutes remaining, what happened to Darcy Crump? I thought he was holding on to first priority. He has become hyper-selective. He want to watch himself. He's going to box himself in here. So he's going to run out of time, and he's on the hunt now for a little something. He should have been on one of those sets in the first 10 minutes. I think he's going to put himself in undue pressure, but of course he's a real champion, and he knows what he's doing. He's very good at his trade, so let's see if he gets himself out of this hole as we follow the boys up the beach there. There's kind of two distinctive banks out there, a little left where the guys are going to on the northern bank, and then that right-hander that comes back into it, effectively a little V-bank straight out the front here at the alley.
Yeah, and just totally back, retracking to that topic of recycled board, I just had this train of thought, Tessa. Imagine if in a couple of 100 years, somebody finds that dumpster trash-made board with the glassed-in COVID masks, and they figure out that COVID is actually, in fact, what wiped out the whole universe. Like, we look back on the dinosaurs and find all the fossils and it was the Big Bang that wiped them out. Imagine if a couple of hundred or thousands of years they look back and they find this old surfboard and break it in half and go, whoa, and they find the COVID microorganism or whatever it is that's causing the virus, and they go, this is exactly what changed humanity forever.
Yeah, true. That's
I don't know, weird thought. Been in here for a few hours.
yeah, no, that's good. I like it.
Just going on a tangent there.
No, that's good. I love it. It's great having those little stories about design concepts, etc. Here's Darcy Crump. Okay, waited forever and a day on this one. Throws it up, bang. He was running a little late. He did really nicely. It lifted up on the lip there. Kicks out of that one. That's got him on the scoreboard. He was chasing an 8.58 to go up into second. He's obviously not going to get there, but what he might do is get the 3.58, and then he might only need a 5 to go to second. So remember, that's his first wave, and everybody else has had... actually, Jay Brown's only had one wave as well. Jay needing a 3.08. I think he's going to put himself in a... he'll stay in 4... Oh, no, has he gone up, or he stays in...
Yeah, that last wave for Darcy.
3.7, yeah, there we go. So now he's chasing a 4.88. I was almost on the money with the first call. So there's Jay Brown on wave number 2.
On the backhand now, slicing, looking first turn. Nice second. Geez, no adjustment needed, and just goes down. A bit of a curse of the commentators once again, and that was shaping up to be a really decent score. I think it's going to go beyond the need anyway and move him into the second position with just over 5 minutes, only chasing a 3.08. I think that's going to go up into the 4s or the 5s anyway. Those two turns are really solid. So Logan's probably going to have to get back to work and start replacing one of those 4s. Aiden out in front, looking pretty solid with some bigger scores. There we go. Jay Brown, 4.83. Situation change. Jay goes into second. Logan now needs a 5.94. Darcy looking for a 6.64. And first place, Aiden, playing it pretty cruisy at the moment. He's sitting on some pretty solid scores. And he's out in front, so I think that Aiden and Logan probably have first and second priority. I'm not sure who's got who. Obviously, we can't view the priority situation at the moment. But we'll see what happens in the last few minutes of this heat. 4.5 on the clock. Quarterfinal number 4 of the Volkswagen Cronulla Open here in the Shire. We are happy to be here, Tezza, and plenty of people tuning on in live from their homes, watching the action.
Yeah, exactly. Some people are probably even watching in cars. Who knows?
They probably shouldn't be. Don't be texting and driving. Exactly, be off that phone. If no text, no wreck, surfing New South Wales.
That's what we say. So down to just on 4 minutes remaining. So there's the priority there. So priority white, second priority red, priority 3 yellow, priority 4 blue. Thanks, cameraman. That's nice work there. That really helps us, actually. Hannah's look at Headbutt in the background there. He's chomping away on his salad roll. He's a very healthy individual, that man.
You don't want to be keeping the camera on him for too long. He is just straight up front, pragmatic man. Been around competition surfing since I first jumped on the little mini junior circuit when I was about 12 years old. He was on the judging panel driving that Central Coast surfing truck up and down the beach with Phil Courtney, who's now a head judge. So here we go, 3.5 minutes on the clock. Up in the lead of this is Aiden Lewin Parson, and there you see Philippa Anderson, one of the top-ranked female surfers on the World Qualifying Series, making her way into the water for the semi-finals. I know, as you said, Tezza, we had a chat with her post-heat win, and she's just kicked off her surf school up there in Newcastle, and she's an incredible athlete, well-rounded individual, so it's going to be good to see her out in the water.
Yeah, you betcha. Newcastle's really behind Philippa Anderson, so she's going to be successful with anything she does, particularly in her hometown of Newey. Don't forget the next stop down is Port Macquarie, happening next weekend, folks, and after that it goes to Kiama Coffs Harbour. The far south coast wraps up on the northern beaches in 14th of this Monday, 14th of December, my birthday. Yeehaw.
No way, Tezza.
Yeah, I know, that could be good.
Are you working this event?
I don't know. I'm not too sure. I haven't been booked that far. I'm going to the South Coast one, but we'll see. But either way, yeah, that's cool. What do we got? We're down to just on 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. A big shout out to Ridges, of course, is one of our partners here at the competition, the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. We'd like to thank those guys. Scores are in at the moment. Aiden Lewin Parsons is holding the lead, looking to upgrade a 6.07. He's surfed a very smart heat. Jay Brown rock solid with a 5.5 and a 4.83. Then you've got Logan sitting in third. He needs a 5.94. And Darcy is chasing now 6.64. So he had a bit of a slow start there for Darcy Crump. Let's see if he can get himself out of trouble. He's not in the mix here, so he's obviously gone elsewhere to try and find that score.
I think that's going to be a smart move for Darcy, just creating a bit of space. You wouldn't be wanting to battle these boys with the priority at the moment, I'm sure. And if this set rolls through at the end of the heat, once again, we saw this happen in the last 2 quarterfinals, probably the last 3 quarterfinals actually. In the last 30 seconds, the biggest set of the heat comes on through and completely changes up the situation. So watch out, because Logan and Darcy, incredible surfers, and Jay and Aiden not out of the danger zone yet. You can see Jay really sticking close to Logan there. He's going to put the pressure on him as we wind down towards the last minute, not wanting to give him a bar of a wave. And this looks like a small looking wave, Tezza.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's going to get into this one, and you know what? He can manufacture scores. This kid has got some power and style. He jams it up there. And Logan Steinway, well, you can tell by the body language there. He's still got a minute to go, so I wouldn't worry too much about that. That's the way, Logan. Get out there, mate. It's never over until that black ball's sunk. You know, I've seen some crazy stuff happen in heats over the years where you think, oh, this guy's gone. And with 5 seconds remaining, he turns around, gets into a shore break, and gets through the heat. Darcy Crump, we didn't see what he did on that wave, but it looks like he's bolting back out there for another one. So I think just by the body language, it looks like he thinks he might need to get back out there and, secure a score to possibly get through. 30 seconds to go.
Look at Aiden and Jay too. They did not take their eyes off Logan and Darcy, and that's a bit of a nod of respect to the level of surfing we have here in quarterfinal number 4. He's really trying to throw it into that, but 20 seconds on the clock is going to need something else, and I dare say the boys in first and second priority aren't going to give them an opportunity to take off on a set, Tezza. So with almost 10 seconds, here's that set we've been speaking about. Again, I don't know if it's going to reach the lineup in time, but it looks like it might be Aiden and Jay moving on through this quarterfinal. Stick with us. We'll make those results official as we hear the hooter sound for the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. More action coming up after this ad break. We'll see you very soon.
What do you reckon? Yeah.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6. And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Live action here. It is the Volkswagen Cronulla Open, and looking into the lineup, it is the first semi-finals of the Open women out in action. Philippa Anderson, Charlie Hurst, Gabby Spake and Cedar Lee Jones. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined by Tezza McKenna in the commentary booth, and big morning of action here on finals day for the Australian Open instalment at Cronulla. And there we see Charlie Hurst going down, Tezza.
The microphone on. Yeah, Charlie Hurst, nice high attempted hit there. Just getting a little hung on that first manoeuvre. So Philip is out there in the red, Charlie in the white, Gabby Spake in yellow, Cedar Lee Jones is in the blue. First wave scores for Charlie, locked in at a 1.23.
Yeah, and we did just see quarterfinal number 4 wrapping up with, I believe it was Aiden Lewin Parsons taking that one out, and Jay Brown, sorry, moving on through in second, I think it was. Sorry, the names have just skipped my mind, but it was a tricky heat for them, as you can see, all the way passing on through now for the semi-final. Gabby Spake up and riding on the backhand. Nice looking clean face ahead. Completely wraps that first turn right back around. No back up turn on the wave, and you can see just out the back there, Philip Anderson looking away to the south, not wanting to give the girls any ounce of energy out here. She's got to stick to her own game plan if she wants to make it past this group of supergrums, some of them younger teenagers and schoolgirls still for a lot of those girls in the water against what we could probably consider at this event the veteran.
Okay, and it looks like we might be ready for our little poster here. We're just going to make sure that we got the volume turned up. We've got Aidan Lewin-Parsons, of course, was our previous heat winner. Looks like we got some sound now. Hey, Ado, well done, mate. That was a good heat for you.
Cheers. Got very lucky, but stoked.
That would look like a tricky 20 minutes out there. I mean, Darcy Crump was battling around until about 13 or 14 minutes. Has gone. He's still holding priority without a wave. So that was a bit of a wave-starved heat, that one.
It was, like, when they come, they're still pretty good, but it's definitely the top of the tide's making it slow out there.
What's your home break, Aidan?
I'm from Ulladulla, so down South
okay.
Coast, so I don't really have one, kind of just up and down the coast, I guess.
Yeah, cool, man. That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, I actually threw mention, you'll probably see it if you watch the Facebook live heat back, and everyone can watch their heat backs. That's the beauty of this Facebook live stuff. I threw commented that you remind me heaps of Bottle when he was about 16 or 17. That's a compliment, because Bottle Thompson's a mad surfer. But yeah, you got a kind of similar surfing style, man. So well done, congratulations. And we've got Jessica here as well, who wanted to just say a quick hello.
Hey, Aidan, congratulations. And of course, you're coming from that whole group of boys from the Ulladulla region. Is the crew still here on the beach supporting you?
Some of them are. A couple of them had to get back for work in TAFE. We're a bit of a worker class place, I guess you could say.
Yeah, it is.
So we got a bit on back home, but yeah, a couple of them stage of support, which is sick.
Yeah, you guys are very grounded, probably some of the most grounded competitors I've seen come across this level of surfing, and like you said, working class area down there.
Yeah.
How many times do you guys get to get into the water during the week in between work?
Well, I work full time, so I try and surf before. I'm a plumber, so I try and get in the water before 6:30. I hop out before work, and then after work try and get into.
Yeah, that's good stuff. You guys will be pretty busy down there rebuilding communities too, Ada. I mean, after all those bushfires that ran through there earlier on this year.
Yeah, it's still so crazy down there. Like, if you go for a drive around Conjola or south, it's still just like you can see everything.
Yeah, still scorched, huh?
Oh my goodness, it was crazy.
Yeah, well, look, mate, you're doing a great job helping the communities down there, and ripping in the contest, man. Good luck in the next one, the semi-finals.
Cheers.
All right, that's Aidan Lewin-Parsons, great kid, great surfer. Oh my goodness, Philippa, taking it up to the next level. She's just gone into overdrive.
Yeah, she has, and look at her just milking every little last ounce of that wave. She's stuck so close to her board then, and she's trying to get the inside link up. Like she said, she's gone up a little bit in dimensions, maybe adding a little bit of volume to those HS models. I think she got onto those waves courtesy of her brother, of course, famous free surfer Craig Anderson. He's got her onto some pretty spicy looking equipment, and yeah, she's looking pretty good at the moment. I'm interested to see how that score comes in. I think we might have missed the most critical turn out the back, but we'll have a look at the replay of Charlie Hurst here. Nice smooth rail work for the goofy footer. I love her setups. I've seen her do this across the junior state titles over the last few months since we've been back into action, and she really kind of sets up that final maneuver, drops all the way back to the bottom for the bottom hand turn, and just attacks the lip.
Yeah, very good technique there for that young lady. There's no doubt about that one. Hope you're enjoying the action, folks. It's finals day here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open, and this is Cedar Lee Jones, Northern Beaches up at the moment from the North Avalon Surf Riders Association. So she'll kick out of that one with just on 14 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and there we go. Opening scores. Gabby Spate kicked off with a 2.50. Philippa's first wave of 4.67. Charlie Hurst with a 1.4 and a 3.67, and score to come for first of Cedar Lee Jones, just over 13.5 minutes. Semi-final number one, and look at this set rolling on through glassy conditions, Tezza.
I don't think there's any doubt that it's kind of not only improved but also increased in size a little bit since this morning. Little surge. So what's happening is it was a predominantly south swell with that big fresh south change we had a couple of days ago. As that swell kind of fades, the swell is just straightening up into east-southeast, well, almost easterly now. So we're starting to see a little bit more energy come into this southern corner here at Cronulla.
Yeah, I have to agree 100%. It's definitely starting to pick up a little bit more since this morning.
Either that or those guys in that boat out there are just running from one side of the deck to the other and just creating some nice little ripples for us.
Well, there must be a nice little fishing hole out there, because we've seen a few of the little boats, recreational fishers. I think maybe these guys are a little bit more professional. I can see a little bit of a branding across the back of that. So that maybe they're pulling in a few, I don't know, sweet lips or whatever it is off the back of this.
Get a little bit of bait fish before they head out to
few
the
yakkers.
before they head out to the horizon. But good stuff there. Open women semi-final number 1 in the water at the moment. Charlie Hurst in the lead ahead of Philippa Anderson, Cedar Lee Jones holding third. KB Svake. It's only early days for this one, so we're getting pretty close to the pointy end of what's been a great 3 days here at the Shire. So thanks again to all of our sponsors, but none more than the gang at Volkswagen, of course, Das Auto, the car for the people.
Yeah, I've been loving having those guys around the contest as we've been speaking about. They've been here since Saturday, nice and early, and vintage vehicles as well as their brand new models on hand at the Boardwalk here at Cronulla, and just the team that they had employed for the event as well. Just such a nice group of guys and girls helping us look through all the brand new little bits and pieces on the California. So that is released next month, and I dare say we'll see a few of those models cruising up and down the coast, even on the beach, four-wheel drive model, that California. So pretty crazy times for the VW crew releasing that top-of-the-line luxury model. And at the moment, it is semi-final number 1 of the Open Women in the water. Semi-final number 2 coming on up. Sarah Baum, True Starling, Ellie Clayton-Brown, and Freya Prum. So that is a bit of a heavy hitter heat. Baumie, of course, a South African. We saw her looking pretty sharp and ready to roll, the goofy footer, versus one of our co-commentators, True Starling. We heard her and Jessie in the booth earlier on. Ellie Clayton-Brown, kind of a humble, silent assassin somewhat in this heat. And here we go. Gabby Spake up and riding.
Okay, so the Gabby only had a little 2.5 on her opening wave. Good rotation on that little turn, unfortunately. Just the whitewash kind of going over the rail there and just, making things a bit more difficult than she would have liked it. So just on 11 minutes to go, that's going to be wave number 2 for Gabby. So might even be enough. The best wave of the heat is still with Philippa Anderson. It was a 4.67, but Charlie Hurst got a 3.67 and a 1.4. So Charlie's just got a marginal lead at the moment. But I can imagine, again, the kids always go out early, and then it's always the experienced and more veteranized kind of competitors coming back at the end of the heat who really know how to manage their time. This is Charlie Hurst up and riding.
Yeah, here she goes. A little bit of rail work to set up this inside section. I like how she rotates those shoulders all the way back around to the foam. A little bit of a smaller wave and really having to work to get some juice out of it. She jumps onto the front foot, looking to hop inside to the inside connection, keeps it transitioning, collects a bit of speed, close-out maneuver up into the lip, and, manages to ride out in front. So worth the effort there. Puts a few extra notches on the point board there for Charlie Hurst from Port Kembla, I believe. And here you go, like you've been speaking about. Up and riding, waiting patiently to attack. Philippa Anderson.
Fills in. Nice big first turn. Jams it up. Wow. High, hard hit on the second one. Really took a big risk there for that second manoeuvre. She was running late and she just stomped it. And she'll kick out of that one. Very impressive surfing from Charlie Hurst on the previous wave. Not that it was radical or anything, but the thing was is the way that she read that wave and the flow that she had to make that connection on the inside. And it just shows her maturity well beyond her years. Take us through this one for Filsey.
Here she goes. She sets it up. I think she eyes off the fact that it's running off, and so she has to fit in that last turn a little late to the lip, but she manages to muscle on out in front. I like the intention there from her. I think she's taking a little bit of a note from the Supergrom book, and she's putting it in her back pocket, so she jumps, or she's been intending to jump in through to the inside connection, so she's just trying to match them up. She's not going to leave anything left unserved, and there you go. Second score for Filsey in.
Yep, 7.67. That was always going to be a near excellent combination. Combinations of major manoeuvres are a critical element on the scoring criteria in pro surfing these days, so you've got to come out of one turn and in a seamless kind of a manner go straight into the next one. That's exactly what Filsey did, as we see Cedar Lee Jones. Wow, that was like really upside down backhand Rio. I don't know if she's going to get a link up here. If she can and do something on the inside, this might even be a keeper. And she's such a star performer. Unfortunately, that wave didn't really offer her another manoeuvre, but that one single move was pretty wild, like almost underneath the the lip, Tom Carroll style 1980. That style of surfing never goes out of fashion for me.
Yeah, she's an aggressive competitor we've been speaking about across the contest. Similar approach to Filsey. I think that wave didn't really offer up much more opportunity. Let's have a look at the replay here. Goes straight up into the lip, has to kind of muscle and chop that turn down because she was late, and she does well to ride out in front of it. I think she really capitalized on it. She looks like she's only earned herself 2.87, so I thought it may have... Oh, no, here we go. It's just adjusting, so Live Heat's just pulling the average from across the judging panel, 3.03.
Yeah.
So situation, Philippa in first, Charlie Hurst in second. Her last ride was a 4.03. Lee Jones needs a 4.21. Gabby Spake a 4.38. This is semi-final number 1.
We've got a real up-close and personal view of the competitors via the webcast. In fact, we've got a better view than what the judges do because they don't have the beauty of having a screen in there to be able to watch all the stuff back. But, you know, so they're watching it in real time, and it's probably, you know, 120 metres from them, you know, so it's a fair way. When we get to zoom in on the camera and be able to see the little tiny bits and pieces, you know, I think we can pull it apart sometimes almost, you know, easier than what those guys do. It's pretty hard out there when they're, you know, trying to judge someone that's so far away. In general, doing a great job, though, judges, so keep it up. We've got Phil Courtney, who's been around the judging scene forever and a day. Of course, his son, Drew Courtney, a former CT campaigner. Both Drew and Phil are excellent judges, and yeah, so we are down to around about 7 minutes remaining. So Phil's in the lead now. She's looking pretty comfortable in this first semi-final. We've got Charlie Hurst holding second. Very close now with third and fourth places. So Gabby and Cedar only chasing some pretty small scores to be able to get up there. Right now, Gabby Spake needing a 4.38. That's Gabby on screen at the moment. And Cedar Lee Jones only needing a 4.21. So Charlie Hurst's second best score is only a 3-point-something. So that's her mission at the moment. She'll be looking to try and post her best score to try and, you know, make things a bit easier on her.
An interesting bit of insight to learning from Crispy. He's been coaching quite a few of these ladies across this Opens division, so it's going to be interesting for him too to watch him juggle all these different athletes that obviously super professional, so he'll be able to do that. But he was speaking about the difference between the older and the younger girls at the moment in the draw and watching them move through the heats. He said the older girls just know exactly what they want to do and how they want to structure their days and their routines. So they know what works for them. They know when they want to eat, when they want to rest, when they pull themselves off the beach and go back and conserve the energy. Whereas he finds himself at the moment still helping the younger girls navigate that part of competition surfing. So a lot for the younger girls, maybe one of the first few times that they've been away from their parents on their own, and they're kind of hanging around the beach a lot, and they're not quite sure where to eat or when to eat in between competition days. So that's kind of an interesting part and a nice little insight for everyone viewing at home and watching. Like we said, a good opportunity for the younger generation to step up and take it to these older girls as well. So one of those bits that really comes into play on competition day.
That's some really good info there. Some really good points that you just made as well. Charlie Hurst didn't need that way. She's going to go to the bottom of the priority ladder. So might be a little error there from Charlie. Golly, she needed to really not just surrender priority, but she needed to improve at least a second best wave. And with just under 5 minutes remaining, that's a very dangerous thing to do. Cedar Lee Jones will now move up the priority ladder along with Gabby Spake, and of course Charlie will go back to the tail end of that priority sequence. We're down to around about 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this first semi-final here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open.
Yeah, and we have seen a massive morning underplay here for finals day. All the men are really bringing up to the surface some of their best surfing. Standout performers so far for the men, Dylan Moffat and Kalani Ball. Huge, big heat totals. We saw Cedar. Wondering if priorities just shifted. Of course, they're looking at the colour board and listening to the beach announcers that's situated back on the judging tents, but she did have a pretty concerted effort to paddle for that wave, but pulled off. You saw her pull quite radically back right at the last second, so wondering if she's lost priority because Pilsy seems to have taken no notice of her and is moving into her own space, so I don't know. I think she might have lost it.
It looks like Philippa has priority to me. She's just moving around. She always dominates the lineup, but at the moment it looks like she's paddling with first priority, if that's possible to tell from somebody's body language.
Yeah.
So we are down to around about 3.5 minutes remaining. Go to Sydney.com if you're not from this area. If you want to check out more about this cool little place here in the Shire of Cronulla. Ooh, a couple of surfers coming towards each other. Everyone bails out, and then just to save any kind of hassle. Again, it'd be interesting to see. Well, I can only imagine that Cedar would have been on above Charlie on the priority list there. So if Charlie Hurst in any way, shape or fashion hindered Cedar Lee Jones from doing that final manoeuvre, she could be in a little bit of trouble here. So we'll wait and see. I think they got out of that wave at the exact same moment for both surfers. Here we go. Cedar Lee Jones, little inside wave.
Yeah, don't let her loose on an open face. She's got the rail work to match. Here she goes first, cut back down. Second cut back on the foamy section, gets a little bit more spray and release through the tail. She's going to have to really push onto the front foot to get the inside connection. Doesn't offer up anything, only needing a 4.21 Tezza.
That's going to be pretty close.
That is going to be close. I think they might give it to her based on that first open face carve. I think it was a really nice, clean
maneuver.
manoeuvre.
It was really nice. If she had been able to execute something of that quality for the second turn, there was no doubt about it. I just went a bit flat on that second turn, so it's going to be super close. Let's break this one down as we see inside wave. That's the first turn, and she got around this one. She did very well to just even jam it in the pocket there. There was a nothing section, and she tried to carve away. I like the way that she goes from rail to rail rather than just stomping cockroaches. It looks a lot better. So, scores starting to filter on through for Cedar Lee Jones last wave.
Just a little bit short. Tezza, 3.63.
Yep.
Still in third position. Needs a 4.08. Gabby Spate looking for a 4.38. Dangerous times at the moment on the scoreboard. Charlie Hurst sitting in second, but not home and hosed at this point with under 2 minutes. Philippa Anderson out in the lead. Only 2 waves ridden, and they've been important for her, but she needs to replace that 4.67. And as we see, a bigger looking set starting to approach the lineup out here this morning, or this afternoon, sorry. We're well into the afternoon now, almost 1 p.m. And clean conditions still, gracing the competition for final day at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. I'm interested to see this next exchange. Like you said, important last few minutes of every heat seem to be determining the outcome. Yeah, every time.
Okay. Well, Filsey is sitting pretty for the woman in red. I think she's untouchable right now. Really effectively, this is a battle for second. Charlie's holding on by her fingernails, but she's got Cedar Lee Jones in blue and Gabby Spake in yellow. Gabby's got priority as well. I'm not too sure where Gabby is again. Cedar Lee Jones finding these inside waves. And this one here might offer a couple little opportunities as she sticks with it. Definitely. Okay, well, I think I think she may have already got to the point where she might have got the score. Let's just wait and see. Is she going to make a little connection here on this one? In fact, she's going to take it right the way through to shore. And Cedar Lee Jones, former Aussie Junior champion, showing great form there, picking that one out with 40 seconds remaining.
That's a mistake from Charlie Hurst in second position. Cedar was under her priority then, and all Charlie had to do was move through to the inside and hold her off. As we see Gabby Spake jumping on the front foot, trying to get some opportunity here. 20 seconds on the clock. We have a score to come from Cedar. Gabby not able to connect, and I really think that Charlie just let Cedar have another jab at the opportunity to move into second.
Just keep her eye on Charlie Hurst with 10 seconds remaining in the white singlet there. She's probably going to hear this, and like you said, she's going to be hating herself if she did open the gate for Cedar Lee Jones to come through. And last wave score still rolling through for the woman in blue. We're just going to wait for that last score to come through here before we chuck to an ad break, so hang in there, folks. And last wave scores Cedar Lee Jones.
I'm going to say it's going to be close.
Yeah, there it is, 4.37. And look, Charlie Hurst is pretty cool about it. She almost laughed it off. Look, she shook hands already, and she said, "Oh, God, I just ruined that one, didn't I?" A great performance all around either way, girls. We're going to throw to an ad break here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. Stick around, folks. We're going to be back with more action right after this.
Volkswagen.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
Yeah, you betcha. We're all in this together, folks, when it comes to the pandemic. That's the one good thing is that, we all wash our hands, keep that social distancing, and we'll be able to continue a nice lifestyle here in Australia as we see Sarah Baum, South African, born now living in Newcastle, Australia, up the beach, electing to surf a completely different bank right on the edge of the free surf area is Freya Prum, a very radical surfer from the south coast of New South Wales. So my name's Tessa McKenna, taking us through the Open Women's semi-final number 2 here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. It's been a fantastic few days here in the Shire. Got to catch up with a whole bunch of friends that I haven't seen for a couple of years. I think it's been maybe 2.5 years since I've even been to Cronulla. So that time just flies, let me tell you. Here's a replay of some of these opening waves. So Freya jams it in the pocket. Very progressive young lady, Freya Prum, and I'm a big fan of her surfing. And as I mentioned a few times, I did some WSL commentary. I speak a little bit of Spanish, enough to commentate in Spanish, so they hired me over there for the last couple of years in Iquique and Arica and a few other events throughout the Spanish-speaking parts of South America. So it was pretty cool hanging out with Freya Prum over there. She was in really good form. And I think it was Punta Uno when it was in Iquique, a really nice right-hander. But Sarah Baum opens up with a 5.4, Freya with a 4.43. True Starling, of course, is out there in red. That's true on screen at the moment. She had a 4.0. And Elle Clayton-Brown with a 3.73. So not even 2 points separating that opening exchange. As we see a bit of a wave here for True Starling. So True will get into this one from North Narrabee, New South Wales. Really nice rail work on that first turn. And True just trying to go from rail to rail, tic-tacking away through. That one's going to just fill up, unfortunately. I know that she's been working very closely with Supercoach Maddie Carroll. Down the beach, here goes Freya. Wow, she has found a mad little left reform. She's going to jam that one, little rock and roll almost floater. Bang! That was really, really well executed. I didn't think she'd be able to come off that and straight into another little backhand hit. So that might be a good place to start her campaign. I'm not too sure if those little left-handers like that are going to be enough to stay down there, but it's a great place to start. True Starling, for the record, has actually gone into the lead with her second score, just coming through the system now. Again, we're live on Facebook, so if you get an opportunity, jump into the comments section and say good day. Tell us where you're watching from, do a cheerio, or give us some information about some of the competitors in the water if you know anything about that stuff. So, yeah, Freya Prum, 5.0 for that combo on the backhand. Has gone into the lead now, looking to replace a 4.43 second best score. True Starling with a 2.9 on that last wave, sitting in second. That's her low score. 5.4 for Sarah Baum. That's the best wave of the heat so far. Sarah only needing a 1.51 to move second. And Elle Clayton-Brown, she's only chasing a 5.01 to go to second. There's Elle Clayton-Brown on screen at the moment. Part of the Merriweather Surfboard Club, but she lives up there in Port Stephens, which is also known as the Blue Water Wonderland, just about 45 minutes north of Newcastle. Lovely little part of the world. I was lucky enough to grow up in Maroubra, just a couple of kilometres north from here, but then when I was about 17, I didn't want to go, let me tell you. I mean, parents had to drag me kicking and screaming out of Maroubra because there's a bit of a tribal kind of a friendship that you have when you grow up at a beach like that. But I soon got up to Port Stephens and realised that A, it's a footy town, B, it's a fishing town, and C, there's no surfers there. So in the 80s, I just used to bring guys up every weekend from Maroubra and say, come and stay with me and surf. And I realised pretty soon that, it's a special spot.
And just jump back into the booth, Tezza, and Freya Prum looks like she's got either an incredible first wave score or, the combo of two, 4.43 and a 5-point ride. True Starling in that second position, 4 and a 2.9. Baumy's just got the 5.4 under the belt, and Elle Clayton-Brown just a couple of throwaways, hopefully, before the end of this heat. As we cross on down to semi-final number 1 winner, Philippa Anderson on a tear in the red rashie once again. Filsey, hello.
Hi, guys.
You seem very composed and very focused at the moment. What's going through your mind right now? Are you going to keep your eye on this heat in the water? Obviously, good mates with Baumy and Prum.
Yeah, they'll get it done. So I'm just going to go focus on myself, and we've only got like an hour until we're out there. So yeah, just I'll go switch off for a little bit. But yeah, it's kind of slowed down a bit. So hopefully there's a couple waves later. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to see the opportunity for you girls to really open up if the waves do happen to pulse for the final coming up later on this afternoon. Will you be following the series up and down the coast?
Yep. Yeah, obviously because of work now, can't do all of them. So I've picked Coffs Harbour and the next Sydney one. So super happy with that. I think Sarah's going to do Kiama. But yeah, just glad to have the Rashi back on, and yeah, super exciting for a series to be happening.
Philippa, it's Tezza. Congratulations. Another great performance. During the time that we've had off this little time, it's been a nice little break for you. Gee, you've been a busy competitor since you were like a junior competitor. It's been hardly a moment that you had time off, that much time to really, you know, look at your whole life, I guess, and work on fitness and equipment and stuff like that. In that sense, has the pandemic been a positive experience for you?
Definitely. I mean, I know everyone around the world is struggling and it's probably been a negative thing, but yeah, it was super sad that we couldn't travel, and I was feeling pretty fired up for the year. But yeah, the downtime for me was amazing. My friends were even like, you are so annoying, because like they never hang out with me that much. They were like, can you go back traveling? But no, it was super good to just focus on things that we haven't had time to, because we come home for a week. We either like work or train, and then we're back on the road again. So it was really nice. I think like the first month I surfed 3 times a day, which I was never used to doing because I had work and training, and wanted to also like have downtime. So the first month I was like, this is amazing. This is what it's like to be a Grom again. Just surfed so much. But yeah, and then as the months went on, like, you know, just worked personally on a few like mental things, and I guess like changing up a few things, because we never really have time to like trial and error, because we just always need to go. So yeah, for me personally, I really enjoyed it. And yeah, it was good to sleep in my own bed for like more than a week.
Yeah, I've known you since you've been really young. I think this is the most relaxed and probably some of the best form I've ever seen you in. So that's why I asked the question. Well done, good stuff.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Congratulations, Philsy, moving on into the final. We'll see you coming up in action in not too short time.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Cheers.
Excited.
Thanks,
See ya.
Philippa. All right, Philippa Anderson there from the Merriweather Surfboard Club in Newcastle, a real star performer. And I've asked that question to a few people during the webcast, and you know what? The answer's been pretty much the standard response, as we see Ellie Clayton-Brown starting to open up now. And, well, the lanky natural footer from Port Stephens, Nelson Bay, looking for a little link up on the inside here. Elle's got on that front foot. Can she make the connection? If you make the connection on the inside, it might only be a 0.5, but it could be the difference. And by the time she gets there, she's running a little bit late for the show.
Yeah, she was still on the hop as that section already through in front of the ankles there, so she can't consolidate on it. And while we're having a chat with Philsy, a few big scores being thrown on down. Sarah Baum, a 7-point ride. True Starling, 7.33. We saw Freya almost look like she's trying to go to the air there on the backhand.
I saw that.
Yeah, like you said, pretty progressive surfer there from the South Coast. She definitely has that prescription in the back pocket, the chemist we call her. So I dare say we might see her land one of them before the end of the heat. It looks like she's shuffled on to the other side. Here we go, True up and riding.
Okay, True holding second at the moment. Just the one little hit there. Looks for some opportunities on the inside. Chucks it up on the suds. Again, just sticking with that little power pocket. And she's got the steam to be able to take this one right the way through. Nice little finishing move there for True Starling. Wow, that was very professionally done.
That was really, really classy inside surfing from True, and well timed. And another one of those people that's been enjoying the break and using it as a positive effect. Here we go on the replay. She looks sharp, just a pretty sharp turn, even though there wasn't much of a section there. Looking really fat. She reads this pathway to the inside really well. I just feel like she looks really solid on that board. Looks really nice under her feet, and times this end section perfectly, connecting with the lip up and over, giving it a bit of extra flair as well, and riding on out cleanly. So nice to True. 5.23 in the bag, goes into the lead. 8.5 minutes on the clock. True's in first, Bormy sitting in second. Prum needs a 7.41 and Ellie a 9.98.
Wow,
so
okay.
Here we go. Next set looks like it's going to make its way into the lineup. And
well,
Yeah, interesting semi-final playing on out.
This is an interesting tactic here from Freya Pum because this little left-hander, although it's a nice sucky little section, it's only quite short. Let's just see what Freya can do on this one. Drops into this one. It does allow for some pretty radical surfing. And there's the big combo. She had to twist the body to try and get some body torque to pull that last move off. Good combinations, but I don't know if you've got the same kind of impact. She's going to have to get a real good one down there to get a good score, I feel. Whereas the girls out the front here have been able to really link all those turns together. I don't know. It's two different types of waves. Obviously, it's a shore break where Freya's sitting, but yeah, it didn't work out too good when a few other people went down there during the competition, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think that's going to come close to the requirement. I don't know.
What was she chasing?
She's chasing a 7.41, and no, it's a 5.40, so just under, like you said.
I didn't even know there's a 7 down there. I'm sure that there's been some good waves down there, but most of the people that have taken that option have only ever started down there, got a couple of quick ones, and then come back to take the other people on the main bank. I'm not a real big fan of if you've got an A bank and a B bank of letting the other people go to the A bank, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the moves. So I think it's paid off a fair few times for Freya. So maybe she's relying on that. I have seen her do it a few times in QSs, especially. She's had so many heats against Sarah Baum, and they're good mates as well. And I know that they tend to part. They're not very confrontational, super competitive, but more so with themselves rather than with each other.
Sure.
And I've seen this happen a few times where they've completely parted during a heat, and one person takes ride on another bank, and the other competitor just completely spreads out across the next one. So Freya's going to be needing a 7.01 now. She has reduced the requirement. She's in third. Ellie Clayton-Brown needs a 9.98, so maybe a replacement of both those waves. And Bormy out in what you would probably call the A bank in the competition zone. Freya, yeah, like I said, I've seen her do this before. It's a risky move, but she does like to play her own game. Here's Ellie. And one section on offer only for her. I don't know. That's not probably... It's probably going to replace the 1.9. Here we go. True Starling up and riding on the backhand. Ooh, big hook. She'll go down over the rail there. A little bit of wobble and bobble now coming into play. Over 5.5 minutes on the clock here in the semi-final. These girls looking to match up against Philippa and Cedar Lee Jones. Looks like Freya's gone so far to the north that she is amongst the free surfing bunch here, so outside of the competition area almost.
Well, almost, unless that guy's sneaking in. But as I said, Freya, there's the corner of that little. That little left is nice and sucky. There's no doubt about it. And then she might be able to pull a backhand error or something right there. That's what she's probably thinking. She's a super progressive surfer and a lot of originality and inventiveness in her surfing.
Yeah, she does have that. That's so well said, Tessa. She does have the backhand rotation on tap as well as the front side pop. I've seen her throw a few down, and maybe in the Corona period she's been working on it enough to feel confident. Here she goes, up and riding. Yeah, look at the line she's taking, looking for the launch pad. And
well, she went for it. You know, and that's exactly why she's down there, to try and do something wild. And if she pulls off one of those backside air revs and lands it and keeps going, she's clearly going to get a good score. She's going to impress the judges. So
yeah, safe to say.
It's kind of rolling the dice a little for me. But like you said, the two different game plans being employed here. At the moment, True Starling in the lead. Sarah Baum sitting in second. Freya's last wave won't be enough, and neither will Ellie. So they're still chasing some very big numbers, Jess.
Yeah, 7.01 required for Freya. You can see True looking back towards the priority board and the judges' tent, maybe having a listen to the announcers for beach comms. 9.91 required for Blue as well. Here she goes, current heat leader. True up and riding on the forehand from North Narrabeen. Silky looking rail. Gee, she whips that board around under her feet. She just looks really confident to me, and probably some of the strongest surfing that I've seen from True over the last few years in heat. So it's good to see her getting into form. 4 minutes on the clock. Sarah Baum in second. Only one serious score on the board for her, that 7-point ride. I think she'd be looking to replace the 5.40, and she's getting to work right there. You saw the aggressiveness in the end of that whip on the backhand, and big shout out, of course. There's plenty of people tuning in, supporting the girls in the semis right now. Ellie Clayton-Brown hung up on the first turn. She's going to have to get back to the drawing board out there and find a cleaner looking face to work with. As we said, everyone tuning in at home for Bormy. I know partner Georgia is at work. Unfortunately, can't be on the beach and supporting, but she's tuning in. Freya's got her partner, Pat. He'll be on the camera down there on the sand and helping her with positioning, and this could have been part of their backup plan that they came up with. If Freya found herself needing a decent score, she's going to go down and put everything into the Hail Mary. So I know she's looking to do all of the events across the Australian Open of Surf series, so it's going to be great to see her competing up and down the coast, and she's just a real classy act, like you said, very genuine human, as is Bormy, True, and Elle as well. This is a great match-up between these four ladies, and interesting little score line. I think Ellie needs to get herself back into the game. She's still got time to do it. She needs maybe a pair of 5s or 6s will get her back into the game. Plenty of time, over 2.5 minutes on the clock.
A couple of 6.5s, and she's well and truly capable of that. She's a fantastic surfer. It's all about, at this level, there's nowhere to hide. It all comes down to wave selection, really. I mean, that's what almost determines the outcome when you get into the semis, because everyone's ripping so hard. So it's not like the first round where, you've got a couple of standouts and a couple of people who are coming through the ranks and stuff. By the time you get to the semis, everyone's ripping. So I always say to people, and for me, a semi-final is like one of the most important heats in the competition, because when I go to a contest, I think to myself, if I made the final, I feel like I've really achieved something. Even if I didn't win it, I got a trophy, made the final. But if you get, so for me, I always wanted to get through the semis. So semis are very important. It's probably one of the most important heats of the. It is the most important heat of the contest until you get to the final.
Actually, I have to agree with that sentiment 100%. I feel like once you get to the semis, exactly what you said, it's all to wave choice. And here we go, Bormy up and riding on the backhand. She has to capitalise. Ooh, a little bit of a foot slip there. I feel like her board flattened out and the knee went into the splits forward. Maybe I'm just feeling a bit sensitive for that manoeuvre at the moment. But got a sore knee, limping around the contest site and watching the girls. But at the moment, not going to lose any love there for Bormy. She's sitting in second position. Freya needs a 7.01 and Ellie needs a 9.64. So either an amazing wave to roll on through or 2 waves really quickly and consecutively in this last minute.
Okay, well, semi-final, even if she finishes up here, semi-final result at this level is a really good result for Ellie Clayton-Brown. Of course, she'll be hoping for more, but it's a nice little result there. Freya Prum, of course, is hunting for scores at the moment. I think she still needs something.
7.01.
Yeah, 7.01. Ellie's needs something really special. We are into the mad minute, folks, so only less than 60 seconds remaining in this one. True Starling's put in a really great performance here. She's looked really polished and really professional. Freya just trying to manifest. You see her just, sitting there and just going, come on, you little... But look at these lines coming through. You know what she wants is a solid one, because you know what? Let's just... there's blue Ellie Clayton-Brown. Those sets were coming through down where white was. I got a feeling that Freya Prum might even snag a little something out of that. Looked like a bit of volume, but we're sticking here with Elle Clayton-Brown. And she'll kick out of that wave with just on 15 seconds remaining. I'm not too sure if Freya got one out of that, but maybe she did. We're going to go back to a replay and have a look. Maybe the other camera was following Freya. Yeah, she did get a wave, so we're going to find out pretty soon what sort of score she gets. I
love that she jumped straight back onto the board, and here we go for the replay of Freya's. This is what she needs to do. She has to flatten out and goes for the floater. It's a critical manoeuvre, but I don't think it's going to go up into that 7 range. She pretty much had to straighten out in front of the section, and I think it's going to come short of the requirement. So it looks like unofficially True Starling and Sarah Baum moving on through to the finals to match up against Philippa Anderson and Cedar Lee Jones. So congratulations, and I'm not sure if, or maybe she did get the score. I see Bormy just having a little bit of a splash around there.
I think Bormy hurt herself. She did a little bit. Oh, look, the board's hit her in the mouth. So what happened was she did just a little wacky move at the end there. Yeah, and you can see it like it's hit her in the lip.
Oh, well, she's a tough chick, no doubt.
Yeah.
Don't stress, George, watching on from home. Bormy's going to be fine. Looks like she's moving on through the final. Stick with us. Plenty more live action coming up after this break here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open of Surfing.
Volkswagen.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
Welcome back. Live action here with you at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open, Australian Open of Surfing, stop number 1 on the series. Myself, Jess Grimwood, and Tezza McKenna are in the booth with you throughout the morning. We did see True Starling and Jessie Starling have a nice little guest commentary appearance, and congratulations, True and Sarah Bourne, moving on through that second semi-final for the women and going to be matching up against Philippa Anderson and Cedar Lee Jones. Now we're into the Open men's semi-final. Heat number 1, Lennox Smith's in the water in the blue, Kalani Ball's in the red, Grayson Hinrich is in the white, and Jolie Vaughan's out there in the yellow as we see Grayson up and riding in the white. Ooh, Elasto, man, he has such a funky style on his forehand. I've seen a lot of nice waves going ridden today. And once again, very good afternoon, Tezza.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jess. Hi, everyone. Yeah, that was kind of almost Machado-esque, wasn't it? With that little turn there from Grayson. I'm a big fan of his surfing. So are the judges, 6.0 for that opening wave. Lennox Smith is out there in the blue, 1.5. Kalani Ball in the red. Joel Vaughan is in yellow. This is a real tough first semi-final here, folks, at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open.
Yeah,
so
we did see some pretty good action over the last few semi-finals. I really enjoyed those girls' heats. I thought the first one was a little bit tricky with the waves. The second one, they had plenty. And here's the replay of Grayson's last wave. There you go. That Machado-esque end to the wave. A bit of a backhand jive to completion. Opens up with a 6-point ride. Lennox Smith, 1.5. So just a little score for him at the moment. And Kalani Ball, he's someone to talk about. He's been on fire throughout the whole event so far. And he did flag Lennox Smith earlier on in the event. He said he's going to be keeping his eye on him and he can't wait to match up against him in the semi-finals.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a real kind of casual authority in the way that guy surfs. I really like it. So we're down to semi-final number 1, semi-final number 2 coming up next. We're getting right down towards the nitty-gritty part of what's been an epic 3 days here in the Shire. Thanks again to all of our sponsors. Ridges, of course, great place to stay right across the road. Thank you very much to those guys. To all of our partners, of course, Volkswagen, to tradies. Thank you very much to those guys. Also, anybody else who came on board, it's just been a fantastic. Thanks to Vissler as well. They've been decking us out for the series. Sponsor. Highland Property Group, they were involved with the competition, and there's a bunch of people that all came together to make it possible, so thank you very much, and EDM as well for their support. So right now we're down to 16 minutes remaining. Grayson Heinrich with that 6-point ride holding the lead. We spoke about the importance of semi-finals, and Grayson just coming out of the gates like a bull out of a starting gate there. You could tell that he kind of lifted the work rate and that he really was on point on that opening wave.
Yeah, and like you said, Tezza, the most important part of the surfing during these semi-finals into the finals is that wave selection as well. And somebody who did just that is our last heat winner from the second semi-final of the women, looking to match up in the final later on this afternoon. True Starling, congratulations.
Oh, thank you, guys.
And how are you feeling once again on the other side of the microphone? It's hard not to address the fact that maybe you're super tapped into the judging today, and having to watch it every single heat come into play in the commentary booth has maybe helped you a little.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think just if I wasn't with you guys in the booth, I wouldn't be watching many heats at all. I kind of would just be walking around, probably getting coffee, chilling out. So I think it's been a really big plus for me to be watching heats with you guys, and just getting info from you as well. And I feel super lucky to be able to do that and then go surf a heat and hopefully get through a couple.
Yeah, and going into the final now, obviously you're matching up with Bormy, Filsey and Cedar Lee Jones. Is there any particular tactic? I know that's a good lineup for you four ladies. Is there any particular tactic that you're going to be changing up going into a final?
No, I'm just going to keep it simple. I've been keeping it simple for the last 2 heats, and that seems to be working. I think I've kind of got my recipe down pat. I'm not changing anything. I'm just going to keep it all the same and just kind of bounce off my dad, and feeling good.
Yeah, nice work, Drew. It's Tezza. Congratulations, another
Thank
great
you.
performance. That little board that you're holding under your arm there, tell us about that thing. It looks like it's really, really working for you.
Yeah, this is my new baby. I got it from Onboard. It's a Channel Islands OG Flyer. I actually got it in a round tail as well. I felt that during this time I was kind of reflecting on my surfing, and I kind of felt that I wasn't getting as much rail and traditional surfing as I was hoping.
Yeah.
So I was kind of going, okay, I want a groveler that I can do that on, and this board has kind of just perfected it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I mean, I had to wait a little while for it with the whole COVID situation.
Sure.
So to have it before these events, I'm super stoked for the guys on board. Brent Power has been amazing. So
Yeah, good stuff.
yeah, feeling very lucky.
I think you mentioned the word traditional, and round tail and traditional, they go together like a pie and sauce, you know? So those round tails are really going to help you to, you know, for that top to bottom sort of action. And with a bit of width in there, it also keeps the speed. So well done. That was a great performance. We can't wait to see you in the final.
Yeah,
Thanks,
it was.
guys.
Yeah, congratulations. We'll see you again soon, Drew.
Oh, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Okay, there's True Starling, another great performance there from our fellow commentator. She's done well. She wasn't actually here to commentate. Remember, we lost someone off the commentary team, so they went down a bit crook. So True came in and said, no worries, I can do some commentary while I'm here. I'm here to surf the contest. We went, yeah, come on in to the booth. So she's always a pleasure to work with. Whilst we were watching that, we did see some incredible surfing from Kalani Ball. He was just going to town. He opened up with a 7.0 and he's gone straight into lead. And he backed it up with a 6.57. So 2 waves back to back for Kalani. We're going to go back into the replay here and break this one down for you at home. So Kalani Ball, an absolute magician at joining the dots there, just wafting the tail. That almost looked Monty Tate-esque at the end. That's the kind of stuff that Monty was kind of famous for in back when he was doing all the contests. But how smooth is this cat?
Yeah, he is such a smooth operator, and I feel like here is we can blatantly see the first few heats for Kalani were probably about 40-50%, and look how sharp he's looking into this. He's just revving up, and I reckon we're up around that 60, 70, maybe 80% for the semis, and I honestly think he's keeping that extra bit in his back pocket, and I think he's feeling so solid heading towards the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. You can tell by the body language, he looked happy with that last ride. His back was arched, and he had his head thrown back like a matador, you know, with the bull running past. So we're down to about 11.5 minutes left on the clock. Kalani, just 2 quick ones, bang, straight in the lead. Grayson is now on chasing the lead. Jolie Vaughan, a little bit of work to do to go second, and Lennox a little bit more is holding down the tail end of this one. Lennox Smith from down on the south coast has just been on an absolute tear here at the competition. I can imagine that he'd be in first or second priority. Not too sure about the priority sequence at the moment. 11 minutes left on the clock. It looks like it is Grayson heading out wide here for a little something. Let's see what eventuates here, Jess.
I'm kind of happy that the wind's starting to push a little bit more around the headland, because it seems to have been bringing in and helping these little sets rolling on through. We've seen a bit more consistent energy coming through the last 2 heats, and like you said, Kalani looking super sharp, Grayson opening up nicely, but you can't count out Jolie and Lennox. These guys are incredible competitors and very, very polished surfing, both backhand and forehand for both these gentlemen. You can see them sticking quite close to each other, and I'm ready to see Jolie open up. Here he goes on the forehand.
Okay, good looking wave. Jolie Vaughan, bang into the coping, sets it up down the line. Nice methodical approach there for Jolie. He's always just doing something different and jams it out wide. So he's going to try and take this one right the way through.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a nice score for him. I think it's going to build his confidence. He jumps on the front foot looking for the closeout maneuver. He's not going to let a point go by out here, and goes for rotation cleanly out in front. And there you go. That's pretty stock standard surfing, I'd say, for Mr. Young Joel Vaughan. And no doubt Huey's probably tuned in, maybe at school and maybe at home. I'm not quite sure, but I'm sure he's tuned in live and just cheering for Joel. That's pretty, what would you call it? Stock standard surfing for Joel, and I know he's got a bit more to go to. Here we go. Lennox Smith replay. Big 2-stage down the face carve. Nice style, though. Straight up into the lip.
Wow.
And, yeah, just really explosive, spicy surfing from Lennox Smith. Here's the replay of Vaughanies.
Yeah, so Vaughanie just going to town on that one. A couple of nice little moves. He jammed it shut on that last one. So, yeah, nice exchange there. I'll be interested to see Lennox. It's two completely different rides here. Lennox had a lot of open face with a big steep wave on the outside. Joel took it through onto the inside, and he was always going to stomp this thing because Jolie Vaughan has got a hit rate higher than Google. So we're just waiting for those scores to come on through, so stand by.
I think that possibly Lennox will get the jump on the judging panel. I'd say just the wave choice there. Jolie's was a little bit frothier and flatter during the middle of the wave, although he had a lot more dynamic finishing on his wave. Lennox's wave, bigger, more open face, like you said, cleaner and crisper turns that it allowed him to do. So I'm interested to see. I think he might get the jump on Vaughnie, but still with just over 8.5 minutes on the clock. There we go. Last wave for Joel. Looks like it locks in at an 8.10. Lennox Smith a 7.57. So I am completely wrong there. Jolie being rewarded for the dynamic manoeuvre on the end. And there we go. Kalani Ball's in the lead. Joel Vaughan goes into second. Lennox Smith needs a 3.71. Grayson now chasing a 5.28. So Kalani replacing his second wave score, already a 6.83, goes into the top two. Tezza, and this is semi-final surfing right now.
Okay, so we're down to 8 minutes remaining. I don't think we caught the start of Lennox's wave, so maybe we imagined that he'd already done something or that he'd come off something big when we first caught the action on that one. But well done, judges. We're down to just under 8 minutes remaining in this Open men's semi-final number one here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. It's Tessa McKenna, Jess Granwood taking you through what's been a wonderful 3 days here in the Shire. Always good to be back in Cronulla, and had some great moments over the years here. Once we bought the Coca-Cola Surfabout. They bought it from the Northern Beaches when the waves were really big, and they brought it over and they brought it to Cronulla Point. There's 10,000 people on the point at Cronulla, and I remember George Greeno. You know George Greeno?
Yeah, of course.
Right? Everyone knows George Greeno. During one of the heats, the boys were about to jump off the rocks, and the whole crowd, the whole headland just went crazy. And I went, what's happening? I'm looking down, I'm thinking, no one's even riding a wave on the point. George Greeno was out at the island on a 15-footer on his surf mat with a big camera strapped to his back. He got one of the biggest pictures you've ever seen in your life come spitting out right into the channel.
He's such an incredible innovator of the sport. He was one of the first people that was hired or contracted in Hollywood movie, and he'd come up with that casing around the massive big video camera, and he went out, like you said, on the surf mat.
That's right.
And there's a little scope on the priority board. That was former competitor Ben Duncan there, now turned priority judge because he's out of the competition. So he's back behind the tools there and making sure the boys are super onto it with the priority situation. Of course, it's a pretty serious job there. He has to call out when there's an attempt to paddle. You see him with the salute. He can't hear us, but he knows the deal here in competition. He calls out when the guys have a paddle or an attempt to paddle and when they lose priority, and then that information is translated across to the head judge just to keep their eyes on and open for any interferences. And then also the beach commentator is recognised for that. So I can't even get the words out as we're watching the end of that. Vaughnie can't hold on in the toes.
Yeah, but great focus from Ben there doing a priority. He didn't take his eye off the lineup for 1 second. You know, I did priority once for one heat, and I was exhausted. I mean, that whole judging priority thing, that's a real specialist skill set over there. You know, you're not allowed to talk. You got to focus. You got to remember stuff. You know, it doesn't suit me.
No talking, no clapping. You can't take your eyes off. And if you do miss any kind of hustle and bustle in the lineup, the judges will be yelling at you, and not in an aggressive way, but just in a professional way. Like, you just need to keep your finger on the pulse here, because these competitions, literally a lot of cash on the line, and generally when we get back into the normal season, a lot of points as well. So these guys' careers are just completely out in the open.
Absolutely. Well, there's a good little shot. The boys sitting up on their boards and scanning the horizon like a pack of cheeky meerkats.
That's a good one, Tessa. You pulled out a few in this event that I haven't heard you say before.
I'm coming through with I've got some new material.
Yeah, well, I'm impressed. And we're just under 5 minutes on the clock. Kalani Ball in the lead. Joel Vaughan in second. Lennox Smith needs a 3.71. So not much required for him. I think Joel knows that, and he's trying to replace his second wave score at the moment, chasing down a ramp. He goes for the projection, has to move the feet towards each other, but he goes down. So second wave score for Joel is a 3.17 in his belt. He needs to get rid of that if he wants a chance to keep Lennox and Grayson out of the equation. He wants a berth into the into the finals, through the semis. And yeah, Tessa, I've heard you say some amazing lines throughout this event that I've never heard before, and that says a lot because I've been listening to your voice commentate heat since I was 13.
What a classic, hey? I know, it just feels like I've been around forever and a day. It's
you don't
incredible.
age. You're like Benjamin Button.
Thank you.
You get younger and younger as we go through the events, and you seem to get more and more excited about surfing.
Yeah, I mean, it's what a dream life. I've been super stoked to be involved with this whole thing and to be a commentator. I mean, I love it. So here goes Vaughan. He's going to try something on inside here. Wait for it. Jolie jams it up. Big finishing move there. So nice little exclamation mark at the end of that one. He may well have improved his small score, which is only a 3-point something, was it?
Yeah, 317. Maybe he's had some work done on the outside of that one. I know he's on a Pizel board out there, looking pretty sharp under his feet as well. He's been working with the Pizel team for a while now over the Corona period at home, and he surfs for the local shop back at home. I'm not sure if you remember Paul Green, but he owns Slime's board store.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Yeah, we've got one on the Central Coast, and he supports all those Vaughan boys and a lot of the North Shelley guys. So shout out to the crew at Slime's. I'm sure they're tuned in watching live action.
He's a lot younger than me, Paul, but we hung out a bit. He come up to and stayed at my house, and I introduced him to Voxie, the little left wedge that it is, and he had some great times, and we used to hang out. Yeah, I think I finished second to him once in a Matara Juniors or something. He was a great surfer, Paul Green, and probably still is.
Yeah, he's an incredible surfer. Mostly only when it gets a little bit bigger now. I haven't seen him too many days grovelling around. He's got probably a fair bit of work on his plate and a good crew at Slimes. And at the moment, Vaughnie in second position, just over 2.5 minutes on the clock. Lennox looking for a 5.54 now. So that last wave for Joel must have got some work done on the outside and replaces his second wave score. It goes into the belt, 5-point ride, backed up with an 8.10. So Lennox only has 2 waves on the board, and he needs a 5.54. Grayson a 7.11. Do not count these guys out. I am wondering if Kalani's just pulled up anchor and holding first priority, and probably not going to want to let Lennox or Grayson into anything that comes by. And I feel like there's going to be another few sets. We've seen a bit more consistency through here this afternoon, Tezza.
Yeah. Last time they did show us the priority board, I thought it was white and blue, but maybe I'm wrong. But I remember thinking, third and fourth are in first and second priority, but maybe they've had a paddle or caught a little wave or something.
Yeah, maybe it's a dangerous situation too for these guys. I feel like Kalani's looking super sharp, but is really so much potential for Lennox or Grayson to post an excellent score. And like you said, in the semi-final position, you have to really shift up into that top gear and bring your best surfing about on the best waves. And I don't know, I think that it's going to be a very long 1.5 minutes for Kalani and Joel, and a very quick one for Lennox and Grayson. And I heard, might have been Gary Green on the mic yesterday speaking about that. When you're in the lead, the time seems to slow down incredibly quickly, and then when you're chasing a score, it ticks away like nothing else. So one of those weird phenomena happening in competition. And at the moment, 1 minute remaining. Kalani and Joel in the driving seats. Lennox and Grayson chasing a decent score. You can see Lennox hunting the lineup like a predator at the moment. He's trying to find an opportunity to open up, and he's the one that Kalani has tagged to be the biggest threat in the competition to him. So I think, look at that. Kalani's just keeping his eye on the guys. Interesting to see how the next 35-second plays out. Coming up next, we will go into semi-final number 2 for the men. There's the water safety on patrol out there, always on the skis, 24/7 when the comps are on.
Well, they've just gone straight through the little swell that's approaching here. Hopefully it's not going to affect the wave too much. I mean, it's already a bit topsy-turvy out there at the moment. Let's wait and see. Only 15 seconds remaining. Have a look at this. Grayson Heinrich, he's trying to get in position. There's only 10 seconds to go. Is he going to have time? Let's just see if we can hear the hooter in the background. 1 sec. Blues. Oh, no, that wave didn't even break. Okay, and that's a wrap on it. So Kalani and Joel Vaughan. Kalani Ball will take that heat. Joel Vaughan in second. Unfortunately for Lennox Smith, he'll finish in third. And Grayson Heinrich will finish in fourth position. That's a wrap on our first semi-final here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Pro. Again, we're going to highlight some sponsors and be back after the break with more live action from semi-final number 2. So come back and hang out.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6. And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Live action right now. That is Dylan Moffat going to the air in the red jersey, and we are into semi-final number 2 of the men's Volkswagen Cronulla Open here. First instalment for the Australian Open of Surfing Series, and in the water right now, Dylan Moffat, Coda Cologne, Aidan Lewin Parson, and Jay Brown have taken to the lineup. So a really nice matchup for these 4 guys as we see Grayson making his way in from the last heat. Congratulations, Kalani and Joel, moving on through to the finals. So going to be matching up at the end of this 18.5 minutes with 2 of these fellas that can reign supreme on the conditions here. Aidan just a small little lead. The South Coast plumber out there in the yellow, trying to collect some extra cash in the pocket so he can chase the series. And it's incredible to hear, like he said, from working class area down around Ulladulla. It's incredible to hear how grounded those competitors are. We saw the whole team really coming up from down south to stick it to the Sydney surfers. And here we go, Jay Brown winding things up on the backhand. He gets to work on the inside opening ride for him. Aidan up and riding once again. The plumber from Ulladulla gets to work, puts the nice little finishing maneuver on the backhand and looking really spicy. Once again, another piece of equipment looking a little longer and more turns up through the nose than what we have been seeing throughout the years. And it seems to be working for all these guys as Aidan makes his connection all the way through to the inside. Chops the last turn a little bit too hard, but I think he's collected a majority of the points on the outside of that. So just over 17 minutes on the clock. Dylan Moffat opening up with a 6.67, the North Narrabeen surfer, natural footer and high flyer throughout this event so far. He's been an impressive competitor. Here he goes on the backhand now. We haven't seen much of his backhand, but geez, it is sharp and dialed in. And Tezza McKenna raises his eyebrows to me in agreement, I'm assuming. Tezza, welcome back to the microphone. There he is, Dylan Moffat. I think he's looking for a ramp.
Wow. Okay, that is an incredible wave there from Dylan. Is that 6.67? Is that for that wave or a previous one?
That was a previous ride for him, 6.67. So that's going to be a really nice backup score as well. I think it's going to go up into the 8s.
Wow, that was pretty wild surfing there from Dylan Moffat. That guy, as I said, is a superstar. And looking fresh. Everyone's looking really fresh here at the moment. Fantastic stuff. Okay, so it looks like we have the winner of the previous heat with us, and just about to bring up the volume for Kalani Ball. Hey, mate, congratulations. Well played.
Thanks, mate. Stoked. First final in a while, so good to be back into one.
It looked like everything sort of came together with the game plan for that one.
Yeah, kind of. It was pretty tricky out there then. It was, that tide's really come up, so it's super full, but that right's still running to the shorey, so there's definitely still a bunch of chances for everyone.
Yeah, good one, mate. And have you got a little bit left in the tank? We were saying how everyone's sort of tapering their performances, you know, going 60%, 80%, you know, 100%. Is that how it works, or do you just go out and go 100% every heat?
Oh, maybe not 100%, but you're definitely going out there doing your best. Like, sure. Everyone's so good. That's left in it now, and even at the start. So
yeah, do you focus a lot on semi-finals? Is that like a heat there? I mean, if you come to a contest, right, and you make the final, you feel like you've really achieved something. So is there a little bit extra, bit of an extra focus on a semi-final performance for you?
Oh, definitely. It's just that heat before the final, and everyone wants to make the final. So it's probably just a bit of added pressure in that semi. Sure. Yeah, it always sucks to lose in a semi. It's just awesome making a final, and so yeah, you want to be there.
And then once you get to the final, of course, you rethink the whole strategy. And do you think that there's a different strategy between semis and finals?
Oh, not really. I mean, maybe you're definitely going to go harder. I think you're going for the win. It doesn't really matter about second, third, and fourth. You want that win, so I think you're going 100% in it.
Yeah, cool.
Oh, incredible surfing throughout the event, Kalani, and interesting to know how you're going to spend your next 30 minutes. Of course, you've pretty much only got one full heat in between this surf that you just had and your final. What happens for you in that time?
I'll go get a drink of water, probably get out of the sun for a second, and then keep watching and make a game plan.
Great, and so you'll stay in your wetsuit as well?
Yeah, for sure.
Great, well, looking forward to see your final performance out here this afternoon, Kalani. Incredible performance so far throughout the event, and good luck going into the final.
Yeah, thanks guys. Cheers.
Thank you. That is Kalani Ball, the semi-final #1 winner, and at the moment, just over 14 minutes on the clock. Dylan Moffat backing up his first wave score with a 4.87, so he goes into an early lead. Aidan Lewin Parson, the last wave for him, 4.50. Jay Brown's opening ride, 3.83, and I think Jay Brown is one of those guys for me that seems to be a bit of a silent assassin, and he's not one personally that has completely grabbed my attention throughout the rounds, but suddenly we see him turned up in the semi-final and he's been able to almost be that grey man cruising on through and then suddenly ready to strike for the kill.
Absolutely. I mean, he's on home turf here as well, so he surfs these little beaches all the time. Here goes Dylan Moffat, scratching hard to get into this one, and the rider in red will get into this little right-hander. Nice little section to open up with, and wow, that little board has a lot of squirt into it. Wow, he just had a little too loose on that end move, but yeah, he is on fire at the moment. He's already got a couple of good scores. I don't think that one will go into top 2, but again, just showing glimpses of brilliance there for Dylan Moffat.
I wonder if he's going to make the cut for the Australian Board Riders Battle Team for North Narrabeen. Here's the replay. I'm sure the boys up at North Narra all tuning in for this. Really stylish. Sits right back into his knees there to connect with the nice rail work. Just a bit of a wobble and bobble and falls off that. It's not going to damage his campaign too much at the moment. He's out in the lead of semi-final #2, and he's looking for the berth to match up against Kalani Ball and Joel Vaughan. And here we go, Aidan up and riding.
Okay, Aidan on the backhand this time for the Ulladulla local. Big shout out to all those crew that are watching from down south. Hopefully the communities are all starting to come together now. The good, well, not the good thing, but the only positive thing to really come out of all that bushfire stuff was that everyone's busy rebuilding communities down there. And we were speaking to quite a few of the kids that are doing, trades, and everyone's real busy down on the south coast there. And a lot of work to be done to try and get the communities back up to scratch.
Yeah, it's an incredibly sad story. Of course, it was so tragic to watch unfold, and luckily for myself and probably for you, we were a bit buffered from it up the coast a little bit. But I've heard just reports. I have some family down there near Ulladulla as well, and from these guys coming up saying that there are still people and families that have had everything completely destroyed that are camping in tents, and they're waiting for the councils and the governments to pick up their act and give them that support that they need. So, you know, we've done all the work on this side, raising money and whatnot, and as we see Coda Cologne opening up his account, getting a few turns on the backhand, bit of a wobbly wave. He's going to stick with it and wind through to the inside. Look at the hair do, the hair flick on tap for the Cologne brother as he doesn't get the link, and Dylan Moffat up and riding right behind him on a frothy looking section. We'll wait to see him unleash. I think he's just working away, chipping away that second wave score at the moment, or perhaps looking for the ramp. I love that staunchy looking straight leg stance as he looks for the path to take through to the inside, hops on over. So in tune with the conditions and doesn't quite ride out in front of the lump, but as we were saying, they're just waiting for the government really to turn up for them still, and I feel like it's something that the media has completely forgotten about, and we've been focusing on other things that don't even really relate to us at the moment over here. And there's still families living in tents down on the south coast because everything's been destroyed and the insurance company hasn't come through, or the fundraising money hasn't come through, and the government are too overwhelmed or not focusing on the fact that there needs to be support down there. So it's an interesting time, I think, at the moment. And
our hearts go out to those people on the south coast that are in that situation. And, you know, the communities are so tight down there that everyone will be pulling together to help them out as much as possible. But, gee, as far as Australia goes, we've had some hurdles to jump. You know, we had floods, and then we had bushfires and pandemics and stuff. And, I mean, the Australian spirit has probably never been stronger as a community. Everyone has pulled together to get through this thing. We've done a fantastic job to not defeat the virus, because I don't think that's ever going to happen, but we've done a great job to deal with it. And, yeah, good stuff, Australia. You're making me proud.
Yeah.
All right, so Dylan Moffat out in the lead, Ado Lewin Parsons sitting in second there, Jay Brown in third, and Coda Killorn holding down fourth position. What did Coda get for that first wave?
So Coda's opening ride at 3.73, and last wave for Dylan a 4.97. It goes into his top two, increases the lead. Aiden looking for a 7.15 if he wants to take the lead. Jay needs a 4.35, and Coda needs a 4.45. So very close at the moment. 9.5 on the clock. Here goes Coda.
Okay, Goofy Footer from Maroubra sets it up. That one just a little mistiming on the bottom turn there. But in general, Coda Killorn, from what I've seen at this competition, has taken, since I saw him before pre-COVID, he has he's grown, he's got stronger, and his surfing has got better.
Yeah, that's exactly what Jessie Starling was talking about. The fact that she hasn't seen him for a few months, and then suddenly he's an extra foot bigger, and he just kind of turning into a man at the moment. So maybe following in his brother's footsteps and ready to step it up into this Opens division. And you are watching live action here. We are into the afternoon of finals for the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. The men's semis in the water at the moment. And coming up next, we will see the Open Women's Final. Philippa Anderson, Cedar Lee Jones, True Starling, and Sarah Baum will take to the water to take a shot at the $1,500 cash prize of first place. And, of course, presented by Volkswagen, it is the first stop of the 6-stop series, and we'll be crowning the first of the champs here this afternoon, Tezza.
Yeah, absolutely. Then Port Macquarie, Kiama, Coffs Harbour, far south coast, and wrapping up on the northern beaches. Monday, 14th of December 2020, that'll be the last day of this series. Here goes again, Coda Killorn, inside wave. We've seen time and time again the people that sometimes pick up these little inside waves. They can turn into something. Bit of the commentator's curse that time round for Coda. So that wave didn't really turn into anything. We're down to plenty of time. 8 minutes left on the clock for this second semi-final.
Yeah, and just speaking about that South Coast region again, I actually heard a really interesting story, and this goes to helping paint that picture of how strong their community is down there, and from where Aiden Lewin Parson is from, and a little bit further south as well. So some of the other girl competitors, like Freya Prum, is from down near that way, and one of our contest staff, Rowan Fell, he's from around Taratha, and he was speaking about the time one of their surfers went from that area, qualified for the CT. I can't remember who it was. I'll have to check the name, but he went across overseas competing in a CT event, and then the locals had put a bit of money on him to win, and his odds were ridiculously high.
Right.
And they won 10 grand and built a statue in his honour
for
when he returned. And here we go, Aiden up and riding the Ulladulla Plumber, bit of a wobble. But yeah, I'll have to check with Rowan who it was for, but they built a statue for him and had this massive party on his return from winning a championship tour event. It would have been probably late 90s or early 2000s.
Wow, that'd be like 50 grand now.
Well, that's the incredible sense of community they have from down south. Like we've heard from the boys in the post-heat interviews. We heard from Luke O'Connell earlier on in the event before his elimination, and he was just saying how they're just a really tight group of guys, and they're really happy to be here. And there's a whole push coming from that South Coast region as well.
It's unreal down there. It's so nice. When I was in the Maroubra Board Riders back in the day, we used to go down and have a wade club contest at the Back Beach Benelong. And, gee, it used to be fun. Great little camping ground down there. Always fun beach breaks and stuff. So, beautiful part of the world. So, g'day to all the... Glenn Kelly used to be a great surfer from down in Ulladulla. He was a real legend. Steve Wilson, I know from Maroubra, who was in the IPS top 16 before it was the ASP and before it was the WSL. So Steve now lives down there as well. There's so many great surfers down that way. Okay, Jay Brown up and riding on the backhand, and he really needs something special on this one. Jay lifts it up on the suds. Is he going to get a little inside run here?
No, he doesn't get the opportunity. So unfortunately for him, look at this, Dylan Moffat. Looking later, look how high he tagged that section, how he's targeting those lips and really loading up, but he hits a wobble off the front foot and goes down. So
great technique too, Dylan. It's always like a loaded spring. You know what I mean? Almost. I won't compare it to Adriana D'Souza because Dylan's got a really cool surfing style. But look how low he gets, and he just drives and pushes and extends those legs out. So that movement where the legs go up and down, you know, that's extension. And you can combine that with rotation and leverage, and that's the science of surfing.
Yeah, and just throwing so much spray. It looks so beautiful to watch. And at the moment, 5 minutes remaining on the clock. Two gentlemen will be reigning supreme and moving their way into the final at the end of this semi-final. Coming up next, we will see the first final of the Volkswagen Cronulla Open here. It's been a huge long weekend of surfing down in the Sutherland Shire. We're very happy to be back into action. And of course, if you are watching the event, there are still some spots available for the upcoming contests as part of the Australian Open of Surfing next weekend. Of course, we've been speaking about Port Macquarie, next stop on the map. It's great to be back on the road, got the backpack packed, and we've got all the froth in the world we follow around this series, of course. $7,000 for each event to be split across the podium. So a good chance for these guys and girls to take a snatch at some extra cash in the purse at the moment. Dylan Moffat increasing his lead. Last wave for him, a 7.33 for the backhand attack. Here goes Coda.
Okay, Coda Killorn really needs a little something special here. He's been on a real tear throughout the competition. Just a little missed time there, but he's managed to replant his feet. Jams it on the outside section, looking for a little link up on the inside. And, well, he's done well to make it over that little fat, chubby section. Coda Killorn looking for looking to try and sign off with something. And there it is, nice little hook in the pocket. He'll ride down over the double suck, and with 3 minutes 40 to go, that might replace one of his waves and help him out a little bit, maybe reduce the equation. We'll wait and see. He's just kind of shaking his head going, oh man, this is a semi-final. This is not how it was supposed to go.
I think that might maybe come close to spelling trouble for Aidan Lewin Parson. Coda was looking for a 4.45.
Okay.
And I think he did a fair bit of work on that wave. So I reckon he might be awarded around that 5 mark. I think it's going to come close. I think riding out in front of that was important. And here we go for the replay. Scores are just through. Not quite enough. Here we see a bit of a wobbly first turn, and that section, it really didn't cooperate with him, and that's what's taxed it here.
Well, that's the outside section. That's where the money turns need to be. I mean, he got the good little link up on the inside.
Yeah, there was only a couple of coins, like you said, on the outside. No big notes, no lobsters to collect. So he does his best to consolidate that effort, but he's only going to earn himself a 3.93 for that. So he's still chasing a 4.25. He's moved into third position. Jay Brown needs a 4.35. Don't count the man out. He's been a bit of a silent assassin, like you said, the local guy, just taking scalps throughout the event so far. Aidan Lewis is in second. Dylan Moffat's extended in first. 2.5 minutes on the clock here in the semi-final.
Okay, so the quiet achiever, isn't he, Jay Brown? I really like that. I remember when I first came and hung out here, I was going out with a local girl here in Cronulla about 6-7 years ago, and when I first met her, and Jay was pretty young back then, and I remember surfing out the front with him. I went, yeah, what's your name, mate? You know, he's like a little goofy footer with a bit of potential, and then I saw him at one of the kids' comps, and it's been interesting to follow the journey of a lot of these kids. In fact, here's Dylan Moffat on a great-looking wave, but that one just shut down. But the beauty of being a commentator for so many years, I mean, it's probably 30 years plus that I've been doing commentary for. So I've been around long enough to see people come through as a kid and get all the way onto the CT and retire.
As we see Aidan up and riding. Ooh, he's got a spicy backhand. He really winds it up. Like you said, very reminiscent of J. Bottle Thompson. He's even got a bit of the
bottle curls.
Yeah,
in
he's
there
got the
as well.
curls on top as well.
Yeah, a lot of classic. Yeah, I used to have wavy hair. Wavy goodbye.
Yeah, exactly. Not anymore. You just got the beard to match.
Yeah, that's right.
At the moment, just over 1 minute on the clock. Last wave for Aidan. Goes into his top two, extending his hold on second position, a 6.10. So Coda now needs a 6.68. And Jay is 6.78 with 1 minute remaining here in the semi. I think that last wave from Aidan, really nice execution there on the backhand, looking sharp.
Well, Jay's got about a minute to try and find himself the score. What was it that Jay Brown was chasing?
6.78.
Ooh,
yeah.
Pretty solid. He's going to have to move, and with around about 40 seconds on the clock, well, Jay Brown is out there. Looks like a little bit of energy approaching the lineup. Let's see if we can pick out Blue in this one, because I think there he is up and riding. So Jay Brown, he's found a nice little section there. Gets 2 hits on the outside. This one's got a bit of a grunt on it. These thick foamies can sometimes take you all the way through to shore.
Yeah, he's going to need to throw something pretty spectacular though. That outside section didn't offer him up much either. It was quite flat and mushy, and you can see it right there. The little roach stomp, you call it, Tezza, and it's
Yeah.
not going to be enough for him. He needed a 6.78 as we see the dying seconds of this heat. Semi-final number 2, it looks like unofficially Dylan Moffat and Aidan Lewin-Parsons moving on through to the final to match up against Joel Vaughan and Kalani Ball. Up next, we do have live action from the women's final of the Open at Volkswagen Cronulla event. And stick with us, plenty more action coming up right after this break.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6. And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. Volkswagen Cronulla Open. And a couple of happy chappies right there. Dylan Moffat will come up and have a bit of a chat to us. I don't know if he'll have time to come up and do the interview because he's got a final to go to. Unfortunately, just missing out there, Coda Killoyne. We had a really good second semi-final that time round. Jessica Grimwood and Tess McKenna in the women's final. Who we got in the lineup?
We do have Philippa Anderson in the red jersey, Cedar Lee Jones out there in the white, True Starling, our co-commentators out there in the yellow, and Sarah Baum's in the blue. And we heard in True's post-heat, she just kind of sighed at the level of surfing that's going to be out here on offer for the women's final. And here's Philippa Anderson kicking off things nice and early in the finals campaign. Looks like the clock was dialed up to 25 minutes, and she just jabs the board a little too hard and goes down. Cedar having a look at that one, and yeah, look at the clock. It's 23.5 minutes left, so 25-minute finals.
Yep.
I'm assuming for the men as well. And this is a really solid lineup. It's kind of like the two younger girls going up against the more experienced veterans of the tour. So we're going to see who can reign supreme in these tricky little conditions here this afternoon. We've seen a lot more consistency rolling on through with a little bit of onshore wind helping the situation as well, and it's been an incredible event so far. We started off on Saturday with the Tradies Surf Masters, and we kicked on Open with the Volkswagen Cronulla Open yesterday, first day and first instalment for the Australian Open of Surfing Series, 6-part series up and down New South Wales East Coast, and we are incredibly happy to be back into action post-COVID, of course, along with Surfing Australia and Surfing New South Wales and Volkswagen, able to bring about a pretty hefty prize purse for these champs as well. So the overall champ out here in the final will take home $1,500, equal to the men's first place as well, Tezza.
Yeah, it's a nice little bit of coin, but more importantly is the fact that everyone's back in the competition arena and really going for it. So that's probably, it's not really about the money at this level. It's really about challenging yourself and trying to get a good result. Well, Sarah Baum is having a look at this left-hander, and the goofy footer, originally from South Africa, living in Newcastle now, throws it up, goes for a little bit of Tokyo drift on that first turn, but she couldn't ride out of it.
Yeah, it was quite a flat little fluffy looking section. I think it's a bit of a mistake for her. She's going to have to get back to the drawing board, perhaps. Not much else you can do when you get hung up on the top of that. And we'll just cross on over quickly, have a post-heat interview, quick chat with Dylan Moffat before he gets ready for his final. Dylan, congratulations once again. You've just been slaying heats left, right and centre.
Oh, thank you.
And I think Tez has got a few questions for you about your equipment. He wanted to have a chat with you about the board you've been riding. You're on a piece of epoxy now, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, the same one you rode in the quarterfinals.
That's it. It's it's one of those new light speeds that Lost are doing, the light speed epoxy technology. So it has like a carbon strip that runs along the bottom and then a bit of carbon on the top. So it keeps it nice and flexy and sparky when the waves are kind of a little bit dribbly like they are today.
It looks like it's really well suited to today's conditions, Dylan. So we're not going to keep you for too long, mate. We just wanted to say congratulations and well done, mate. Good luck in the final out there, because I know you're going to have to go and drink some water and maybe check the waves and prepare for this one, mate. So great performance, buddy, and we look forward to seeing you in the final.
Perfect. Thanks, heaps.
Okay.
Let it fly, Dylan.
Cheers, bro. Yeah, didn't really want to tie him up too much. I mean, you know, you can tell that he's got a bit of anticipation. And we've already asked him every question in the book anyway. Nice one about the board, though. That's good stuff.
Yeah, I wanted to see what he's running. It looks so nice. Look, there we go. Lifeguards on Water Patrol there, taking first class seat in the viewing action of the women's final in the water. Nothing too serious on the board yet. Just the 3-3-3 for Filzy's first wave. 1.4 for Bormy and a 1 point ride. We've got scores to lock on in for True and Cedar. And I just like to see that little bit of extra lump and bump, actually. I'd rather the messy conditions coming through for all the competitors than the big lulls that we had in under cleaner conditions. So here we go.
Okay, looks like it might have been Sarah as well, up and riding out wide. And that is, of course, True Starling. A little mishap on that one for True. Cedar Lee Jones right behind her, having a look at this one up on the priority ladder on Sarah. So this is going to push Sarah a little higher. Nice carving sort of cut down there for Cedar as she makes her almost snowboarding through this frothy little right-hander here, Jess.
Yeah, she's one of those surfers as well that is similar to Kalani Ball, that's able to surf through heats at around 60, 70, 80%. And you can see that she's consciously saving that extra 10 or 20% for finals. I feel like I've seen her do that quite a lot throughout the events over the last few years, and she's really, really good at it. And I think that we might see that come into play too. I know she's got a fair bit of aggression and a lot more in the tank. So here we go, Philippa Anderson.
Okay, Philsy just pin dropping out of there. That you know, that exit where you just jump and just punch through with your 2 feet seems to be a pretty good way to bail on a wave. And
you don't lose too much ground with that bail, do you? You don't get kind of washed
We
through.
come out the back of the wave a lot easier, you know. It's just a good one, particularly when the waves are big and heavy. So we're into the women's final here. It's the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. Big shout out to Volkswagen. Don't forget, summer just around the corner, folks. It's going to be here on December 1. Just in time for the return of the Combi Camp event. So Volkswagen's brand new California Beach has arrived. It's got a pump-up roof, folding seats, everything you need for the perfect weekend away. Make sure you check out the California Beach on display here at Cronulla, or you can simply go to the website volkswagen.com.au. I believe they're so popular. There's a couple of hundred on back order.
Oh, I don't doubt that. Those things look so incredible. And here we go. First scores coming in. Decent scores of the final so far. Cedar Lee Jones last ride, a 5.33. She's got a 103 as a second wave score, and she'll take an early lead. 18 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. We're really yet to see anybody open up. And here we go. Philippa Anderson in the red jersey, up and riding on the backhand, frothy section. I feel like someone might have been on the outside of that wave as well. It was Cedar once again. I don't think there's going to be any love lost there. She was a fair way down the south of the bank of the takeoff zone. So 18 minutes on the clock. I'd say True and Sarah holding down the priority positions. Coming up next in the men's final, it will be Kalani Ball, Joel Vaughan, Dylan Moffat and Aidan Lewin Parsons.
Wow.
And I did just get the word from Rowan, our contest director as well, head of the work crew. That story I was telling you about from the South Coast, where the guys built a little trophy and had a celebration party with the winnings. It was for Kai Otten.
Oh, of course it was. Yeah,
Yes.
wow, that's cool.
Yeah, really cool story about their community down there. So,
So
no doubt.
he's got a statue of himself down there.
Well, allegedly. Yeah,
Okay.
allegedly. We'll see if that's true.
Yeah, that's classic. Real good story there. Cedar Lee Jones jumped up in the lead after that last wave. What did that lock in at?
It's just a 1.77,
Oh, okay.
so it replaced that 1 point ride she had, and she's sitting on a 5.33 so far, the biggest wave score of the final. No doubt I am hoping we're going to see these girls really open up. We've seen some 7 and 8s going down over the last few heats, so no doubt the surfing is there. Can they find the opportunity? Pretty sure there's plenty of time left on the clock, of course, with the extra 5 minutes tacked on to this final. It's really anyone's game at this point. There's plenty of time. Very experienced competitors, like we said. Young girls coming up into the big pond, facing up with the big fish. Bormy and Philippa considered the top seeds of this contest for the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. We've had an amazing long weekend of surfing here in the Sutherland Shire, and pretty blessed too as well with the weather. We've A few little rain squalls and a bit of cloud coming over the last few days, but finals day, sun's out, Philippa's up.
Okay, Philsy ripping into a little front side carve. Hasn't been anything really memorable to speak of. That wave is going to fizz out again there. I tell you what, when someone does get a good one, it's contagious when somebody gets a good score. You know, everybody hears it and goes, okay, now I want one. So at the moment, the highest wave score is still from Cedar Lee Jones on a previous to last, so nothing really to write home about. So far in the Open Women's Final, we've got about 16, just under 16 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and exactly what you said, it is contagious. Once one of the girls starts to ramp up performance, it really catches on and they kind of get into that competitive jostle for each other and they start hitting back really hard. So let's see, look at the energy running through the lineup right now. There's a lot of waves approaching. I'm pretty sure Sarah and True must be sitting in the driver's seat priority-wise, so we're going to see who elects to go this first lump. It looks like a bigger one coming through.
Ooh, it could be a bit of a left hand. It could be a left and a right peak here. Man, we've got Philsy on the right side and Sarah on the left. Sarah's moving over, though, to maybe just shut down that one. Philsy's going to take this little inside wave, so goes for the double pump. Nice little foam glide.
Whoa.
Just riding up and over the cauliflower on that first manoeuvre. And she'll try and link this one right the way through. Again, just that hole has become a little bit too hard to negotiate.
A bit of a soul arch wobble. I liked how you called it the cauliflower. Oh, True just copping a bit of a guillotine lip to the head there. She looking like she was trying to straighten up in front of that section. Look at Cedar put the steam on with the paddle. Here we go. And True has been speaking
this is where the chocolate box comes into play.
Oh, yeah, this is exactly where the chocolate box is into play. And they've been speaking about their competitiveness as well, both from similar areas up on the northern beaches. True's going to get the jump on the paddle because of the pull-out position. I think it might have been a bit tactical as well. Here goes Bormy on the forehand. Nice high line to start off. Lines up the lip up and over the first section. Now she's really opening up. She goes down on the foam climb, but it's going to be definitely helping her campaign. Not what she wants. It's 5.71 required. I think it's not going to... I'm going to say it's probably going to be short of that. I'm not 100% sure.
Lovely first turn there from Sarah. That was looking like it could have been a really special score. You could see her just a little tentative about that second manoeuvre. She thought, am I going to go up and just foam climb this thing? Can I get around it? And I think she was a bit in two minds in the end. She just got there a fraction late to really cash in on it. Either way, she's gone up into second position with that last wave. So Cedar Lee Jones leading this women's final in the white singlet. Sarah Baum now sitting in second. Philippa Anderson holding third. And True Starling is in fourth position. This is the final, the women's final here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open.
Yeah, so that last wave for Baum, you saw 4.67 for a single manoeuvre on the forehand. Like you said, moved her into second position. Needs a 2.44 to take the lead off Cedar. Philippa looking for a 3.78 for the win. And True, a 5.88. Just over 13 minutes on the clock. And this is anyone's game at the moment, I think, Tezza.
Yeah, it's still wide open, that's for sure. So there's definitely some nice scoreable sections out there. Just during this first 10 minutes of this women's final, it's been a little tricky. Here goes Bormy trying to, again, just gain ground and get back out onto the open scoring part of the wave. She'll stick with this one, look for a little link up on the inside. Again, those waves, you can see how dark green that hole is there. So it's like a little canyon. It just the waves just disappear into it.
I think that's going to push her up into the lead, Tezza. She only had a second wave score of a 1.4.
And she was only needing a 2.44 as well. So she'll definitely go to first. There it is. It looks like that last wave for Sarah Baum locks in at a 4.07. That will be her new low score, and she'll look to try and build on that one. So Cedar Lee Jones will go... Well, has gone into second, 3.42 to go to first. These are all to first. Philippa with a 5.42 and a 7.52 for True Starling. So True is just had a bit of a clunky start to this one, but plenty of time remaining with just on 12 minutes to go.
Yeah, and I bet you cheers coming from all the support network tuning in at home. True looking like she's opting with priority, finding some rail work now. A lot smoother, but too late to the party there in the lip, and it takes her out.
Okay, well, you got to be careful that you don't show off too much in the semi-final, because you want to impress the judges more in the final than you did in the semi. So again, it's just all about that tapering is the actual term, where they're a little bit out each time. So True had a really spectacular semi-final. So I hope she hasn't used all the luck up. You can see her just kicking her feet. She'll be talking to herself, saying, some positive little affirmations to herself to try and get herself, back in a good frame of mind.
Yeah, it's sometimes easy to forget how young she actually is. She's only just 19 years old, and sister Jessie just 18, and she just comes across so mature and well-rounded, as we see Cedarly Jones up and riding on the forehand, gets to open the rail up a little bit. Nice clean section ahead, and over the foam. Yeah, this is more what we're speaking about from Cedar. You can tell she's been tapering that performance, and she's starting to really open the shoulders up and unleash, looking for the link through to the inside section.
Yep.
Keeps the rails moving, wobbling and bobbling. She's going to get some more open face to work with, slashes back on the face and closes out the manoeuvre. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice answer back from Cedarly Jones. Only needed a 3.42.
That's going to be the score of the heat so far, I can imagine. And now everyone is going to be chasing Cedarly Jones. Let's go back to the replay on this one for White. She set it up with a beautiful outside turn. So she just went from one move to another. Real nice flow. A seamless connection right the way through here for Cedarly Jones. Looks like the commentary curse has worked in reverse. She's gone from tragic to magic.
As she keeps the rails moving here on the replay. I love the new material, Tezza. There's a pretty signature mid-face slash she's got on tap and closes it out just a little bit above the shorey line there. I'm pretty sure right on the sand. So she'll go straight to first, waiting for that score to lock on in. And stand by. Like you said, I think it's going to be the best wave of the heat so far. Just under 10 minutes to go here in the Open Women's Final. Volkswagen Cronulla Open of surfing, and it's been a big few days of competition. Here's another replay. This is last wave for Sarah Baum, so perhaps getting to open up a little on that first turn. Nice second proper turn, gets a bit of open face, smooth rail work there. I know the girls and guys at home cheering for Baumie. They want to see her getting some better waves on the board through this final. Finishing manoeuvre,
awesome.
Answer back, and she looked a little bit gassed or maybe relieved that she rode on out.
I think it's relief. I think it was relief. You know what? The way that she was using her hands there to get through that inside section, that's pretty cool. I really liked it to help with the board to go from rail to rail, but also, as I mentioned earlier, cut your arms off and weigh those things, man. They weigh quite a bit. So if you can throw those arms around in a fashion that's going to help you to propel forward, and that technique she used there was really cool. I haven't seen something like that for a while.
She's got some big guns on those arms too. I'm sure they weigh a ton, and it's worked off for us. 7.33, better wave of the final so far. Last wave for Cedarly Jones was a 6-point ride, so 8 minutes 40 seconds on the clock. Baumie takes the lead once again in the final. Cedar now needs a 6.01. Philippa's looking for an 8.68, and here she goes up and riding on the forehand. She's going to need more than that if she wants an 8, and deciding to stick with it. Perhaps she got some work done on the outside, or maybe looking for a little bit of a ramp. She's been throwing down a fair few frontside reverses over the COVID break, and she knows it. She's going to be looking for a wave now that's going to offer her up something more towards 9-point range. So we're going to have to see that outside section really come to play for her. She'll get back out into the lineup, 8 minutes on the clock. True now needs a 9.84, so either a perfect ride pretty much for True or a pair of sixes will get her back into the game, and there's heaps of time.
One good score will get True Starling back on track, and she's such a smart competitor here. She's found a little something on the inside. Let's see what she can manufacture out of that one. Really nice chip shot on the backhand. Again, growing up in North Narrabeen, all these kids from North Narra have got rock solid backhand. Whether it's Dylan or Kai or True Starling, and she's found a little connection on this one. That board somehow seems to always keep the speed. She's just mistimed the end of that one there, unfortunately for True. So nonetheless, it still may be her best wave so far in the final.
Yeah, it's
definitely. And if it is, it's going to reduce the equation, right? If it's the best one.
100%. She's got a throwaway at the moment in the scoreline, a 1-2-3 and 2-1-7. I'm sure she'll be wanting to throw those back to the keepers. So last wave for her, a 3.43. 7 minutes on the clock. South African Sarah Baum out in the lead, like you said, muscling through the end section of that wave. I know she's been working pretty hard in the off-season as well, working alongside ASN and Smith Shapes, as well as Amy Donahue from Central Coast Surf Academy. And I know she's got her partner tuned in as well. George being an incredible part of Baumie's new support network. And as soon as all those things came together over the last 2 years, I've seen this kind of skyrocket Bormy's career way into the top spots on the QS, as you see Cedar Lee Jones calling for a situation. So 6.5 minutes on the clock, and I still think it's within anyone's game. I'd love to see Philippa get back out there and reset. I think she's very capable of the 8.51, and like we said, I've seen a lot of clips and shots of her throwing down some forehand reverses during the COVID break, and if you're able to pull one of those things off in competition and maybe combo it up with a forehand or backhand attack turn.
Yeah, well, Philippa needing an 8.51 and then Trish Starling with an 8.58. So, you know, both the calibre of surfers they are, their scores are highly achievable. There's no doubt about that. 6 minutes remaining, so they've got time on their side. At the moment, though, it's Sarah Bourne with an average of 2 sixes out there. Sarah, her top two scores, a 7.33 and a 4.67. So Sarah looking to try and ditch that low score to improve her situation. Right now, Cedar Lee Jones needing a 6.01. So that's our women's final out here, all thanks to Volkswagen.
Actually, the last time I saw Sarah in a competition, Rashi, on the big stage was just before we went on the COVID break. We were at the Manly, the Sydney Surf Pro.
Yep.
We were both working that event the day that it was called off and the country was shut down due to Corona, and she had won the trials against Freya Prum in the final and made her way into the main draw for the Challenger Series there, and that was the first event for the new World Surf League Challenger Series. Yeah, and then we were all pulled to a halt right then and there, and as was Bormy. So for her to be in the lead of this final, first time back in the Rash shirt, it's looking pretty nice for her at the moment.
Yeah, that's testament to her dedication and skill and, you know, commitment to her trade. So good stuff, Sarah Baum, as she has a look at this one. Looks like she's going to have the priority over blue. So Sarah up and riding, trying to get rid of that low score. She's got such a cool surfing style, but that may have been a little priority error. And with 4 minutes to go, that's enough time for her to probably make her way, if she's lucky, back up into first priority at the end of this heat. But probably not. I think that you need to be in first or second priority if you're down around the 4 to 5 minute mark.
Do you know what I was about to say, Tezza? And I didn't want to say it because of what you call the commentator's curse, but in the lineup, when we're analysing these competitors and knowing their background quite well and their competition history, Cedar Lee Jones has to be one of the most strategic, intelligent competition surfers that I've seen coming through the women's ranks. And there we see Kalani Ball getting ready for his final coming up right after this. So 4 minutes on the clock until the boys kick off the Open final for the Volkswagen Cronulla Open here. But yeah, Cedar Lee Jones has to be the most tactically intelligent surfer that I've seen in heats and the most consistent one. And there she was, selling the current finals leader into a nothing wave. So Sarah needs to replace the 4.67 and Cedar sold her into a 2-point ride. And that's something that I've seen, I think, from the younger generation. They have the benefit of growing up with the 4-lady priority system in play from pretty much from board riders and super junior days. So they start that in the under 12s or the under 14s, and they can carry that through their career. Whereas surfers like Philippa and Sarah started off in the era where we were reverting back to traditional paddle battles for the inside section. And I think I've seen over the last few years just a few of those little mistakes, and Cedar Lee Jones has been the executioner of them most of the times that I've viewed them. So I'm nervous for Sarah, but then also excited to see Cedar use that to her advantage. So we'll see. Over 2.5 minutes left,
Well,
Tezza.
this is where we said, you know, in that final 3 minutes, this is the magic moment where, you know, a lot of heats are lost and won. So let's see what happens here in these last 3 minutes. Just got a message from Kyle Holland in Newcastle. He said, hey, Tess, Sarah surfs for the East End Board Riders Club. So we just want to make that clear. There's Sarah up and riding at the moment. And nice clean green face there. This may be a consolidation wave here for Sarah. If she can get a little link up on this one, she might just sew this thing up.
Yeah, she did make the move over to the East End. So Philippa, obviously, mate and long-time rival of Bormy out in the water, Sursa Merriweather, and Sarah Baum just recently made the change over the last few years to the East End Board Riders Club, and we see the young kids from the East End up and about the contest a lot, as we see Cedar.
Oh, wow. Okay, that was a good first turn. Jams it in the pocket for the second. Can she get the third? Oh, my goodness. You know what? What was the score that she's chasing to take the lead here?
Well, prior to Bormy's last wave, it's a 6.01. If she gets this connection, Bormy's in trouble.
You know what? If she sticks that and she's going to ride half out of it, I don't know if they're going to award that as a completed manoeuvre, but she lost control, so there's going to be definitely a little shaved off there. But wow. That was a killer wave to get in a final with less than 2 minutes to go.
And that's just a little example of leaving the door open and that ball just slowly starting to roll back towards Cedar Lee Jones, and it goes into the excellent range, tapping on in with an 8.33. So Cedar takes the lead of the final. The perfect example of that priority kind of adjustment mistake that Bormy made. At the moment, 1 minute to go on the clock. Here's the replay.
Yeah, wow, that was a nice first turn here. She sets this one up, bam, straight up on top of her opponent, Philippa, and then jams that one in the pocket. That was a real money turn, and the connection to the third one was just as clean.
Yeah, I think just that connection all the way through to the inside as well, not leaving it unserved. I'm not sure if she gets the ride out in front of that, so in case they didn't deem that complete, I'm not sure that she is ridden out in front of that. They paid the money turn out the back, that risky kind of mid-face drop wallet turn. And at the moment, 30 seconds on the clock. Bormy now needs a 7.01. Philippa and True are comboed for first position. So we're going to see in the next 20 seconds if they get the opportunity to open up once again. True, no open face on offer for her. She sticks with it, however. And I'm not sure if she gets any work done here, or she does. Goes to the rail on the forehand. Just a smooth approach, but I think she's conceded defeat there with that body language.
Yeah, a little. I mean, she's virtually out of time. In fact, listen for the hooter.
Yeah, there it is.
That's it there. Okay, so it's a very convincing victory. A nice little battle there, but in the end it was Cedar Lee Jones taking victory here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. Second place, we'll go to Sarah Baum, Philippa Anderson in third, and True Starling in fourth. So your worst nightmare, not your worst nightmare, but what you thought.
I knew that was going to Cedar, the executioner. Once again, congratulations. You're an incredible competition surfer.
She is so competition savvy. Congratulations, Cedar Lee Jones, the champion here today. We're going to throw to a quick commercial break, come straight back for the men's final. Hang in there, you guys. Are we going to a commercial? Yeah, we are. Okay, we'll be back soon.
Have faith in me, I have faith in you. Still so many miles we can leave behind. And how we learn to fly, the way we move and tight. Let me hold you close while we're here in this room. I can hear the horizon calling. I can see the road to go. And every time I think of you, babe, and I think of coming home. I found you, I found my reason why. Oh, every time I think of you, babe, I think of coming home.
Volkswagen.
Okay, so welcome back, folks. This is it. This is the big one, the Volkswagen Cronulla Open men's final. We have Dylan Moffat dropping a 177. He's in the yellow singlet. Aidan Lewin-Parsons, Aladalo's out there with a 133 opening wave. Jolie Vaughan from the North Shelley Board Riders Club is in the white. He's got a 1.0, and Kalani Ball is holding priority. Tez McKenna, Jess Grimwood. We are gearing up for a big presentation and wrapping up what's been 3 amazing days here in Cronulla.
Yeah, and once again, massive congratulations. We've already crowned the women's champ for the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. Cedar Lee Jones plays upset in the last minute of that final. Incredible composure under pressure, and she takes the crown and the $1,500 here for the first instalment of the Australian Open of Surfing Series. Of course, a big shout out to the Cedar Lee Jones family of Sister Bodie, I'm sure, tuning in for the live action, and congratulations once again. She's hard to beat in these priority situations, and you rarely see Cedar make a mistake under pressure, and even within that last minute and the experience spread across that lineup out there, the youngest competitor for the final, she was able to come through and snatch the win. And here we go, Kalani Ball.
Okay, Kalani sets it up. Oh, he's going for something big, throws the fins out on a lovely little reverse. He'll see if he can try and add a little something to this one by sticking with this one and try and get an inside section, Jess.
Yeah, here's what he's been speaking about. Just that extra 10% he's going to throw everything into the final. We heard him say in his post-heat interview win earlier on that no one really cares about second, third and fourth. They're pretty much just the first winners, first losers, sorry.
Yeah, sure.
He's only throwing it all towards that first position. He wants to take the crown here at the end of this men's final.
I love it. That Ricky Bobby cliche is still going around. Good stuff. Yeah. I tell you what, the kid's got an uber smooth style. So Kalani Ball, I'm just waiting for that first score to be. He's clearly got the best of the first wave exchanges. So he is going to go from the outhouse to the penthouse once that score comes through.
Yeah, and he was shaking and baking all the way through that rotation, a 5.50 to open up his final campaign. Just over 20 minutes on the clock, so they are 25-minute finals here this afternoon, and we've seen a little bit of quietness, I think, in the ocean at the start of these finals. Probably a similar little pattern at the moment. You can see in the first 5 minutes, nothing super consequential, and I'm sure that Kalani will be looking to replace that 5.5 by the end of this final, as we see Dylan perhaps picking off a little bit of work on the outside, and he consolidates beautifully timed lip liner. I love the expression on the face as well. Yeah, he's feeling it.
That was awesome.
Yeah, he's been super psyched, and he's ready to bring it to the rest of the field out there. Of course, Jolie Vaughan in the white and Aidan Lewin-Parsons. And I tell you what, Dylan Moffat must have done something on the outside because he goes straight to the lead. His other score was a 177. I'm waiting for live heats to update and lock in that second wave score. Here's the replay.
Okay, well, bam, lovely turn on that outside section. Dylan Moffat, don't know what he did on the prior to that, but either way, what was the score for this wave?
It's still
coming through
on live heats.
Maybe the judges are actually looking at this replay to get it right. So Dylan just casually makes that connection on the inside. Bang! Look at this, the facial expressions, like yeah.
That timing was incredible for him. So 19 minutes on the clock. Here we go. Aidan Lewin-Parsons up and riding. We've been speaking about him the whole time. The Ulladulla plumber. He's on the backhand. He's had a really sharp approach to every heat. Just quietly making his way through to the final. Now's the time to light up the lineup. He prumps onto the front foot, looking for the connection. Lines up the lip, and nice closes out maneuver. Manages to negotiate the wobble. Pulls it back, and that'll be his first real opening ride.
Yeah, I tell you what, these guys are contesting every single wave like it's the end of the world. Nice one, fellas. They're really giving it everything. So 18.5 minutes left on the clock here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. It's the first stop down, of course, on our series as we go over to live action. Jolie Vaughan going for a big old fin chuck on that one. Joel's a super progressive surfer and normally rides out of that stuff 9 times out of 10. Not this time, though. Kalani Ball up and riding.
Here we go, and he's bringing his rail game as well as his aerial manoeuvres straight to the final, and just such a sharp competitor. He really rarely stumbles. I've seen this guy just being such a class act from the first heat right until this final, and here he goes, easily making his way through to the inside, lip line to finish. Does the head stomp to ride on out, and previous ride already locking in for Dylan Moffat as we see Joel going over the toes. just unfortunately bearing the rails. So that last ride for Dylan, an 8.17 up in the excellent range. Previous ride for Aiden in the blue, a 5.17. There's a score to come for last of Kalani's Wave. I think it's going to be a nice looking score for him.
For sure.
And a couple of numbers to lock on in for Joel Vaughan. So just under 17.5 minutes here in the Volkswagen Cronulla Open men's final. And $1,500 on the line here for the champ at the end of this final, Tezza. We've already crowned the ladies champ. Cedar Lee Jones reigns victorious once again over this pretty experienced field, and the Super Grum really taking it to the older girls. Now, who are we going to see here? The younger guys or the more experienced Kalani? And
Ooh, Kalani, 917. How's that one? Anything you can do, I can do better. So Dylan Moffat with the 817. Kalani going one step further. These guys are pushing their surfing to galactic levels here in the final of the Volkswagen Cronulla Open.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he was been speaking about throughout the whole event. Just shifting up once again. He's not looking for second, third or fourth. He just wants the crown. He doesn't care about the rest of the positions, and at the moment, that's a serious fire back towards the other competitors. A 917 for the last exchange, the surfer in red. So Dylan Moffat now looking for a 6.51. Aiden's looking for a 9.51, and at the moment, last wave for Joel was a 317. Needs the combo of 14.68, so we're going to see him pretty much reset. And the boys are going to get to work here, and all four surfers got a pretty serious aerial game in their back pocket.
Absolutely. So Kalani Ball dropping a big score, 9.17. His low score is a 5.50, but the synergy between those manoeuvres was just unbelievable on that 9.17.
Yeah, it really was. He just looks so sharp, and I still think we've seen him throw down some dynamic aerial manoeuvres, but just on their own and still earning such a high score. So imagine if we place together that kind of rail work and classy chopping action that he had on the last wave, that amazing approach and classy surfing, and add the aerial manoeuvres onto the end. We're going to see more excellent scores up in that 9s and possibly even a 10 for the final.
Okay, so Kalani up and off that one pretty quickly. 25-minute finals here. We've used up 10 minutes already. Hard to imagine. Again, it's the surfer in yellow, Dylan Moffat. He is loving that little board. It's super spicy under his feet. He's looking for a little something on the outside. If you can do something big on the outside, which he did, and then get something spectacular to finish and put an exclamation mark on the statement, you're going to get a good score. And Dylan throwing some head. That is just beautiful control there for the North Narrabeen local.
Oh my goodness, another answer back from Dylan. He's definitely going to be replacing the 1.77. I'd say it's going to go up into that excellent range once again. It's an answer back to Kalani. I think he might take over for the lead. 14.5 minutes remaining. We'll see what it comes through as, and ooh, just short of the requirement. So he's sitting in second position, needed a 6.51, and he gets a 6.43.
Ooh, okay.
So a little bit burnt, perhaps. Not a outside section to really attack, and two frontside aerial manoeuvres, although super incredible to watch for us.
I thought the inside move was insane. The way that he did that, it was kind of almost looked like Bruce Lee with a flying sidekick, you know? Sort of like Bruce Lee style surfing. That was cool, like karate kind of stuff.
Incredible surfing to spectate, but at the moment he's still got some work to do. 6.51 required to take the lead. Aiden needs a 9.51, and Jolie looking for a 14.68, and plenty of time left on the clock. Over 13.5 minutes to go in the men's final of the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. It's been an incredible event so far. The sun is shining now for the afternoon to crown the champions, and we will be having a COVID-safe presentation, of course, in adherence to the new social guidelines out and about. But we are very happy to be back into competition surfing, and such an important new string of events being put together by Volkswagen and Surfing Australia, and we are incredibly lucky and grateful to be back into action, as are many of these guys. And I definitely know Dylan, as he was speaking about his post-heat interviews, he's having to work and just save up all those coins to chase the tour when it kicks back off next year in 2021. So you could see him having a very good stab and attack at that $1,500 first prize purse, Tezza.
Yeah, so we are down to just under 13 minutes remaining. Fast approaching that halftime mark as we see Aidan Lewin Parsons bang, nice opening first turn. Jams it again. Wow, that was he hit both those manoeuvres right up around midnight. You know, right around 12 o'clock on the dial. Let's see if Ado can get a little link up on the inside of this one as he gets some speed through the inside. I don't think there's any question. Although this is a weird little double up. Yeah. And in the end, he goes for a Trevor Handy on the end section. There's Jolie Vaughan. Oh, yeah, Jolie just hit that one. Looked like he was going to throw the fins over the back of it, but he managed to ride out of it. He's such a talent, this guy from the North Shelley Board Riders Club.
Yeah, he's an incredible surfer. The third youngest brother, I believe. Here we go, jumping on the front foot. Goes for a little closeout manoeuvre.
He's ridden out of it, yeah, but you can see his little face just wince up and like, God damn, didn't come off perfect for me.
Yeah.
Get out there, Jolly, got plenty of time to go, mate. Fantastic surfer as well. In the final here of the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. Thank you very much to VW, of course, our major sponsor. Also to Tradies. They've had a massive renovation, so get on down there. And with the weddings allowed to be happening now, it's a good spot to do it. Kalani up and riding.
Here he goes. Big drawn out bottom turn. Look at the release through that mid-face jam. Gets a little stuck up as he goes for the release and the launch. Up and over the foam, though, again. He's having a look for the inside section. I think he knows it's not really what he's looking for. He wants to replace the 5.5, but I think it's going to come close to that, but not quite enough. He did get a little bit hung up there on the second turn.
What did Ado Lewin Parsons get for those backhand Rios going way past midnight?
It's still locking in. So last score for Joel was a 6.00 and Aiden's last wave, just a 3.97.
Okay.
So I feel like with those turns that go right up into the foam, they're so incredibly hard to execute, but not always rewarded. They just don't look as sharp. Obviously, it's such a foamy, fluffy section.
Exactly.
It's so hard to put your board up there towards the midnight, but they're just not generally rewarded by the judges.
No, it's not as beautiful to look at because, you know, when a whiteboard hits a green face, it's a very striking kind of an image. But when a whiteboard goes up onto the froth, it gets a bit lost, you know.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons I like boards with black rails or black boards even. Sometimes they can really highlight your surfing when you're coming across the suds, so to speak. So we're down to 10.5 minutes remaining. Tessa McKenna and Jessica Grimwood, we've had a marathon effort in here today to bring you the webcast. Hope you've had fun, as much fun as what we've had to do this. It's been awesome. If you can only see behind the scenes, the things that we need to keep ourselves going, there's empty coffee cups. There might have been a little lemon tart in there that we shared as well. It's you know, we had to run up and do a boost juice run. You know, it's been a full-on day, but it's been awesome. So thanks again, everyone, for hanging in there. But we've been really enjoying this and hanging out with the guys from Fresh Air Broadcast, who always do a wonderful job as well. So we're down to just under 10 minutes remaining. Kalani, only have a look at that, 14.67, and sitting right next to him, Dylan Moffat. How's the little like they're sitting next to each other, but there's nothing being said, right?
No,
because you know what? When the flag drops, the talking stops.
There's no exchange of love whatsoever. Look at that. Moffat's turned his back completely
he's like,
on
no, I'm
Kalani.
not even looking at you, mate. So when he sees that Kalani's trying to look at him, he just looks the other way. He's going, no, mate, I hate you until I hear the bell.
Yeah, exactly. I love that about surfing competitions. These guys are pretty good mates. Travel all around the world together when the tour's in full force, and they get into a heat 20 minutes, and they're absolute enemies, and they're so competitive against each other, but they leave it all out in the water. It's incredible to see from these stellar competitors. Last wave of Kalani was a 5-point ride. It doesn't go into his top two. 9 minutes on the clock. Dylan, Joel and Aiden have some work to do, and here he goes. Dylan Moffat up and riding.
Okay, Dill, bang, up and over. Almost a bit of a nose pick kind of landing on that one. As he continues on for a little inside section, he'll just suss this one out and say, is it worth sticking with? And that little foam ball looks like it's going to take him through, Jess.
Holy moly, that was the best air that I've seen throughout this event so far. I think it was nice and tweaked out. Here he goes on the inside. Out to the flats, rides out perfectly, and there's the claim on the face too, the subtle no claim.
And right back at him, this is Ado Lewin Parsons, again, just really whipping his board around a little too much on that last turn, but gee, that last wave there for Dylan Moffat was just unbelievable.
He needs a 6.51, and I'm going to say it's definitely going to go up into that range. Here's the replay. This is incredible. Look at the lift he gets through the tail and the tweak. So I called it a rotation, but he doesn't actually rotate through it. So he just rides out straight, regains composure, straight leg cruising pathway onto this inside section.
And you saw that little foam ball. You knew it was going to be a good inside.
Yeah, he backs it up. Have a look at this little inside. I think this is the rotation here. projects out to the flats, and
Yeah.
he's pretty much landed the full rotation before he's even hit the water again.
Yeah.
And there you go, a 7.83. He takes the lead over Kalani and pushes Kalani back into second, now needing a 6.84. Joel and Aiden comboed for that first position now, 16.01. 7.5 minutes on the clock to go in the Open Men's Final for the Volkswagen.
Unreal. This is so cool. I'm loving this final here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. Dylan Moffat into the lead. He is flaring so hard, he probably could have saved the Titanic.
He could have, and there's some more new material from Tessa McKenna, the man on the mic throughout the day, and we are very excited to be 7 minutes away from crowning the champ. It is the Volkswagen Cronulla Open, and Dylan Moffat, standout performer throughout the day, and we're seeing these boys really bring their best surfing right up to the table. Here he goes, Jolie Vaughan. He's looking for the launch pad, can't find the opportunity, has to get back out the back and find himself a set wave. Plenty of time on the clock, and that's a lot of time to get 2 waves under your belt. 16-point combo for Aiden and Joel. It's going to be a pair of 8s or more.
Okay, well, I think Kalani is looking pretty focused. There, right back out, sitting next to him is Jolie Vaughan. So at the moment, it's a bit of a 2-horse race, but plenty of time to go. 6.5 minutes left on the clock. What does Joel need to jump up?
He needs the combination, same as Aiden,
okay.
16.01. So a pair of high 8s will take him straight to the lead. And I think there's time is with both Joel and Aiden at this point, but the ocean.
And Kalani, what does Kalani need?
Kalani only needs a 6.84. He's been
I
throwing
tell you
scores
what.
like that away.
Oh, absolutely. He eats that kind of stuff for breakfast. I tell you what, he's such an incredible surfer. I love the way that Kalani surfs. He does big round turns, almost like surfs in semicircles, which looks really cool.
Yeah, he's incredibly nice surfer to watch, and such a nice guy as well. And I love the fact that he was saying that he possibly has to go back to work just to make sure he saves up enough money as well. So both these guys, potential future careers. You could see both of them on the CT, no doubt. But the fact that they just have to balance that athlete life with the work life still. I think Kalani, no stickers on the front of his board as well, so interesting. Maybe if he's able to snatch the win back off Dylan, he'll be travelling to all of the next 5 stops in this Australian Open of surfing, but we'll see if he can get that little injection into the purse and the prize packet. Just over 5 minutes to go on the clock here in the men's final.
Yep, you're watching the Volkswagen Cronulla Open, the first event, of course, on this 6-event series known as the Australian Open of Surfing. From here it goes to Port Macquarie, the next weekend to Kiama, back up to Coffs Harbour, far south coast New South Wales, finishing off on the Northern Beaches December 14. So, yeah, we've got a nice little run. I think I'm, my next little stop down, I think maybe... I'm not too sure. I think the far south coast, yeah. I'll be down on that one. I've definitely put my name down for that to head on down and just take a surfboard and a nice thick steamer and get some nice waves right down south. I love heading down on the south coast of New South Wales. New South Wales has so much variety and so many incredible waves, you know, and it's... you know, for me, I mean, I'm pretty biased, but I'm saying that Australia is the best country in the world, right? You agree with me?
100%.
Okay. It's too hot up in Darwin and all that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like crocodiles and swampy stuff and stingers that kill you. What about down south? Pretty cold down. What about over west? Real windy and rocky and stuff.
Pretty windy.
East coast. Nice sandy beaches. I'm just saying that we live in the best country. Not only do we live in the best country in the world, we live in the best part of the best country in the world.
Yeah.
We are the luckiest people in the world.
We are pretty incredibly lucky.
Yeah.
Even throughout all of the obstacles and adversities we hit, there's the island.
Look at the island. Look, no one out there sort of semi-low tide on shore. You probably still get kicked. I can't believe there's not at least a couple of, you know, bodyboarders out there getting shacked on that thing.
You know why there's no one out there? They're all on the boardwalk.
Watching the final.
Yeah,
watching
the
Dylan
final.
Moffat just lighten it up here at Cronulla. So 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Again, coming down to there's the point there as well. These properties for the a 1-bedroom apartment on the hill there, selling for around about 1.5 or even $2 million. It's pretty crazy. That's a one bedroom sitter. So real estate around here is absolute prime because we're in the middle of Sydney and it's just so many things to do around within walking distance from here. There's pubs, clubs, cafes. Everything is self-contained. Thank you very much, Surfing New South Wales. You guys have done a fantastic job. They are the custodians of the sport here in this wonderful state of NSW. So we're loving that stuff. But for now, Dylan Moffat is really setting standards. Kalani holding his priority here and trying to find the score required. So just under 3 minutes remaining. Again, thanks to Volkswagen, to tradies, to everyone who's been involved with this competition. It's been super cool.
Yeah, it's been an incredible way to kick off the Australian Open of surfing. And at the moment, like you said, Kalani Ball throwing down the anchor out the back. I believe he might have priority situation. 6.84 required for him to take the crown here. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Jolie Vaughan, Aidan Lewin Parson now needing the combination of 2 scores. So a pair of high 8s will get them back into the game. We see a bigger looking set approaching here in the final of the men's. And who's going to take off with priority? Dylan having a look, Kalani flexing first priority, up and riding, important way for him, draws hard off the bottom, releases through the rail turn, looks like he's going to press eject, recovers from the layback, and connects again through the lip, as you see him with the hair flick. It's a bit of a subtle claim, no claim.
That's a bit of a body claim for me, and with just under 2 minutes remaining, there's still time for another couple of good scores to come through here.
Yeah, there's plenty of time, but I'm going to say Kalani's got the lead again with that last exchange, a 6.84 required for Red to move into the lead. 1 minute 40 seconds on the clock. We're going to stand by and see what this locks in as. It was a pretty nice looking wave, a bigger looking set out here this afternoon. Jolie and Aidan now in trouble with time against them, needing the combination of scores. 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock.
Wow.
I think it might have locked in for Kalani. Oh no, here we go. Stand by for scores.
Oh, he's in the lead.
There we go. Last wave for Kalani, an 8.87 up into the excellent range. He clinches the crown for now.
Okay.
Just over a minute on the clock.
And
he's
Dylan,
in the lead.
What's Dylan need?
Dylan now needs a 9.88. Here's the replay, Tezza.
Okay, I said this guy surfs in semicircles. He's just beautiful to watch and jamming it in the pocket there, throwing some smoke signals on those turns. Awesome surfing there from Kalani Ball as he takes that one through. And you can tell by the body language, he just went, yeah, I've got it.
I think he almost looked up to the judging 10 as well. And here's the plumber from Ulladulla, Aidan Lewin Parsons. He's trying to get an opportunity. You can see from his body language not liking that situation. 45 seconds on the clock.
This could be a good name for the business, the plumber from Ulladulla.
Yeah. I wonder if he likes it or not. I'm not sure. But at the moment...
Exactly. Well, Dylan Moffat has the ability to win this thing. He needs a near-perfect 9.88, but you got to risk it to get the biscuit, right? So let's see if Dylan can find a wave here with just on 30 seconds remaining.
I think we're going to see a last throw of the dice. If the Ocean offers up another opportunity, Kalani Ball, he's been in form throughout this whole event. Last wave for Blue was a 5.80.
Wow.
Gets himself, oh no, still in combination situation. 10 seconds on the clock,
Wow.
Tezza.
It's all home and hose now. Kalani Ball looks like being the champion of the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. He's taken the top honours here. Just wait for the hooter in the background. Somewhere. There we go.
And he's the champ. Kalani Ball takes out the title. Volkswagen Cronulla Open of surfing, $1,500 prize money. And he made that intention clear from the very start, Tezza. He's been the informed surfer throughout the whole event. And he'll join Cedar Lee Jones on the podium to collect the crown here, the first instalment of the Australian Open of Surfing Series. And they take the lead on the ratings, Tezza.
Yeah, what a classic couple of days it was here in the Shire. Thanks again to all the Cronulla locals. Thank you very much to our long list of sponsors. I believe I'm going to, I think I'm hosting the presentation out there in a moment.
I believe you are.
I better probably go out there. And are you going to stay here and just hold it down a little bit?
I'll stay here and hold down the fort, and
Why not?
we'll wait for you to tune on in for the presentation.
I'm going to make this happen pretty quickly. So, hey, thanks everyone. It's been super cool hanging out. Yeah, really appreciate all the support of our sponsors, Fresh Air Broadcast and all the gang. Okay, I'm out of here. We're going to throw to a quick commercial break. Back soon with the presentation. Don't go anywhere.
I have faith in you. Still so many miles we can leave behind. And how we learn to fly, the way we move and tight, if we hold you close while we're here on this road. And I can hear the rising calling. See the road to go, and every time I think of you, babe, and I think of time I think of you, babe, I think of coming home.
Volkswagen. Volkswagen.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
Welcome on back. Live vision here from Cronulla. We did just crown the champs of both the men's and the women's. It was Kalani Ball taking out the final on his last ride and posting two excellent scores way up into that near perfect range. And Cedar Lee Jones, of course, playing upset with a beautiful use of priority and selling the other competitors into a wave and clinching the title in the very last minute for the women's final. Of course, it is the Volkswagen Cronulla Open of surfing, Australian Open Series, first part of the 6-stop series. And you can see right there the beautiful Sutherland Shire on display here on the Monday afternoon. We are on the New South Wales east coast of Australia, just about 30 minutes from the Sydney CBD, and it's been an incredible event so far. So much highlight surfing, and at the moment the guys down there getting ready for the presentation. Of course, plenty of officials around and about on this boardwalk. It's been a busy event as well. Lots of the community making their way down here. We've had a couple of guest commentators in the booth, former professional surfer Gary Green and incredible rugby league players also on hand, and we're just waiting for the officials to get themselves situated in front of the media wall. And it's coming up soon, so stick with us. We will be coming up with the presentation live from the Volkswagen Cronulla Open. And right now we're going to cut to the highlights reel from the last 2 days of action. It's been incredible surfing, and have a look at the best of the best on display here at the Volkswagen Cronulla Open.
matter what people want you to believe. Don't ever turn back on your dreams. It's all in your hands, a change is near. Close your eyes, listen, the sound is so clear. Gotta love, gotta love, gotta love, gotta love one another. Gotta love one another. Gotta love one another. Speak up, stand tall, our voice sounds spoken. Rise up, love all, heart wide open.
And there we go, an incredible highlights package, some amazing surfing on offer across the event. Volkswagen Cronulla Open of Surfing now done and dusted. The Australian Open of Surfing first instalment for the series. We're about to crown the champs at the presentation, so we're going to cross live to Tessa McKenna with the champs. Take it away, Tessa.
Okay, so hi everyone on the web. It looks like we're ready to go for the presentation. So congratulations to all competitors who competed in the Australian Open of Surfing. Of course, the Volkswagen Cronulla Open, our first stop down. Next weekend, we head to Port Macquarie for the second stop down on the New South Wales Roadie. So be sure to get on the Surfing New South Wales website, check out the remaining stops and some of the spots that are still available. A big thank you to our major sponsor, Volkswagen. It's been incredible. The new California IA 6.1 is quite a vehicle, so yeah, thank you very much to Volkswagen. That's the #1 car manufacturer in the world. We'd also like to thank Destination New South Wales. The Ridges, of course, right across the road. They're a great little place to stay and play. Thanks to the Beach Burrito Co. They kept us all fed throughout the tournament to FCS with their brand new H4 fin. We'd also like to thank all the event staff, including Adam Cuban, Rowan Fell, and all the work crew, the judges, head judge Phil Courtney, and all the crew. So can we have a big round of applause for those people? Thank you. Once again, this is a COVID-safe presentation. Unfortunately, we can't shake hands for hygiene purposes like we normally do. First place in both division, equal prize money. We'll walk away with $1,500. Again, it's not really about the money at this level. It's about getting back into the competition arena and getting a rush vest back on. And, you know, everyone looked fresh and the performances here were fantastic. Okay, without any further ado, I'm going to call up local MP, Mark Speakerman, to say a few words. Please put your hands together for Mark. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Look, on behalf of the New South Wales Government, thanks all of you for coming from Cronulla. Thanks for making us your first choice in this Open event. And Luke, congratulations to Surfing New South Wales and putting this great series together right up and down the coast. Quite a team, so well done. It's been a pretty tough year for all of us with COVID-19, but I think we're all excited now that we're out and about competing, and it's been a great day here in the Southern Blue. Congratulations to all the winners. I hope you have more success when you go to Port Macquarie and down to Coimbra and up and down the coast. We're really thrilled to have you here in Cronulla, and I hope you enjoy coming. All the best. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark Speakerman. That's our local MP here in Cronulla. Okay, we're going to call up the women's finalists. And in this order, in 4th position with a great performance and a great start to the Australian Open of Surfing Series. Would you please make some noise? From North Narrabeen, give it up for True Starling. Come on down. Mark's got a lovely little trophy there for you. We'll only be speaking to the first place winners, and I'll hold the microphone so we don't have to, you know, make sure we don't pass any germs around. In 3rd position, make some noise all the way from Merriweather Surfboard Club in Newcastle, Philippa Anderson in 3rd place. The little elbow shake has become pretty popular. Wow, this was a super close final, but finishing 2nd position with some great surfing today. Make some noise for Sarah Baum. She's from the East End Board Riders Club in Newcastle. You've done East End proud. Kyle Mulholland was watching all day, so good on you, Kyle. And all the gang from East End, so nice surfing as always. Sarah looking very strong, but coming back on that last wave and really cashing the chips in. The champion here in Cronulla. Make some noise for Cedar Lee Jones. It's the champion here in Cronulla. Okay, so do you want to get the photo of the winners? Yeah, first, and then we'll have a quick talk to Cedar. But yeah, that was it. So 4 players, True Starling. 3rd place, Philippa Anderson. 2nd position went to Sarah Baum. And the champion, Cedar Lee Jones from North Avalon, I'm pretty sure. So nice little staggered presentation. Cedar, I'll hold the microphone so we don't have to share around. Congratulations. Wow, that last wave was so cool.
Yeah, thank you so much. I got so lucky with just being in position and
We've all had a little break over the last couple of months. Have you been doing it? You're looking strong and fresh, and you seem to be really enjoying your surfing.
Yeah, I've just been surfing heaps. We've had really hot weather.
Did you have a chance to do some extra training or change your equipment or anything like that?
Yeah, I've just been sticking to surfing a lot.
Cool. All right. Did you want to? We're on the webcast here. Did you want to say hi or say thanks to anyone in particular?
Yeah, just thank you to everyone that's stuck around and made things happen and just helped me around. And for another locals letting us have a day today. Yes.
Good on you, Cedar. Well done. Are you heading up to Port Macquarie?
Yeah, I'm doing.
Good one. Okay. Good luck, Cedar Lee Jones. That's our champion here in Cronulla, folks, in the Australian Open of Surfing. Okay, so that was the women's final. In the men's final, they just come out of the water. The guys were just shredding here. We had such a quality field. And in 4th position, all the way from the North Shelley Border Riders Club. Give it up for Jolie Vaughan. Come on down, mate. So Joel Vaughan in 4th position. Gets a nice little trophy there handed to him by MP Mark Spickerman. In 3rd position, all the way from Ulladulla. The plumber from Ulladulla, Aidan Lewin Parsons, come on down, buddy, in 3rd position. Some really great performances today. Good on you guys. Yeah, absolutely shredding. Gee, Dylan Moffat looked like he was almost untouchable out there at one point. But in the end, he ended up our runner-up. Make some noise from North Narrabeen. Dylan Moffat in 2nd position. And, well, that last wave really clinched it for our champion. This guy surfs in semicircles, and it's very cool to watch. Make some noise for our champion here at Cronulla. It's Kalani Ball, the champion for 2020. Here at the Australian Open of Surfing, first stop down in Cronulla. So Kalani picks up $1,500. Cool little trophy as well. We'll get the photo for you guys first. Are we going to do the staggered thing? So we need 2 at the front, 2 at the back. And maybe just this way, Kalani, yeah, so we can see through. That's the gap. So everyone's 1.5 metres apart. We're doing pretty good in Australia and New South Wales as well. No cases overnight, so that's good stuff. Okay, Kalani, wow. Talk about an exciting final, man. That came right down to the wire.
Yeah, that was a crazy final. All the balls there.
It was a fantastic performance. She just kept going right to the end. You'd mentioned in a previous interview that you were only going to do a couple of these. Now that you've won one, do you think you might go to a few more? You can afford to take a week off now, at least anyway, with your 1,500. Mate, did you want to say thank you to anyone in particular?
Yeah, thanks for everyone who ran the event. It's awesome to get things going on.
Like, mate, whereabouts, what are you with the Scarborough Border Riders? What do you live at Stanmore Park? Where are you from? That's right, okay, we wanted to establish that. Mate, congratulations once again, Kalani. All right, and off he goes in a blaze of glory. That is Kalani Paul, and that is a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. We look forward to seeing you all for our 2nd stop down on the Australian Open of Surfing. It's next weekend in Port Macquarie, so make sure you tune back in. My name's Tez McKenna. We're going to sign off from Cronulla. Thanks again for being with us. Ciao. And we just need winners from both divisions, so Cedar and Kalani for a photo. Thanks, guys.
What do you reckon? Yeah.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6.
Yeah.
And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day's here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020, one unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.